Sounds has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone.
Hey everybody, how are we doing on this Tuesday morning? It is 20-point Tuesdays. Let's see some 20-point Tuesdays right here. I'm going to be throwing out a lot of 20-pointers at everybody. So how is everybody doing? I am awake. Are you awake? What is going on? It is 20-point Tuesdays. Who is here? I see so many good mornings. Good to see everybody in the chat. Yes, woohoo, Emily, 20 points right there. Excitement for 20 points Tuesdays. Drink a coffee, Antonio, 20 points right there. Love it. I'm just throwing out. I should be like 20 points if you're drinking coffee right now. I don't know. Maybe I did. There we go. Waiting on coffee. There we go. I'm so blind. I'm like, the screen is like, I can reach out and touch it if I want. And I'm still having, homework day. Yes. Yesterday in 474 or after it in office hours, we worked on homework, and we'll be working on homework today too. So definitely show up to office hours today. A lot of people, once again, yesterday, and don't worry, I got a lot of emails yesterday. Don't worry if you email me. Some people email me and they say, Brian, I'm so sorry I've been emailing you so much. No, that's what I want. I want you to be emailing me. I was listening to Mega Man while we were getting ready. I was like, I'm going to listen to the Mega Man music. I want you to be emailing me. I want you to be telling me you're stuck. If you work on the assignments and you get stuck and you just sit there and you say, well, I can't do this. And then an hour goes by and you're like, well, another hour wasted. Another hour goes by and you're like, well, just spent 2 hours looking at this. No, you have to try it. And when you get stuck, email me. That's the way it works. If I was on campus, come by my office. We're going to try and knock it out in Discord after class. Yes. Thank you, Dennis, so much. And the Discord's looking pretty good. So definitely, remember, don't send the answers in the Discord, but help each other out. And like don't just post all the answers though, so people can't just go to the Discord and get the answers. Make sure it's like a helping type thing. It's my first time running the Discord with everyone. But I wonder if I'd be broadcasting students' voices. I wonder if I could somehow pipe the Discord. I might be able to, you know what I might be able to do, Dennis? I need to put the Discord app on my computer, and then I could play the Discord through the headphones, and people could talk to me, but I could also have it so Discord voices would not go through the stream, so I could hear people in Discord, and I could answer the questions. Yeah, you can post it. Yeah, do it. Do it in chat, Dennis, totally. You got it, Dennis. I think I posted, you got it, Dennis. And thank you, Dennis. Discord's looking pretty good. Sorry I didn't post any questions last night, but yep. So people give the Discord a shot. You can copy it to your phone. OBS should let me control. Yeah, Alex knows what's going on. I'm using some Streamlabs OBS. So I've got a Go XLR mixer. I'll show it in the background again. Wait, that's the wrong button. I want to pull, there we go. So here's my mixer right here. And I should have the ability to, this button right here, I use to control like the chat. So you can see I got everything color coded. I've got the voice effects button here if I want to do voice effects. But so you can see I push the button there. But I've got everything color coded. Here's my Mega Man music and everything with this one. So I can control that. And points should be working, but yes. So we're trying to be as pro streamer as we can get. Not that you're seeing behind the magical wall of the slides. But yeah, so once again, if we get the Discord going, and I probably would have it so people can't hear the people in Discord. Like if you're speaking in Discord, you'd be speaking to me, and I could probably repeat the question. I'll just learn to repeat questions. That way I'm not broadcasting students, because I think that, I don't know, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to be like, if you're in Discord, I could be broadcasting you on YouTube at any time. That wouldn't be good. But if I were to just be in there talking, and then people who watch the stream wouldn't hear the people talking, they would hear it. But also joining the Discord is really awesome. So Dennis, this is an experiment, and I really appreciate it. Getting everyone to join the Discord. We got some 474s in there too. So remember, we're here to help. We're here to learn. That's what we're here to do. Any other last questions about what's going on with the world today? Streamlabs, you need to wake up. Streamlabs is getting its coffee right now. It's going to be ready here in a moment. I had my Red Bull. I got back on the Red Bull train. I tried that watermelon Red Bull and got addicted back to Red Bull. I kind of really did. I got the watermelon Red Bulls and I was like, man, I need that morning Red Bull again. It's bad. I don't know. Personal opinions. what would people prefer? A Red Bull in the morning, a coffee in the morning, a Monster in the morning? What's the vote? Let me do this. You ready? Let's do a vote. Let's do a vote on Red Bull, coffee, Monster, or nothing. You ready? So I'm gonna go here to Cloudbot. So this might wake up Streamlabs. Streamlabs might realize we want to do something. So you've got the choice for R for Red Bull. You got the choice for C for coffee. You got the Monster, which is M, which probably no one's gonna vote for, and you got N for nothing right here. So you can vote for coffee, Monster, Red Bull, or nothing. What is your morning drink of choice? Coffee, Monster, Red Bull, nothing. What is your morning drink of choice? Who's voting in the chat? So remember, do the exclamation mark. Oh, it's totally not working yet. Streamlabs is not doing it. And so remember, when you do vote, yes, and Dennis knows what's going on. So I'm going to put an R here. You have to do exclamation mark vote and then after it. But Streamlabs is not working yet. So you have to do exclamation sweet tea. I like that right here, Casey. 20 points, Casey. Breaking the mold right there. Saying I'll take some sweet tea. Streamlabs is not working yet. It's gonna. I know everyone's won the tea in the morning. Oh, like actual tea, like herbal tea and stuff. That's probably pretty good right there. So unfortunately, Streamlabs, first 5 minutes of class, Streamlabs, you're supposed to wake up. Says I'm running a poll, but let me close the poll. Well, I learned my lesson about. Okay, wait. Says it's on. Let me go to polls. One last try here. Open the poll. Poll has been opened. Well, we'll see when Streamlabs wakes up. It's supposed to be running through OBS Streamlabs when I'm running it. Maybe I'll look into this. Once again, I really appreciate people who kind of know what's going on also. Let me close the poll. We might have to do the poll later because I wish Streamlabs would just do the poll. Poll closed. Cancel poll. Cancel poll. Okay. We'll try it later if Streamlabs is willing. Oh, wait. Literally Streamlabs. You're going to do that. Okay. So now, last but not least, let's do that. There it is. It took the first 8 minutes. Yeah, I know, right? I literally closed the poll and it's not open. So now you can vote and everyone's doing it correctly. Yep. So go ahead and do those votes. And I'm also looking into ways. Wait. Oh, Monster. Oh, Philip voted for Monster right there. We got a Monster vote. But it looks like coffee's winning out. So we'll see. This is some categorical data. We can we could do a proportion on this, which is really cool. Let me show you an R real quick. We can actually figure out the true proportion of students that like coffee. So G Fuel is Monster. Is G Fuel Monster? Oh, did Monster make G Fuel? Is that real? It's real life? I wonder if I don't think I can take sponsorships from G Fuel. Tons of, for those who know, like YouTubers and Twitch streamers, like have G Fuel sponsorships. Get a G Fuel sponsorship. So they're both Pepsi, I think. Yeah, they're probably PepsiCo products. Pepsi and Frito-Lay has a bunch of those products. Did Red Bull start out as its own thing and then just like was bought up, or Monster? Do they start out as their own independent product and then they get so big that these companies are like, well, we gotta buy them before they're taking out our other brands. So it's like how Disney bought Marvel. It's good business. It's smart business, we should say. So good is, let's see here. We got 16 votes out of 26 for coffee. We got 3 votes for Red Bull, 6 votes for nothing. People with nothing should tell me what do they want. 16, 26. So what's really cool about R, a few people asked about this. I'm going to show it really briefly here. This is a little outside of class right now, like a little beyond. But if you're ever looking to do Stat 201 stuff, you can go here and go prop test. Whoops, I'm going to write prop test. So we're going to go to prop test, and it asks for X and it asks for N. If you know the notation here, X was 16 people, N was 26. So we can go here 16, 26, and guess what we get instantaneously? We get a confidence interval for the true proportion of people who like coffee. This is a confidence interval for the true percentage or true proportion of people who like coffee in Stats 101 or drink coffee in the morning. So Ben, I think there's Ben right there. I see him in the chat. Do you remember Ben in Stats 101 when we had to do all the work to get a confidence interval? All I did was just take the summary statistics. I input the X, I input the N. X is the number of successes, N is the number of trials, and it's done like this. I get the sample proportion. I also could test. I could go right here and I could test the proportion of 50%. That's P naught. And now it even gives me the p-value for the test. So I can't reject 50% on a two-tailed test. I could do different alternatives. Yeah, it's so quick. It's so quick. There's the one prop test in R, just prop test, and you enter the summary statistics. So this is why we code. We code because no one wants to sit there and write the equations. It's like, I know what a one proportion test is. I know how to do it. I know how to interpret the output. No more David M. Lane. Yeah, here's your p-value right here. Done. And then, whoa, wait a minute. Well, it's a chi-squared. It's 32%, but the z-score would be close to 1 if we made it an analogous. It's chi-squared with 1 degree of freedom. It does the chi-squared test for this, which is a whole nother story, which we're not getting into. So with this right here, let's start up. Let's go back down to logic. Logic. We have so much to cover. And I've got a huge big thing for you guys. You ready? You ready? Oh, wait, I should go to the main screen because I can do it on the main screen. Guess what? I did it. Questions 8 and 9 on the assignment are worth extra credit. So I don't know if anyone heard that because no one's reacted to it yet. But questions 8 and 9 are worth extra credit. There we go. We're off the radio. We're off the crazy voice. Okay, so there's some good news right there. Extra credit on the assignment. Questions 8 and 9 are worth extra credit. Let's hop back to that main screen right here. Main screen time. Uh-oh. It was rightly sized. I thought it wasn't. So we got some extra credit on the assignment. So if you are already pretty far into it, you are doing pretty well. But 8 and 9 are extra credit. Please start working on the assignment as soon as possible. I know a lot of people have been working really hard. If you ever talk to anyone who took 320, they'll tell you the first assignment really did kind of throw you into the deep end. If you have not looked at the assignment yet, it's like right after class, like with everyone in the Discord and everything, you need to go over there. You need to start working on the assignment. You start pushing your mind. Remember, don't tell people the answers in the Discord, but look at their code. The more you guys work together, like, one thing I just want to say, we have had a lot of success with business analytics students getting jobs, going into graduate schools. Even, I'm not just saying our graduate school, because we have people go to our graduate school, which I think is great, but it's not like we're just going to like have our students go to our graduate school. We have students going to many different graduate schools. We have students getting jobs. And one of the big things they say, office hours are 11:15 after the next class. And one of the big things that they say is that our students have a very strong coding ability. And that's something we really want to foster in our business analytics students. If you look at a lot of stats students, which nothing wrong with stats students, it's more traditional like mathematics skills. And a lot of mathematics degrees, if you don't get an advanced degrees, are going to do things more like teaching. And because it's more about theory and it's more about solving problems. And nothing wrong with a math degree. And math degrees can lead to great opportunities, but maybe I just don't know the math field well enough. But with business analytics, especially with coding is a very much industry skill. It's a technical skill, and we are trying to build that with as many students as possible. And it really is something that I'm not going to say is not fun at times, but it's very. Let me ask you this. Who here has been stuck on code so far in this class, and you get stuck on for like 20 minutes or so, and then you solve it, and when you solve it, you're like, yes, it works, and you're like, yes, you're like, I did it, it works, and you get that like adrenaline rush, like, yeah, it worked. You run the code, and you're like, it worked. Has anyone had that happen yet? Love that feeling. Yep. Yes. So that is kind of one of those moments, at least for me, when you kind of know coding's for you. So that's what you want to when code works and when you hit that run button and it works, you're like, yeah, that's awesome. Like, I still get that rush of adrenaline. Like, I'm about to run a code and I'm like, will it work? And it works. I'm like, yeah, it worked. So there's this like constant, it's like baking a cake or something. Every time you're making a code, you're making a cake, and then you see how it is, you see how it works. So it's tough, and your cakes get more complex as you go on and on and on. So I encourage you guys to code to be practicing. Hopefully we get data camp soon. And I think I only we would find, I put in 50 licenses. I need to say to them, hey, we probably need like 80. But usually we have extra licenses because not everyone signs up. But hopefully they get back to me. It's free for students. It's very rewarding when it clicks. Jordan, 20 points right there. There's some rewarding 20 points for Jordan right there. So in everyone talking about coding, 20 points right there on these 20 Point Tuesdays. So let's start talking a little bit more about coding and making it click. Here we go. Okay. So we have right here the percent in percent shortcut. The percent in percent shortcut. When you use percent in percent, we'll need to save this. File save as. There we go. June 2nd. I'll upload these. So the biggest thing here is what is percent in percent. This is used a lot in the assignments. Let's go for 60 points today. 60 points on these 20 Point Tuesdays. Sylvia, 20 points right there. Great question, Sylvia. So is 20. These are very much could be test questions for you right here. What will this code return right here? I'm just trying to write as many fake test questions as I can. And please post as much as you can in the Discord and the possible test questions. I might just, if enough possible test questions get posted, I'm just going to take as many as I can. Boom, Casey, 20 points right there. Casey, you got it. That's got it right there. So that just tells us true because 20 is contained in that vector. What will, sorry guys. What will this do? What will this do right here? This will do something completely different. What will this do? This runs the code where it says is 20, 20, so what am I talking about? I say that so maybe you think about it, like it's like fill in the blank. You're like, there we go, Alexa, right here, boom, got it, you know what's going on. It's doing a logical check on each one of them. And you can kind of see, I try to remember these things, when you try to read it as a sentence, it helps. When you say, is 20 contained in this vector? Is 20 equal to this? Is 20 equal to this? Is 20 equal to this? So knowing how it works right here, very important. Just be running these short codes. Try to make sure you understand. Try to read it as a sentence. I can't say that enough. Is 20 contained in this vector on the right? Is 20 equal to these things? Like going through one by one by one. So very important. Percent and percent is massively important. Do not use equals equals to see if something is in the list to the right. So don't use equals equals. That'll bad on the assignment. Note on selecting elements of a factor for factors when using equals equals. And once again, right here, we use the percent in percent. So here you are right here. Which of these of X is contained in B, A, or S? And so Dr. Petrie, you're crazy. He's the one who made these slides. So we have here percent in X contained in percent. If you were to run it with equals equals, it would do it as X equals B, X equals A, X equals S. And we can see this in action right here. We can see what happens. I'm going to try not to do that because then it'll go away. We can see if we do letters and we get A, B, C, D, and watch this. Is A, we need to do A in quotes. Why am I doing A in quotes? Why am I doing A in quotes? If I didn't do A in quotes, what would it look for? If I didn't do A in quotes, what would it look for? And don't worry, a lot of people have been, especially with the alumni question, with the checking to see what the class of alumni is, you don't put alumni in quotes. That's a hint for those people who've been emailing me. And so it's a character, you're right. And when you have to check the object alumni, don't put alumni in quotes. Don't worry. If you run into this, email me. Some people was like, wait a minute, every 4 of these are all characters. Am I doing this right? And I said, no. You're treating them as characters where they're objects. So the difference right here is the A down below is an object. The A up above is a character. If you notice the color change between them. So these are small, subtle things, which I'll always try to talk about all the nuance to this. So when we run this right here, we get true. A is contained on the right. But now if we do this, now look at what we get. If we do this, it's going to ask, is A contained in A? Is B contained in B? Is C contained in C? Is D contained in D? D contained in A, my gosh. And we'll get true, false, 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 false. Because it's seeing, is A contained in A? Is B contained in A? Is C contained in A? Is D contained in A? But watch this. What will this return? Just tell me the start of it. Tell me the first two elements of what this will return. What would it actually output if you ran it without the quotes? I think it'll break. Jonathan, 20 points. I think it'll break. I'll do that next. Interestingly enough, this will return false, false to start, unless I've lost my mind. I don't think I've lost my mind yet. It'll return false, false. Lost my mind. Wait. This will return. I did lose my mind. Coffee cooking there. That returns false, false. I was thinking about that. Why didn't I read it the way it's written? Is A contained over here? True. 20 points for everyone getting it right when Brian got it wrong. You just have to read it as a sentence. I keep saying read it. Is A contained over here? Yes, that's true. Is B contained over here? Yes, that's true. But here's what I was kind of pointing to where you might get confused. Why does this return at the start false, false? And why does this return true, true at the start? So if you notice, this returns false, false, this returns true, true. Because the way it checks with equals equals is it asks, is A equal to B? Is B equal to A? Is C equal to B? Is D equal to A? Yeah, it looks for them in the correct sequence. Yep. And then it repeats this sequence. Like it checks A with A, B with B, C with A, D with B, E with A. And then it'll do it in like sequential, like first with first, second with second, third with first. It'll repeat the sequence when needed. Does that make sense? That's one of the like tricky things about this. And A is in the wrong spot because it checks A with B first. On this line of code right here, it checks A with B, B with A, C with B, D with A. Check it out. Watch this. You could go right here and just put an exclamation around this whole thing, and you could flip all the falses and trues. Boom, Brennan, 20 points. That's one of the quickest ways to be like, is it not this? So you either have this or you have not this. So Alexa, good question. So with this code right here, the way it works, this code I'm on right here, it checks A equal to A for the first thing. Then it checks B equal to C. And then, oh my gosh. Then it checks, no, I don't want to do that yet. Then it checks C, correct, equal to A. And then it just continues that pattern. With the one above it, it checks A to B, and then it checks this, and then it checks this. So it goes, is A logically equal to B? Is B logically equal to A? Because it's doing the first of this with the first of this, the second of this with the second of this. And that's why you get the false, false on this one. Because if you look at the code right here, and I'll make it very clear by only showing that code, it gets false, false because A is not equal to B, B is not equal to A, because letters is just the letters in order. Just in case, feel free to ask, what are you clicking when you highlight it and add to that? Oh, yes, just highlight it, like I'm double clicking it. So I just go here, I double click. Great question right there, Sylvia, 20 points. And then just do Shift 9, and you can put quotes around it. If you highlight something and do this, like quotes or parentheses, you can just add. It's a very quick way of adding quotes or whatever you want. Great question. But if you have something highlighted, you can just put quotes. You can just type quotes, and it does it instantaneously. Slightly off topic, but there is a way to stop on the same line of code when you stop, or do you have to go to the next line to start? Great question, Brad, right there, 20 points. I don't think so. If you find a way, tell me, because I do not know of one. So, Brad, really good question. Once you start a comment, you're inside of a comment. So these are all comments right here after the hashtag. And once you're in it, you're in it. Good questions. You guys are working really hard. Like these questions, man, so on point. So keep asking. When you see me do something, just ask how I did it. I will try to explain in as much detail as I can. The subset function. We've talked a lot about the subset function. We've done it a few times. And we have a really great note from yesterday. Like our note from yesterday is just spot on. And I might go a little quick at times. Please tell me if I go quickly. Here it is right here. This note from yesterday, which we'll put in the notes for today, but I think I couldn't make it any clearer when it comes to how the subset function works. So when it comes to the subset function, let's go down here. I like to do this right here. Does everyone notice how we have the first argument, the second argument, and the third argument for 20 points? A lot of people are going to get to their points very quickly. What separates arguments in functions? What separates arguments inside of functions? Like this is the function, and these are the arguments inside of here. And what separates the arguments inside of functions? 20 points. You got it, Nicole, right there. Exactly, Mila and everybody. It's commas. We need those commas. So you can see where the new argument begins right here. And this is another new argument right here. These are not new arguments. And I like doing the sub-indent on it. So just so you can see, like, if I were to make a data frame right here, I could technically, and I've done this before, I could go here and I could say age equals, and then like 25, 28, 31, 38. And I could put a comma, and I could say GPA equals, and then go here and go 3.0 or 3, 4, 2, 3. There we go. And now that's a data frame. So I've now just created a data frame right there, like an Excel spreadsheet. So if you notice, the first argument was a vector of age. And so I just did that. I could have saved it outside of here. And then the second argument for the data frame. Now, there is a concatenate with multiple arguments inside of it. But I like doing this format right here. People have asked, could you just do this? And you could. This will work just the same if I run this line of code right here. But when I write longer bits of code, I like to do the arguments on separate lines. And it'll read through the comma. It might take some practice to learn how to do this type of syntax, but I like it. And probably, like if I did this, it's going to sub-indent. So it's sub-indenting. Like if this vector got really long, it would sub-indent, but it'll still read through this comma. Like you could run this code and it runs perfectly fine. But I wouldn't do that unless the vector got really long and start like so I can kind of read it on the screen as one go around. So that's just the data frame function. I think we'll talk about that today, so I'll leave it in here. Just how to write a data frame right there. That will come up later today. So the first argument inside of subset is what are you subsetting? So we are subsetting right here empty cars. That is the data frame we're subsetting. You can also subset vectors if you want. And then right here, what conditions are we doing? We want a car with a miles per gallon greater than 30, and so it must also have a disp, whatever disp is, greater than 90, and a weight greater than 1. Maybe it's like in tons. And then we want to select these columns. So this argument right here is the columns we want to select. How do you get the console terminal and jobs area on the main coding page? Mine only shows the top part where you write code. Ryan, I bet you're in 20 points right there. I think you're in R. Make sure to go to the bottom. If you're on a PC, hit the Windows button and type RStudio. If you're on a Mac, hit Command Spacebar and type RStudio. Can you have those conditions on one line? Yeah, you can. You could go right here. Let me delete it down. You can do all the conditions on one line. You could do this, and it'll read through the spaces. So this line of code right here will create the same subset as this line of code right here. If you notice, we get the same thing right there as we do right here. So it's the same output. And I just like to do it where it's going like this so we can see that we're still in the conditions right here. And either or is fine because it can just get long. And it's all about how you like to code. That's why we always say coding's a fingerprint. So don't send people your code. Like, I mean, you can help people, but don't just be like, here's the answer. Because then I'll be like, looks weird. You know when you're not helping people if someone's like, what's the answer? And you're like, here's the answer. But if someone's like, what's wrong with my code? And you're like, oh, you need to change this, this, this. Then they've done a lot of work. They've pushed their mind. You're in RStudio? Ryan, send me a picture of what's happening, and I'll figure it out. That's weird. Yeah, it should have everything on there. We'll look into it. We got this, Ryan. 20 points, Ryan, right there. We're going to figure this out. Thank you for telling me. So send me a picture of what's going on. And do remember, I think I still have it up. Whenever you have a problem, use the correct email title, send me a picture of your problem, and send me the file. The file really helps. Sometimes I'll be able to figure it out without the file, but having your file makes it a lot easier because I can like manipulate your data. I can try different things, and then I can be like, okay, this is where the problem's at. I can figure it out a lot of times without the file, but it takes me longer. And it just helps to open up the file, run the code, adjust things, rather than like I've had to retype people's code for. Yeah, it might be minimized. Mila, 20 points. Yes, I like you guys trying to help out there. We can try to figure out what's going on. So the subset, here's how we can subset a vector. I don't do a lot of subsetting of vectors. I mean, just other ways to do it. But you can see right here where we have x is what we're subsetting. And then we're going to do x greater than 5. Yes. Actually, let's show that. So what Brennan's pointing out right here is this button right here. I think there's the up button, and then here's the down button. So maybe these buttons right here, the console. So you need to click these buttons right here. So maybe we'll find out. Was that it? We'll see if Ryan got it fixed. Hopefully that's it. That might be it. We will find out. We've got here subsetting a factor. So if you look at this, it's x, and let's look at the conditions right here. Let's bring this over. Let's highlight this code, bring it over here into R. They don't show up on page. Oh, well, we're going to figure this out. Send me a picture of it, and I'll try to figure out what's going on right there. So I can, and then we go right here. And maybe, let me show you. I can show you what R looks like. Can I bring up R? I don't even know how to bring up R. Like, I have a heart. I don't know how to, I use R so rarely, but send me a picture and we will figure it out. So what we have here is a factor with A, B, B, A, cat, dog. And we want right here only the stuff that is A or B. And there it is. Now, one important thing to do, and don't worry, please keep emailing me questions because I'm going to mention things that people especially have been emailing me. So do you notice how it says levels right here? There is a function, which I think we've talked about, called the levels function. And the levels function, you can put into it x. Didn't we save x? Am I losing my mind? Oh, it doesn't have a capital. It's not capital levels. Brennan, you're awesome. Brennan, you're at 100 points. Thank you so much, Brennan. That is a good suggestion right there. Brennan, you are very much probably right. So we see right here that we have the levels of x, and you have just viewing them. I think there's a question on the assignment that talks about what are the levels of this, and if you want to view something's levels, and maybe you want to find which level is equal to cat, does anyone maybe know which kind of thing I'm talking about right here? This is literally the answer to a question with fraternities and sororities. And I will be doing more after class, but you could find which level is the cat level like that. Does that seem similar to maybe a code you wrote for the homework if you've been working on it? When you're looking for a certain group in a fraternity or sorority and then figuring out which one. Also, please note, I want you to note how I built this code up. First thing I did was I checked for levels. Well, first thing I did was I typed levels in with a capital L and it didn't like it. Then I typed in levels, and then I looked to see what level is equal to cats, and then I used which, and it returned the position of the true right here. So please note, don't write all your code at one time. I can't say that enough. Don't write the whole thing out. Even I don't do that. I'm always like, okay, I want to do this, I want to do this, and I run it every time I make it. So you want to start by writing something small, and then just build it as you go. Be like, okay, I want to find the cat level, I want to do this, I want to do this, and you just build it up as you go. So we could even use this now to overwrite the cat level in the vector by going to x, and we could go to our levels of x. So we could go to levels of x, and then we could go to the position with this, and we could store into it c. And now if we go to x, guess what? It's been recoded. So yeah, I think that's it too. That works too. This right here, Brad, I kind of did it right here. This code right here, Brad. Yep, this code works, and I'll post this after class. So this code right here works for overwriting a level, finding it, and overwriting it. And if you look at what you'd need to change, here is the vector name. Here is so you'd have to input your vector name. Here's the original name of the level. And then here is the new name of the level. Oh my gosh. Brendan and Ryan, 100 points each. You guys are maxed. I know I break the rules all the time, but thank you so much. Yeah, the pains. I should have realized that. You guys are awesome. Love it. Love you guys helping each other out. And N levels will get us the amount of levels next. Yep. I'm trying to think. Alex, good question. Alex, 20 points. Great job. N levels gets you the number of levels. I don't use that one that much. There you go. 4 levels. There you go. That's the number of levels. That's it. You got it. Just always try to think about what it's asking. It's saying how many levels are in X. So we need a categorical variable. And what are the number of levels? Amazing job right there. Amazing comments and stuff right there. You guys are on point. Like I said, all these questions, I can tell you guys have been working on it, trying it, and that's what you have to do. If you work on the assignments while we're doing the work, you come in with questions like, wait, and then when I'm explaining things, you're like, wait a minute, that's how that works. And it starts to click. It just takes time, and I'm really proud of you guys and gals. So I say you guys a lot. I'm just from New York. Even though I'm wearing my Vol for Life shirt today, VFL, Vol for Life, because we're all Vols. So Vol means all and Vols help all. Remember that. Put those two together. Vol means all and Vols help all. That's what we do. So Vols help all. VFL. So levels is just like categories within a function. Levels means it's a categorical variable, and it's the levels means it's categorical, and it's the levels is the things inside of it. Like if you look at like freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, the variable would be class level or class. You could just say class. And then the levels, which are the different individual categories, like levels basically mean categories in a categorical variable. Does that make sense? Levels would be categories inside of a categorical variable. That's what levels are. So the variable itself is a factor, and then the things inside of a factor are the levels of a factor. So, and good questions. 20 points right there. Antonio, great questions. Named vectors of integers. So, yeah, no, good questions. You just gotta put a place in your mind for it. A named vector, a table is a named vector, and I was actually working with stuff last night on this, making some more ggplot objects or plotly objects. So I got to finish those up today. Yay! Whatchamacallit? We want a table. We're gonna go here. I'm gonna open up the library reg class. If you're having trouble installing libraries or anything, please email me. Working with a lot of people on a lot of different issues. Don't wait till 8 or 9 to start the assignment tonight. People who have started the assignment, should people wait till like 10 p.m. to start the assignment tonight? I mean, I would have said start earlier than today, but don't wait. Don't wait. There's a whole reason why, our first assignment was due Friday and then our next assignment's due tonight. It's because we've been learning a lot, and just if you tackle the parts of it that you can, if you look at it and you give it a try for each one, it just gets easier. And don't worry, like I said, some people make a bad grade on the first assignment and do fine in the class. I had one student who got through our master's program, did a great job. He was like, yeah, I made a C in 320 and like a B in 474. And then one day it just clicked. One day I was like, whoa, this is how it works. This is what business analytics is. Do we have to complete the question? Nope. You can jump around. I mean, some of them like, no. A lot of them are like piecemeal. A lot of them are like, you can do this part of this part of this part of this part. So you could do them in any order. Just gonna yawn here. Not gonna yawn. And some stat power. Okay. We were doing a table. Let's do a table. Table survey. $10 sign. Let's go for handedness. Now, the thing about this table is this is a vector. So I'm just going to call this tab. I call my tables tab. It's a habit I do. I'm just going to store it. So now whenever I run tab, it prints my table. But this is what we call a named vector. And there's things that I didn't know for maybe my first year of teaching R, like not teaching R, excuse me. Well, I did 320 first. And then when I did 474, we realized that people needed coding experience before we actually started teaching them like regression and stuff. So if you took this class 5 or 6 years ago when we first started this new method of teaching it, we didn't teach you how to use R. We just started up day one like, welcome to regression. Let's do some irregular old statistics. Install R, have it ready, and you'll be using R. And then we found that people were just completely lost on using R. And by the end of the semester, some people were like, yeah, I have no idea how to use R. So then we were like, okay, first month of the class or first like week and a half for us online here is learning how to use R. And so we changed the course. Does everyone see how this is the first element of the table? Will this print the whole table for me, yes or no? Look at how long the table is. Will this code right here print the whole table? Will it? Think about it. It will. Brad, right there, 20 points. Yep, it's the whole table. A lot of times I wonder, I think this will give an error. Oh, it says NA. It says there's nothing there. I keep thinking of Ned Flanders being like, nothing at all. Nothing there. Old Simpsons is the best. So it's saying there's nothing in there, nothing in those spots. And So you can see we can print the different elements of the table. Now there's this cool function I like. No one likes it besides me. It's called unname, and you can remove the names of a named vector. So now you see it's just a vector with no names on it. I didn't store it over, so I can still do this. And watch this. You could go to names. I bet names will work, because those are names, right? So it'll tell me the names in those positions. There's the names in those positions, if you ever want to grab the names. And I had one more thing I wanted to do. Oh, yes, I know what I'm going to do. So we're going to go to tab, then we're going to go here and go to left, and you can actually call the position. Does that make sense right here? And you can call left by either this or this. So since it's a named vector, that named vector has a position and it has a number. And so this right here is an important thing to know, that positions also have names. Just like when we go to survey 10, you could be in survey 10 and you could call handedness, and that works. Does everyone see that this column has a name, but this column I think is column 7? Oh, God, it's going to be scary if I know that. No, it's not column 7. It's column 6. It's not column 6. It's column 8. It's one of these columns, 5 through 11. Oh, it looks to be column 10 right there because I see it there. So it's column 10. There we go. So if you notice how I can I wouldn't normally search around for it like that. So it's a lot easier to just go here if I know it's called handedness, and I go here and I just type handedness like this, and it prints it. I think there's another one, GPA, and so there's the GPA. I could do weight, but it's nice and easy to just get the vectors because the vectors have a name, so you can call the position of the vector with the name. Just like this table, let's look at the table again. This table has names, so you can call the positions by a name. So just like if you go to names of survey 10, you'll get the names for the data frame, which are the column names. And these be names. There we go. Or you got to calm down. You got to be good today. There we go. There are the names of the data frame right there. And once again, one thing I want to say is use your autocomplete. If you notice I make mistakes every once in a while because I don't let autocomplete do its thing. Autocomplete will help you out, especially if you start typing in capital letters. Autocomplete will be like, nope, lowercase letters. So every time you see an autocomplete option, click it. And I'm not actually scrolling over to click it. I'll start typing something like this, and sometimes I'll just scroll down to go to it. And I can even do the save into. Oh, I don't want to save into that. No, don't want to do that. So, but there's so many options. So many options. Okay, growing and appending to vectors. So when you create a vector, you can actually append onto them really, really, really easily, and you can change positions. So we could go to our table right here, and we could go to a specific position in the table. Like we could go to tab, position 2, and overwrite it with NA. There you go. There is nothing in position 2. I could go to tab position 2 and overwrite it with 100. There you go. Overwrote what the number in position 2. I could go to the name in position 2, and I could overwrite that with Brian. Oh, wait, what'd I do? Name, tab, oh. Name of tab, position 2. There we go. Oh, wait. Couldn't find the function name. Oh, good question. There we go. Alex, 20 points. There's no undo. Ryan, 20 points. It is names. Yup. I just said I'll use autocomplete. I keep thinking it's a name today. I know, Alex. You're right. Oof. It's like, I need that Roblox. Oof. There's no undo. That table's broken. You undo the following way. You go back here and you remake your table. So we often want our code to go in some sort of order because if we do this, there's no undo for naming that. If you notice how now I'm going to the names vector, because this is kind of its own thing. It's a named vector, so it's got a vector name above it. So there's a lot going on right here, like knowing there's a position in the vector. So I could overwrite the number in under Brian right there to be nothing. But you can't undo it. You can hit Control Z, but that'll undo the code you wrote, not undo the running of the code. So very important thing. There's no undo in R. Like, I should put that as true false on the test. That's a really good test question. You can undo running code in R. True or false? What is that? True or false? 20 points in the chat. We're maxing everyone out today by all these 20 pointers. You can undo running code in R. False. False. All these test questions I just want to put on the test. Like, you guys got to remind me. We need to put them on the Discord. And you need to put like true or false. You can undo running code in R. And it's false. It's like no. And that's something once you know it, you're like, well, no, you run the code. You can write code that undoes it, but you can't, just click Control Z or Command Z. It won't undo it. There's no undo. Deleting elements. You can easily remove elements with the following. So we're going to go here, and Brian has totally messed up the table. And so he wants his table without 2. So you see now I've removed 2 from the table just with the minus sign right here. You could concatenate, and there's a really long way of just getting element 1. But there's just element 1 because now I've concatenated, and you have to watch out. Why can anyone explain, and this is a common mistake, can anyone explain, try to type this out, why this code doesn't work? I think it'll give a dimension error. So, yep. Why does that code not work? I mean, I could try without the minuses. It's not going to work still. Why does this code not work right here? Why is it getting mad, and what does a dimension error mean? It means you're treating a as a what, and it gets mad. So once again, think about it. You're treating a this as a this, and it's getting mad saying, I can't do that. Which I think, yeah, you're trying to grab 2 dimensions. Antonio, 20 points. You're trying to grab 2 dimensions from a 1-dimensional object, because although this thing looks like maybe it has 2 dimensions to you, it's just a vector. It's just a named vector, which it's like houses on a street. Imagine a long street, and we say this is house 1 right here. This is house 2, and then house 1 is called ambidextrous. House 2 is called right. So it's just a long street, and the street, we might have to like wrap it around if we view it like in a very long fashion. Like, I'll show you, like, this is just a vector right here, but it's wrapping around the screen like it goes, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's a singular so we should make it a singular argument. Jonathan, 20 points right there. It should be one argument. And you notice right here, the comma is inside of the concatenate. And so we're actually saying inside of the element space, because this is all elements right here. That's the elements we're taking. Take the elements. Don't take the elements -2 and don't take the elements 3. Don't take the elements 2 and don't take the elements 3. The minus means don't take it. And if we just do it by itself, like if we do 2 and 3, it'll just return elements 2 and 3 of the table. So the minus says don't take it. So you could do 2 minus 3. And so this is, that'll be interesting. What is that going to do? Oh, yeah, yeah. And then let's change it to this. So I think it got mad because I'm using a 2 and a -3, because now this says just don't take 3. But combining the minuses and the regulars, I didn't know what it would do, and it got mad. Yeah, doesn't like it. It's like, because now you're saying take 2 and take everything but 3. So it's like, how do I take 2 and everything but 3? So because it just doesn't make sense to it, it got really angry at me. It's like, no, this doesn't work. You can't do that. I've never tried that before. Just didn't make sense. Backtracking slightly, the names just renames the column title to Brian. You got it. Yep. This code right here renames name of vector position 2. So it's not really a column. I mean, don't worry, Alex. You're 20 points, Alex. It's kind of a column, but it's technically in this sense, this is a named vector. So this is a named vector, which is very similar to the idea of column names. Like when you think about a column name, it's just like an Excel spreadsheet. So this is not data right here. Does that make sense that this is not data? We don't have data point gender, data point height, data point weight. So the same function that runs names for a data frame runs names for a named vector. And so right now this table right here is a vector because these are not variables inside of it. This is not variable ambidextrous. This is not variable Brian. It's position Brian. It's position ambidextrous. Does that make sense? The small difference between a named vector and a names in a data frame. Small difference. Names in a data frame is for two-dimensional. So here's names in a data frame. It just looks like an Excel spreadsheet with column names, and these are the vectors or variables inside of it. And then names for a named vector is like houses on a street, I'd say. Think of it as houses on a street, and house 1 is ambidextrous. So I could say go to house 1, and it'll tell me that. Or I could say to go to house ambidextrous, which I'm not trying to spell. And now it goes to house ambidextrous. So calling it house 1 attains for me position 1, or calling it position ambidextrous obtains for me the same thing. Just knowing that works right there and how named vectors worked it's kind of important. I didn't know it for like my first year. And I was like, wait a minute, what's a named vector? And then I read about it. I was like, oh, wow. So many things to learn. The negatives still trip me up. Is R just taking literally every position but the negatives ones? Yep. Totally it. That's it. Watch this. We can do a rather large data set. Really good question, Brennan. 20 points, Brennan. We could go here to survey, and we could say take everything but the first column. And if you notice this humongous data frame we're getting still, because it's taking everything but the first column. And I can't remember, you see here's gender. So it took gender, height, all these things. And the only thing it didn't take, everything but the first row. Wow, my brain needs to, here we'll do everything but the first column. I can't remember my row space or column space. So I want to rock. Rows, columns. So this is everything but the gender column. And let's go right here, and you'll notice it starts with height and has to wrap it around the screen. So you see the first column I get is the height column, but the first column in the data frame is the gender column. So it did everything but the first column. You could do everything but the first and the second column. There we go. It could do everything but the first, second, third, fourth. You can just keep removing columns out here by what you want. And now we've done everything but the first, second, third, fourth. So we can go back and see where this starts. Or you know what we could do? We could just call this data frame, store it into something, and we've created a subset, and it starts at GPA, where the other one starts at desired weight. So look at what I did right here. First, second, third, fourth column. When you look at my subset now, I've removed those out. It starts at GPA because GPA was the fifth, and we removed out these columns. Does that help make sense of it? Does that make sense, Brennan? That it's literally creating into data frame, taking from my survey 10 and removing out the columns 1, 2, 3, and 4. So you can see here's the original. That made it click. That's why I like, yeah, good questions. Brennan, 20 points again. Yeah, hopefully that helps. And seeing like, here's columns 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to take from survey 10 everything but those columns and store them into data frame. And here's the new data frame. What does the comma do exactly before the C? Great question. Who can explain that? Antonio, 20 points. Why is there a comma right here? Look at survey 10. Look at it here. Why is there a comma right here in survey 10? And I made a mistake first because everything inside of here, this is something, and then everything over here is something on the other side of this. This is the blank space over here. Sorry. This is the blank space. This is the blank space. Yes, Brennan, 20 points. Great job. Rows and columns, Emily, 20 points too. Yep. You got it. Mila, you guys are getting it. You just have to ask questions right there. And Chow, 20 points too. So great job, Grant, 20 points. Yes, you're getting it. If you can answer these questions, you're doing well. Awesome job. What could be on your midterm. Very much could be on it. Working with two vectors, just appending them together, multiplying vectors. I've got a very short video on this. Yep, it's taking all the rows. So, it's taking just all of them, not doing anything. If you leave it blank, Antonio, 20 points, you take all the rows. So you take everything. And just to show real briefly right here, if I were to take, where are the right notes right now? Oh, that's June 1st. I was like, what's going on? If I were to take and go here, this will take the full data frame for me. This will take the whole data frame because I'm saying take all the rows, all the columns, and that's the whole entire data frame. This would say take row 1, column 1, and that's just female because that's the first thing right over here. The very first thing right here is just female. So I could go to row 1, column 2, row 1, column 2. And if you look, that's 72, and that's this right here, row 1, column 2. So kind of like see how it works with like saying go to this position in this two-dimensional object. So it gets you two-dimensional objects. Emily, 20 points right there. and working with 2 vectors. We don't do a lot of vector mathematics, but fun stuff. It's not much in the first assignment, so I'm like, it's all right. Equally sized vectors. We talked about this a little bit. What'll happen if you don't have equally sized vectors is it'll loop around. So you'll get an error, like if you try to add things together, like watch, we'll grab these vectors. They're equally sized, so you can add them. It'll just do 1 plus 6, and it'll loop when it gets back around. But if we don't have equally sized vectors, it'll say to us, hey, got some weird error here. So we're going to go here, and we're going to add in one more element. Oh, did it already? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, it already has it. So we can go here, x plus y. Does it not give the error message? Yep, there it is. And so you notice here, it just runs out of things to use, and it gives a warning message. So this is a keynote. Warnings is when R is saying to you, hey, something weird happens, and errors are when R says to you, hey, stop, we're not doing this. It's like, nope, game over, buddy. It's like, you're done. So, like, error is the game over, and warning is the, like, are you sure about this? Are you sure? So just think about that. Like, we have warnings in R, which are like, did you mean to do this? Your vector is different lengths. Did you want that? And then errors are like not happening. And so we can make an error right here where we say sample. And I think we did this at the end of class yesterday. Sample from the numbers 1 through 10 and sample 11 of them. And it says to me, and look, I get no output. So look at the small difference between a warning, like, did you know that you didn't put the vectors in that are the same length? I mean, I still made your output, but here you go. And then the error is like, not happening, game over. So very important to know the difference between a warning and an error. So errors just break your code. If you get an error, nope, not happening. No code run. None for you. So we see what's going on there. Adding levels to a factor. We did this earlier. Now, when you add levels to a factor, what function do you think you should call to add levels to a factor? How do you think you get to those levels? It's on here somewhere. Who's got for 20 points? Where should you start calling to add levels to a factor? What function would be really good for getting levels for a factor? Levels right there, Brennan, you're right. And so what we can do is I like to do our own examples. Brennan, 20 points, great job. We're going to go here to the levels of handedness in survey 10. And if you notice, there's the levels. I'm going to go to level 4. I'm going to call level 4 Brian. I don't know why I just put my name in there. Now if I go to the levels of handedness, there's a 4th level. But you know what's really interesting? Here's the really crazy thing, is I'm going to go to survey 10, handedness, and I'm going to store into position 1. I'm going to store into position 1, Darren. And you know what's going to happen? That dreaded error warning message. Did it work? Oh, it generated an NA. So it said, warning, I really can't do that. The code ran. I thought it might give an error. I knew it would have a problem. And we can take a look at this. If we go to handedness in our survey, it generated an NA for the first person for handedness. I didn't call them Darren. So here's where I tried to store Darren into here. I tried to store Darren into position 1. And think, why is this a one-dimensional object? Right now, a vector in the data frame looks like this. Can everyone see that Brian's making like a column? Is a column one-dimensional or 2? I want to see in the chat. Everyone, if you're awake, what is a column, one-dimensional or 2? Here's a column. I'm trying to make it as thin as possible. Is it one-dimensional or 2? You got it right there, Sylvia and Brian, 20 points. Who else is going to get 20 points? Sarah and everyone, and Brad and Alex and Austin. You got it. A column is one-dimensional. So this object, I wish I could click it and highlight it. Now it's ordered. So that object right there is one-dimensional, and I overwrote this. Now, this is weird. It's because there is no Darren level. I could go here, and I could create a Darren level. We'll just change the Brian level to Darren. So I'm going to change the Brian level to Darren, and the Brian level is now Darren. And now if I try to overwrite position 1 to Darren, it runs. So you literally have to have that level in your levels vector to make it exist. Did everyone see how when I first ran it, it put an NA in there. But then when I added that level to the levels vector, it let me add that. But when Darren did not exist in the levels vector, when it was just ambidextrous left, right, Brian, there's no Darren in there. It says, nope, we can't create a Darren category because there's no Darren category for us to put Darrens into. Sorry, Darren. But does this make sense? That if I try to change this position right here to something, literally something, it'll say, nope, can't do that. And look, you see it change up there. I can change it to Darren. I can change it to right. But if I change it to something that does not exist, it'll get mad and say, I can't do that. There is no level for that. How would you change the name of the column headedness to something? Yeah. Watch this. We can go to the names vector. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try it a new way that I've never tried it. And I'm gonna go to here and I'm gonna go to position handedness. I wonder if this will work. This is I know another way. I'm gonna try this. And I'm gonna go here and call this hand. Which hand? Okay. Let's see if this works. It didn't work. What number is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 10. I think we figured that earlier. So I need to go to position 10. I didn't think that had names to it. Yep. There we go. There's the code right there. Really good question, Brad. 20 points. There's a safer way of doing it. Here, let me take this code right here. I just like showing it this way so you can see it change. The code you really might want to use is, this is going to get complicated pretty quickly right here. So you want to go names of survey 10 equals equal to which hand and which. And we want to call this now back to handedness. Okay, I think that'll do it. Yeah, it did it. There we go. This, and it's in the notes, is the right way to change names. Let me put this back. That's a really long bit of code, and it's a lot. This one took me a lot of practice to get down, but I'm going to the names vector. I'm finding which one has this name. So when you look at this, this goes to the name vector. It finds the one that has this name, and then it returns the position of it right here. So it does a true-false check, and then it returns the position of the true. So this literally just became 10. It literally just became 10. All that code right there was go and find that. And then I go to position 10, and I overwrite what is in position 10 in the names vector. This is in the notes. It's how to change category names and stuff like this. But this is a really good way that you could use it. And I should turn this into a function, which I could do because I've used this one a lot before. It's a very safe way to change things. That took me probably a semester of helping students to practice that and get it down and know how to write it, not just memorize it, but understand the steps to create that code to change a certain thing by doing a logical check. And when I have to work on these things, I realize how tough it'll be for students. I don't expect you to get that one quickly, but please, when you're stuck on these things, please email me. It takes a lot of practice. So renaming levels of a factor. Wait a minute. Is this where we have it? Here's where we rename a level. Once again, everything I've just been doing. Here it is. Here it is right here. This code right here, which looks so simple at times. If you notice, we're not doing the same thing. We're going to the names vector. Now we're going to the levels vector. We're going to the levels, and look, we're going to the X. So we could use this. Watch this. Let's go to survey 10, and let's go to, let me do this. I'm going to call survey 10 $, let's go to handedness. It's down here. And I'm going to store handedness into just a vector in the environment handedness. So now I'm going to go to the levels of handedness, which just so you can see, there's the levels. And I'm going to go to the ones that are equal to left, and I'm just going to call them L. Notice the syntax here. This is what you're going to, what you want the levels of. So I want the levels of handedness. And then the only other things you need to change are, what is it originally called? So this is what it's originally called down here. And then this is what you want it to become. So let's run this. And then let's take a look at it again. Does everyone see how I've renamed that level? You might say, why would you do it this complicated way? It's a very safe code that will not mess up. If you rerun it, it won't overwrite stuff. So you won't rewrite the wrong position. It'll do a logical check and only run code and change names when that level exists. So you're not going to a position that might change. You're searching for something. You're saying search for this and change this. So it's a lot safer than saying go to this position. Because if you say go to this position, well, maybe your table changes. So you don't even need to know the position number. You're not hard coding a position into a table. You're saying search for this in the table, and then where you find it, do this. Way safer than saying go to this position just because you saw it in a position at one time. If my table gets moved around, the code right here will always find where left is at. But left is in position 2. This code right here will always go to position 2. Right now, nothing needs to run because position 2 has been changed. It's saying overwrite position 2 with left, which will do this. And we could go right here and call it left again, and that will change it to this again. But we usually like safer code, and that code right there changes it. So remember, all this code right here is literally just obtaining the position of the ones that are logically equal to left. Does that make sense? Hopefully, I know that got a little bit complicated. But understanding that this, because we use which, we're just basically building our coding knowledge. Don't worry, we're almost done. We're doing really well. We're making good time today. We've covered some big stuff. I know. I get a little scared when the class gets quiet. I'm like, oh no. Dealing with blanks. So this is a problem we have right here. If you notice, take a look at this. We have levels that we're going to replace here, and this is very important. We have blank, space, 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 which is a blank, and \t. So we have all of these right here, and we're going to input missingness for them. So we're inputting missingness for all of these things right here. So this is just using the same code we used before, but now we're saying there's multiple things we want to replace. We're going to find the levels here that have all of these issues, and then we're going to recode them as missingness. So there's a really quick way to recode data, and we're saying go to all of these spots that are levels of this and change them to missing, and boom, look at this. Missing, 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 missing. And it's a really, 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 really quick way. So power of coding, once again, power of coding. Combining levels of a factor. So when we do this right here, we can put things into one factor right here. So let's say, which we should be able to do, we're going to levels vector, and then we're overwriting. Let's say I want to call, there we go, I want to do this. If I want to go to the handedness level, and I go to, I think it's, we go other. Let's go AMBA level 1 and level 4. We're just going to call this other. So look at this right here. We're going to combine these. And if we go to the handedness level now, we have left, right, and other. But watch out. It's probably a bad way of doing it because now this might get mad at me. There is no level 4. Well, now, oh, good. If I do this, here we'll do this. Now we have other. Now everyone's other. I'm kind of coding in a way I shouldn't code because notice when I ran that a second time, it first took the other and put it took left, other and left and put them together into other. And then the second time it took other and right. And now everyone's just other. So literally if I look at handedness and there's only other levels. So I've totally destroyed my data, but it can be fixed instantaneously with this. There we go. Oh, I still have Darren there. So I could remove that Darren level right there. I can do all these different things. But very important right here. We could probably, I'm going to try something I've never tried. Let's try to move Darren this way. This might work. No, it doesn't like null. Would like NA? Likes NA. So NA means nothing. There's nothing there. So we were able to remove Darren with that method right there. I overwrote Darren's position with nothing. So there's nothing in Darren's position. And probably if there was data for Darren, it probably would become NA. It'd probably make the data. And we can confirm this by going here and overwriting right with nothing. And then let's look at the handedness. And we've removed all the right-handers. So now all the right-handers have become NA because there are no right-handers. Who feels like this is making sense? Let me talk to you guys again. I've been going on for a little while here, and everyone's been pretty quiet. Is it making sense what I'm doing by overwriting the levels, and then that changes what the categorical variable has in it. Like by adjusting the levels. Okay, good. I've talked a lot about categorical variables right here and how R handles them, and it's a lot. Left-handers rise up, but yeah, you're the only ones. We should remove the ambidextrous next. Look at this. Now there's literally only left-handers. We've only got here left-handers. So everyone else has been removed. And so pretty crazy right there. Awesome stuff. Let's continue on right here. Safer ways of doing it. Lots of ways to do this. So don't worry, you're fine. Ordinal categorical variables. Pretty good stuff. I might go a little quick here because don't worry, not so important for the assignment. But we see here an ordinal categorical variable right here has been created. Freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. And here's the way to order the variable. You put it inside of a factor. You do ordered equals true. And then you put the levels in the order you want. So this will turn x into a factor that is ordinal. Don't worry, not too much in the first assignment, but still important to know. Still important to know. So we have here testing a categorical variable as treating a categorical variable as text. We're about to see a very important thing, though. These are a family of as functions right here. So please note there's the as and the is functions. So what does as do? If you do as dot something like as dot character, it'll report whatever you put in as a character. If you do as dot numeric, it'll report whatever you put in as a numeric. If you do as dot factor, which is the same as factor as far as I've seen, they're very similar. It'll report whatever you put in as a factor. Notice the small difference that this is one as a word, this is one as a number, and this is one as a factor. Hence, it reported the levels, which is just one level of 1. But there's a very important error we have. If we have a factor right here, this will be in the slides, like this. Let's have this factor right here. Let's call it x. And then we go to as dot numeric. And we put it to numeric. Guess what happens? It did what to them? It alphabetized them. And we can confirm this by putting an A right here. And when we run this, you'll see A will become what? What will A become? So I'd love this as a test question. What will A become when this code is run? What is A after this code is run? Who knows? 20 points. What will A be when this code is run? It'll alphabetize them. What will A become? Close. I see where you're going with that. No one's got it yet. Close. I see where you're going. You're on the right track. For Casey. Casey, that's worth 60 points. Casey, you're maxed. Casey's right. A will become 4. Because A is the 4th numeric. A is the 4th numeric. Does that make sense? Because numbers come first. So it goes like 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then A is after that. So A is the 4th numeric. So what does as dot factor do? It puts things in, if you turn something to a factor, if you turn a factor numeric, it'll put them in numeric order. Now, here's the thing you have to do to get them to be numbers is you'd have to go here and save x, overwrite it as dot character, and turn x to a character. And now let's take a look at what x is. X is now words. Oh, we want not the A in there because that'll be a problem. It's now words, and now we're going to overwrite this as numeric. So literally, this is crazy right here, but literally you have to go from factor to words, from words to numbers. Does everyone see? If I hashtag out this line of code right here and I don't do this step, it puts them in numeric order. Oh, I'm not printing X. There we go. It puts them in numeric order. I still don't get how A went to 4. Oh, but it's because when we do like numeric ordering, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then A. So watch this. If I put in here let's put in Z. What will Z become here? What will Z become when I run this code? Z will become, watch for it, 4. Because Z is numerically last. And so it's putting them in numeric order. Like if I put in here an 8, what will 8 become now? What will 8 be? 8 will be what? 8 will now become 4. And Z is now 5 because Z is the 5th numeric object. Like in numeric order. Like when you talk about like, or alphabetical. Oh my gosh, sorry. Alphabetical order. There's a lot of numeric things going on right here. So it's turning this into alphabetized order. Does that make sense, Antonio? It's turning it to an alphabetized order. Yeah. So what will, I know I'm asking a lot of questions right here. What will A become in this code now? So characters, maybe 20 points, Brandon, right there. You get it? What will A become in this code right now? 5. You're right. Casey, great job. Yep. A becomes 5. Because it's the Antonio. Great job, Antonio. Love seeing that answer right there. Yep. A becomes 5, and then Z is 6. And you could put in here like Y, and then Y will be 6, Z will be 7. Because it's putting them in alphabetical order. Great job right there. Awesome work. Everyone answering with 5 gets 20 points right there. Great job. Excellent work. And that's just what's going on right here as we switch them. So if you notice right here, this is the same code I was just doing. So if you notice, I'm doing everything that's in the notes. So we are covering every bit of notes, and there's all these examples in the notes that I don't like doing the exact sample examples in the notes, or you'd be like, I could just look at the notes. So I like doing our own examples and creating it as we go. But same thing, just showing you what happens if you convert it. Data frames, yes. Now we're going to speed up here. Like, slow down. Here's a data frame. A data frame just looks like a what? A what spreadsheet? What's that program we think of when we think of data frames? When you think of a data frame, I just want you to think of this program. Every time, 20 points in the chat. Who's going to say it? You got it right there, Mila, Excel, and Dennis, and Sarah. You guys got it. And Brad, and Austin, and Alex. Excel. Just think of Excel. You got it. Stevenson, 20 points right there. You got it. So, and Connor. I'm trying to find names I haven't called today. Yes, everybody. It's Excel. You can turn things into data frames. We saw this earlier. The data frame function turns things into data frames. Data frame function takes vectors. So the data frame function takes vectors. Caroline, 20 points. So all we do is we put vector X, vector Y, vector Z, and then it takes those vectors and turns them into the columns. Data frame function takes vectors that are just long like streets and turns them into the columns. Google Sheets. 20 points, Dennis. No Google. I don't care Google Sheets. So we saw this earlier where Brian created a data frame somewhere so long ago. And we have right here, age was our first vector and GPA was our second vector. And we just turned it into a data frame. And then I could store it into I usually just store it into DF for data frame. And then you could run your data frame here and just print it to the screen. So look at this and think this is a vector. And remember, it looks like this. And then we're just turning into that first column. That's the first argument. This is a vector here. And it looks like this. And then we're just turning it into a column right here. So you can see the column right here that's been turned into. So this was the first person. This was the first person, second. I think if you do it a little bit, you write it, it makes more sense. Data frames, the main argument you need to put in there is like, what are you vectorizing? What are you putting into columns? The vectors you're putting into columns. So data frames right here with names. We usually use uppercase names for data frames. Cool. Here's an example of the tips data set. Cool. Read.csv. Now I'm going to go very quickly through this part. There's like 3 or 4 slides right here that I'm going a little quickly through because I've got a video about how to load data into R, but loading data into R, there's so many ways. There's read.csv, read.table. You'll literally see read.table right here. So there's read.csv, there's read.table, there's read.xlsx, there's read.spss, there's read.asas thing, which is a crazy long thing. But when you bring data into R, it's probably one of the most important things. And let me just mention this briefly right here. You may have seen me use a function called data. Data is like pre-installed data inside of R. And here's all my pre-installed data. This is like the free games that are on your computer that you don't have to load up. They're always there. Like if you get Windows, you get Minesweeper, maybe Minecraft now. But I don't know. I'm old. So I need to stop saying that. It gets less funny the older I get. But we have here data sets like Iris. Iris is already inside of R. So if I call Iris, there's the Iris data set. I didn't have to load it. So these data sets, you do have to load some of them. Iris is kind of open by default. if I call survey 11, I'm not actually loading a CSV file. But I could do read.csv, and this would read in a CSV. I could do read.table, and this would read in a table. I could, do I have the XLS package on here? Nah, don't got it. I can't remember the name of it. Can't remember read.xlss. I don't have it installed on here right now. Here's the different read functions. A whole bunch of different ones on here. So ftable, I think, is in stats. Is that the one? Some people tell me to use different things. But knowing which read function to use and how to use them is very important because that's how you're going to read in data files. Throughout this class, we'll mainly use read.csv. If you find better ways or have better ideas, and I need to talk to Connor because he was telling me about this function's better for this function's better for this. There's always better ideas. Because one thing about reading in data, like why is there a better way to read in data? When you get to larger data frames, reading it in faster is actually very important. So the way in which it kind of figures out how to read the table and does like a smart analysis of it, it might be in dplyr. There's one function that does it, but do I have dplyr on? Let me see. So I'm going to load dplyr. Nope, dplyr was not on because I got the text saying it's loading. So we go here to read, and I don't see a dplyr read. So I don't know where that was at. Is it in Tibble? Let me try one last thing here. Tibble deals with tables. Is that Tibble? And then we do read. There's not a Tibble read on there. I'm looking at, if you're wondering what I'm looking at over here. This is the name of the package which things are located from. So everyone see it's saying this is in BASR, this is in the utilities, this is in stats. So whenever you call a function, like if I call a plotly function, it'll tell me that it's in plotly. So I'm going to load plotly here. And when I run plotly underscore this, it says this is inside of plotly. Does that make sense that this is the package in which the thing you are using is located? So I can look through here. This is in VGAM. So that's how it works right there. Very important to know the small little clues that it's giving you right there. We got 9 more minutes. We got this. Reading in arbitrary files, cool. So read in text as a factor. It's very important how we read stuff in. I'm going to go a little quickly through these because reading in is just very specific for what you're reading in. So this won't impact the first file. You can use there are options inside of R. I don't use them, but I think it's better to just do it with the code. Here's reading in, just showing you how to do it. You can do stuff from the GUI. We don't use this like it says up there. Reading in Excel spreadsheets, read.csv. I want to see in the chat, what is the most important way to read in Excel files for this class? What is the code? 20 points, type it in the chat. You need to know this. When you're reading in a file, which we usually do in this class, what is the most important way to read in files? You got it, Sarah. Sarah, you're maxed on points for first saying it. You got it right there, Sarah. What else? 20 points. Oh, wait. No, you got it right. You got it right. you're like, I'm hiding the answer so no one can take it. So you got it. That's totally right there. Read.csv, very important. Very, very important. This is how we're going to read in our Excel files. There is the read.xlsx, but comma separated values, that way you can use it on anything. Doesn't need to be an Excel file. Reading in from the web. So if you got, and there is, let me show you this real quick. Just to mention it briefly. I don't think I have it installed on this one yet. And is it G Sheets? It's either G Sheets or G Sheet. It's G Sheet. Should be G Sheet. G Sheet successfully good. So that's, I literally just downloaded G Sheets. And G Sheets is a package that, can I go and do this? I'm learning, there it is. So this right here is calling inside of the G Sheet library. So that's a trick that I've learned recently, that if you do this, you do the : right there, you can get the functions. And right here, you see it's going to take a Google URL and turn it into a table. This will take a Google URL and turn it into a text, or G Sheet to text, G Sheet to table, G Sheet to text. So what does the package G Sheets do? It can go to a Google Sheets and turn it into a table. So you could, there are two homework drops, but you need to really attempt the first one. Attempt the first. But how could this be useful for us right here? We don't need it right now, but maybe you have data stored on a Google Sheet and you update it. So you could have your company storing data on a Google Sheet and you could run your analysis on it every week by calling the table and loading it up right here. you would just literally type in the URL of the table. And we don't need to technically do that. We can just do G Sheet. And you can just put the URL, and you can download the table every time, and then just store it here to something like data frame, because we'll call it a data frame, and we just literally put the URL right here. So you can just put the URL, boom. I think that's so cool. I've used it for like fun stuff because I can have students put in data and then I can just grab it like that. It's nice and easy. So there's lots of ways to get it. Dimensions of a data frame. Here's some nice and easy code right here. We're not done yet. We got 5 more minutes. Don't leave yet because there's a lot more coming right here. So when you have a data frame, we've got right here, dim gets us how many dimensions there are. What do you think n rows gets us? Someone put n row and n col into words. What does n row and n col get us? So, yep, 11:15. You got it. Jonathan, Dennis, 20 points. 11:15, I'll be here. Number of rows and number of columns, Sarah, totally right. Totally right. Right here and right here. Number of rows and number of columns. Excellent works. And then dimensions just gets us the dimensions right there. Those are very small, easy to understand functions, and they're here in the notes. So STR stands for the structure of a data frame. It just tells us kind of how the data frame looks. So STR means structure, and we can see the structure of this data frame. So what's it look like? There's the variables. Here is the structure with the names of the variables, and it just shows us. It also gives us this right here. So structure is just kind of like, tell me about that data frame. Summary of a data frame will get you a summary of every column. So be taking, you want to write that here. If you do the summary of a data frame, we will get a summary of every column, if I spell survey 10 correct. So there's a summary of every column, which think about how easy R makes it to get output, is you can get a summary of every variable in the data frame just like that. You could do a singular variable, just like that. Can you go into structure and make changes? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe not. Let me capture what structure is and let me look at it. No, it looks like structure uses a... Yes. The way structure works is structure is using a cat to the screen. When I saved structure, it saved nothing. So structure is not creating a table of output. It's literally just printing to the screen. So you can't really make changes because it's just printing to the screen. So there's nothing stored when you run structure, because I tried to capture it by storing it into X, and then it says X does not exist. So it created a null object, which null means nothing. There is nothing inside of this X that I tried to create. So I tried to capture the output of it, and it said nothing. Nothing. Great question right there, Connor. 20 points. Made me think. I was like, I don't know. Let me try. And I can't. You're welcome. Good question. What does null mean? Yeah, let's... how much time we got? Okay, we got it. That's what we're going to talk about at the end. I like using view. And head and tail. We'll start next class with this. And we'll finish off these notes. And I think... Let me make sure we have everything we need. We understand data frames because we've talked about this. Viewing specific rows. We've talked about this. Viewing specific columns, obtaining column names. We did column names today. Renaming columns. We renamed columns today. Adding a column. Okay, I have to mention this. Adding a column to a data frame. To do that, we go here to survey 10, and we name a column that does not exist, like column Brian, and we can store into it. And now I've created column Brian in survey 10. So column Brian, you can see over here at the end of survey 10. Let me see if there's anything else major. Removing columns to remove column Brian. Let's do that. Column Brian is now gone. And now adding rows, removing rows, subsetting. We did subsetting a lot. We did subsetting examples. We've done it multiple times a day. Dropping levels and sorting. The only thing, there is one, this code right here is very important. So we've covered, I know I went a little quickly at the end right here. There is bonus on this assignment, and I will be working on it during office hours. Although I didn't go through the notes, everything in order. I just want you to know that everything we've been covering should have you covered for the assignment. This code right here is how to get ordered. So every question on the assignment has an answer basically in the notes. But if you're stuck, come to office hours, come to the Discord. We've done lots of examples in class. This is probably one of the hardest things, and we'll be ending here in 30 seconds or so. And this literally, because we've been going through and we've been doing everything, and lapply. That's the only, I'm trying to think if that's on the assignment. We've done it, and there's so many things to know. So many little things. The notes are very, 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 very thorough. There's a really good question that came up. What is the difference? What does null mean? Can you go back to the slide that showed how to delete a column? It's right here. Boom. So to delete a column, store null into it. And this is going to go into, Brad, the idea of like, what is null? So there's a few things right here. And even I learned something yesterday. There's 3 objects I want to talk to you about. And this is kind of over time because this is well beyond the notes. There's null. There's NA. And please notice when I write this, it changes colors. And then there's NaN. Okay, so all 3 of these objects are different inside of R. So NA stands for what? NA stands for, and you should know this one because this was in the notes, stands for missingness. So when we see something as NA, it means there is a position, but what is there is missing. So this is missingness right here. And then we'll put another object, integer 0. This is another thing you might see too. So this is a really in-depth talk for those who are wondering about all the different codes right here. We have NA, which is missingness, and that means there is a position. There is a position right here. Position 3 exists, but what is in position 3? Nothing. Does that make sense? There is a position 3, but in position 3 is nothing. But now let's go to survey 10 $, Darren. And there is no survey 10 $, Darren. So I'm guessing this should report null. Yes, second example was right. So what does null mean? Null means there is nothing, nothing. Does that make sense? The null object is a nothingness that contains nothing, which by virtue of it being nothing. So the null is nothing, nothing. It's like, what is in position 3 right here? Nothing, as in we don't have a value, it's missing. But the null object says this doesn't, there's just, it's not even there. There's no Darren vector anywhere. So there's no positions in it to have missingness. So does this make sense what a null object is? Null means nothing. Like when it says null, it's like nada, no output. It might as well just say, it's saying there is nothing there for you. So it ran the code and it said, went there and there was nothing. And it's not like there's a missing nothing, but there's a nothing, nothing. Does that make sense? I think it was, who was asking that earlier? Emily was asking that. So there's a missing position in the line 77, and then line 78, this object simply does not exist. Now, when we do this, this right here is going to get us NaN, because this is telling us it can't run it when it does NaN. NaN stands for not a number. So that's what NaN stands for, is not a number. So this is nothing there at all. So we've got not a number. So it simply can't do this. Probably if we just divide 5 by 0, it's going to say NaN. Oh, infinity. Yeah, so now it gave us infinity. But dividing 0 by 0 is like, I can't do that. If you were to maybe, I bet we might be able to say the square root of -1, or is it going to do the I? It says NaN. But is the difference between memory allocation and allowed? It sounds that like null just doesn't have memory allocated. Dennis, I bet you're being, yeah, Dennis. And man, we might start talking about some double decimal precision right here or something. But Dennis, I think you're right. I think null would allocate 0 memory, and then NaN has to allocate memory because it's a position. It's holding in its memory that there is nothing in that position. But a null object, it will report it, but there's nothing to store. So a null object will take up 0 space. And we could actually confirm this. Let's do something crazy right here. Let's call this vector. And let's go to rep for repeat. And let's repeat NA. Let's do large logical. elements, 4 megabytes. So if you look this, and I can make it even crazier, but this vector is only missingness right now. So this vector of only missingness that is like 10 million elements long, and all it is missingness. It's just a vector of NAs. So this vector of all NAs, if you look inside of it here, it's just all NAs. I know I've got the screen all crazy, but this vector of all NAs takes up 40 megabytes. So these NA elements of missingness are actually taking up space because it's holding in its mind that there's nothing there. But if I go here and null this out, and actually will it store null into it and say there's nothing there? What happens? It says null. It's empty. It's nothing. There's nothing inside of it. And if we run this, what's it going to report now? This is going to be reports no good. I was thinking it might report something different, but it reports there's nothing there. And I wonder, the class might be null also. Yeah, the class is null. It has no class. So it's not saying the class is null. It's saying it has no class. So there's no class to report. There's nothing in it. There's no class to report. Vector is a thing that has nothing to it. I know it sounds crazy, but it's like vectors, it's just a name in the global environment. A name of values is all vectors is, but there's nothing to it. No class, no nothing. I guess it's a space. So, but yeah, that's so much to learn. Now, what is integer 0? So integer 0 tells us what something is. So we'll do, let's go here. I think this will work. I think we need to go, let's do this as.integer, and let's store this into x. Yeah, there we go. So what this integer 0 tells you right here is x is an object. And let's remove that other x so we don't get confused with the lowercase x. And this is well beyond these are like such specific things. This is not meant to be part of the class. Please leave. If you're like, class is done, I gotta go. Please leave. This is like the very nuts and bolts of specific stuff right now that even I'm trying to get my lingo down even better at, because it's like, how exactly is this saying this? Because how R sees objects is how R runs. So as.integer, and then I'm storing a vector with nothing in it. So as.integer, a vector with nothing in it, store that into x. So x is an integer that is empty. X is integer 0. So the integer 0 is telling you the length of it. And you can confirm this by doing integer and typing in 0, and you get integer 0. Now, if you do integer 1, you should get 0. And if you do integer 2, you will get 0, 0. If you do integer 3, you'll get 0, 0, 0. So the 3 stands for the length of the integer vector. And look at the length of this. This has 0 length. So if you get integer 0, that means that it has reported back to you an integer return. The return you got was integer, and basically meaning numeric. But it was an integer return, and there was nothing to return. So it's like, wait a minute, this is nothing again. So this is integer return with nothing in it. So that is an integer return. You could get logical 0. So like, I think I can make a logical 0. If I do, gotta think, this, I can't think how to make a logical 0. It has to, oh, I know how. There we go. It's NA. Yeah, it's like, it's false. How do I get a logical 0? I did it yesterday by accident. I made a logical 0. Null. Logical 0. There we go. So this is the logical had nothing to return. There's no logical return. This is a logical return of length 0. So it's telling me I tried to return a logical and there was nothing to return. So logical 0 means tried to return a logical. There was no logical to return. So here's what I tried to do. And then Caroline does that. Here, let me answer Caroline's first. Yeah, and then, so Caroline, what's the difference between null and integer 0? Does it make sense? Null right here means there's nothing to return. Integer 0, did I spell this right? There we go. I'm so not used to it having spell check. Integer 0 means it tried to return an integer and there was nothing to return. this right here has no class. This has no class. But Caroline, does that make sense that it returned absolutely nothing, and there is nothing to return? So this one here means there's absolutely nothing there. It has no class. It has no nothing. It has nothing. But this says I tried to return an integer, but there was nothing to return. So it reports that there's no integer to return. And this right here tried to return a logical, and but there was no logical to return. You can get like numeric 0, I think 2. Integer and numeric goes to double decimal precision, how Art's drawing that. So logical, return with nothing in it. And I don't know if you can get character 0. I mean, we could probably make a character 0 by typing character and then 0. So we could go to character and then 0. And what does character 1 report? Yeah, it does that. Just creates a kind of a blank space for us to put characters inside of. And I bet I can make it do it. And then Dennis said, that's curious, wondering if it takes up any memory with a zero length vector, technically still an object, but doesn't have any in it or a length. So, you know, what we could do is we could create a list of oh, my plan is to knit where I am, print the Word document. Yeah. Then go through and reload the original data file, then start recording using the R. Yeah, so you deleted a column in the data table for the homework. Then go through and reload the original data file. Well, but so because you're in the data file, right? Brad, where you're at, don't worry. You can just reload the data file right now where you're at. Just take the code where you load the data file and just put that like where you're at. Just reload the data file where you're at and just do that. Does that make sense? Or send me it and I can fix it too. I mean, I'll be fixing it after class, but send me that right there and I'll fix it. So yeah, awesome job, Brad. If you guys can't tell, I love coding. I love looking into these things. And so Dennis, would objects of zero length vectors. So zero length vectors are things like this. That's a zero length vector. It's a vector of length 0. And so it's basically just got a name to it. And then the question would be, would zero length vectors take up space? So what I want to do here is I want to create a for loop that's going to create a list. Can I append to? I don't work with lists too much. So if you go like list AA, then if you notice right here, there's nothing inside of those. And so there's vector 1. And so what I want to do is I want to keep appending to that list. And so I'm going to go here to append to it. Let me write my code. I'm going to go and I'm going to make list of A. I'm going to store that as A. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to store list of A as this. And let me look. Did this append? That's interesting. It creates like a domino effect. Oh, because it's a list inside of a list. So there's list A. You can put list inside a list. So, but I don't necessarily want that. Because will it be the list taking up space? Because I mean, we might get this like domino listing effect. I want to append to a list. Okay, I got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh, I'm looking at Python. I don't want Python. Append. Just append. I don't use list nearly enough. So let me remake this, and then append A to A. Did that do it? No. Oh, wait. Whoa. Let's remove. Okay. Object A not found. Cool. Okay, it is append. That's an easy code. Okay, I got literally like 1 minute here. Oh, God. So, for loop for variable doesn't matter because we're not going to use it. I in 1 through 1000. run the code right here. This is a bad idea. Run this right here to create this list where we start. We've already created A, so I just want to run append A to A 1,000 times. And that'll, it's going to do, well, heck, let's do it. Okay. So, do we create object A? Object A is a list. Oh, we're so close. Didn't do what I wanted. We will figure this out. But let's show that intro screen here again. Rick and Morty time. Time to start, 474. Boom, Rick and Morty. Good morning, everyone. It is 20 point Tuesdays. We got Hannah and Anisha. Say hello. Get some 20 points. Who's here for their 20 points? Who's got their 20 points? Who knows what's going on with 20 point Tuesdays? Say hey in the chat. Good morning, Madeline and everybody. We were working on so much code, and I don't know. I was like, do I want to take a break or just want to code more? And I was like, I want to code more. Like, I love these questions. I love investigating stuff. And the craziest thing is you have to ask these questions. You have to ask, like, how does this work? What's going on? Why does this work? You have to ask these big questions. And yes, it takes time. It takes making mistakes. And there's so much to learn. So you guys, I love it. I love it. Let me hop back and say hey to the chat. The coding grind can't ever stop. Exactly. Ahmed, good to see you. Good morning, everybody. 20 points if you're saying hello right now. Waking up in the morning. That's what we do on these 20-point Tuesdays. 20 points, everyone's saying hello. You can get up to 60 points today. I'm going crazy with these points right here. So I gotta cap them somehow, somewhere. So Vedrana, good to see you. Make sure, get it right? Yes, hope. So with this right here, we got everyone in the chat. We got Allison, we got Toss, we got Alex, we got Casey, we got Jordan, we got John, we got Yaoji. So Kelsey, we got Lauren, we got Adam, Sarah, everybody. We're ready to do this. We're ready to do this. Let's do this. Okay. Any questions about the assignment last night? Peyton, so good to see you, Peyton. Awesome to see you. Any questions about the assignment? How did you guys feel about the assignment? I think most everyone turned it in. I need to talk to the grader today. I need to contact them and say it's time to grade. Time to grade. And I'm hoping they have like a 2-day turnaround. I might even try to help them with this assignment, but I'll be writing them and talking to our grader. Please tell me if things take a while or anything. This grader is really excellent, though. They might be it was pretty rough in parts, but it was a good refresher. Yeah. Yep. And 320 has their assignment due tonight, so they're ready. You'll see their office hours later today. Just remember this: the more you practice, the better you get. And once again, everyone knows if you email me, what do you send? Email title, picture of the problem, your file. If you're like, oh no, I didn't do that, don't worry. Last night, I think 1/4 of the people were sending me their file. So I emailed a lot of people back immediately. And I was like, please, can you send me your file? Because it really helps. And also, when you take a screenshot, use Command-Shift-4 on a Mac. Yes, Madeline, 20 points right there. You know that title. Yes. And use Command-Shift-4 or use Command-Shift-4 on a Mac or use snipping tool on a PC. It's the clearest and easiest picture to see. Pretty easy to just throw it into an email. Very easy to see, very easy to read. So send me that. And awesome. And yesterday was pretty crazy, pretty busy. And I appreciate, let me say this too. People email me sometimes and they're like, Brian, I'm so sorry to keep emailing you. Don't be sorry to keep emailing me. Don't worry. That's what I'm here for. And don't worry. Like, I know I say I get a lot of emails, but I don't want you to be like, oh, Brian gets a lot of emails. I shouldn't email him. No, email me. A bunch of people were emailing me yesterday. I'd say we solved 90% of the problems. I'm very sorry if you're in that 10% where we're still trying to figure out. It was maybe more 320 because something's not running inside of R. But please email me. Please email me when you're stuck. This class is not meant to be like, this is ruining my life. I can't get this working. The key to this class, the key to being successful. Let's ask people right here. Who here felt like last assignment was not too bad? Like, raise your hand. I'm going to ask you a few questions because we want to get your strategies. We want to learn from you because I can tell you what I think, but it's better if we ask students what they think and we hear from them. who would say wasn't so bad. Maybe a 5 or 6 on the difficulty, or like how much it consumed your life. Like, I'm pretty sure there's some people who might say it was just ruining your life. It was long, but helped me learn the current material. Hannah, I love hearing that. That's what it should be. It was long, but helped you get your brain back going on this. But wasn't so bad, was it? But it was long. So Madeline, Hannah, Casey, what strategy did you use to complete it? Bit challenging. Like, yeah, that's good. And if it was an 8 or 10, don't worry. If it was an 8, 9, 10, but and what strategy did you guys use? Gals, sorry, it's gals right now. Sorry, I'm from New York, so I say you guys, even though today it's Vol for Life. I'm going off the screen right there. VFL, Vol for Life. Really good review. Took you a while to remember how to code. Pretty straightforward. Yep. Videos empowered. Yeah, exactly. Going through the notes. A lot of people talk about the command. Control F. Toss right there. 20 points. I literally, you were reading my mind. The videos and the slides. Yeah. And please tell me if you want more videos. If you're like, I'd really like a video covering this topic. I'm going to try and make as many videos as I can. Hopefully, I know I have ads on them. Hopefully, I don't see in the reviews like, he puts ads on. I'm sorry. Once again, we are taking all of that money and we're putting it back into, scholarships and everything, because that's the plan. So if you do see an ad, and I don't put them on these things, office hours, yes. And I will work as many questions as people want during office hours. I started with stuff that I knew and then went to office hours every day. Yes, Casey, great job. 3 difficulty, level 3? Oh, man, Scott. Good job, Scott. That's 7. Yeah, it was long. Office hours are great. Thank you, guys. So you're getting some tips from your classmates right there. 20 points for everyone who offered a tip. So Anisha right there and Yaoshi right there. So great job. Great job. Excellent work. Lots of practice. Lots of practice. Just that's all I can say is the way to get better at coding is to get on the bike and fall off the bike. Oh, what's that? What symbol? Is that a dog jumping out of a box like that? 20 points at him again. So emailing him when you get stuck help. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Appreciate that. 20 points, Kelsey, right there. Please email me when you're stuck. Please email me when you're stuck. Please email me. Like, you're looking at it for 10 minutes and you're like, as soon as you get annoyed by the code, email me. So, but I do want to say one last thing. How do you know coding is for you? I felt better. Yes. Actually, Anisha, you're reading my mind again, because you know coding is for you at least a little bit when you get something right and you get this excitement. When the code works and you're like, yes. You run it and you're like, it worked. And you're like, yes, got it. So that feeling of excitement that a lot of us get, I know I get it when my code works, when the code's broken. Yeah. It's like beating a video game to me. It's like, it worked. I beat this homework. So, which is the analytics due tonight? Yep. Posted under the tab, and I have a full, so the analytics lab due tonight, and let's make sure, great job right there, Hannah. I have a full video where I go through it. Also, the answers are posted. The analytics, there's a huge thing too. Let me write this down so people can see it on the screen. Analytics lab due tonight. 1, video walkthrough posted. 2, answers posted. 3, multiple tries. So the analytics lab is due tonight. I have a video posted where I walk through every question. And sorry, I think, look at text. I'm very sorry. I felt bad, but I was recording it like on a Friday night, and I sometimes have a life. I sometimes do. So I'm sorry if I like disappear for a moment. You can always just fast forward the video. I try not to do things like that. I have my ringer off today. Hey, I mean, who would have think during class? Sometimes I'm afraid I'm going to forget to turn it back on, because I don't know. I'll stream for like 5 hours and then I'll just forget, let the world, I don't know what I've done. So it's pretty crazy. Online teaching is so different. It's so, like, when I go to UT campus, like usually when I teach on campus, I'll have my ringer off when I'm teaching. And then when I get home, like, it's like I'll get home and I'll walk in the door and I'll turn my ringer back on. And so, but when I teach online now, it's almost like I'm just on a computer in my apartment. And then when I'm done, I'm like, just confirm the only thing to turn in for the lab is the quiz. Bingo. Anisha, great job right there. Yep, let's put that as a note. Only answers to quiz. No knitting. You guys are like, woo, no knitting. No knitting, no knitting. We got this. So no knitting. And the answers are posted. The analytics labs are meant to be like you're just keeping up with the class. and they're not meant to be like something. They're going to be a tenth of the time it takes you to do assignments. The answers are posted. I have videos where I walk through it. They're extra practice. The people who are going to get the most out of them are going to work more of the analytics labs. Usually, if we were in person, we'd be sitting in the room together and people would be able to leave the analytics lab when they're done. So we've done that where we do a class session where you come in and some people will come in for 10 minutes and complete it. So I decided rather than dedicating like a whole class, I decided to post the video, because usually what I'll do is I'll do it in class and then people can leave when they're done. So you'll literally see people come in for 10, 15 minutes, get it done, and then leave. And so I'm like, okay, if I want to utilize class time the best, I'm going to post the video, and then you can use the video to complete it. And it's kind of an assignment now. It's like an analytics lab that you have to do, but you got the answers. You've got a video walkthrough. And so does that make sense? Does everyone feel pretty good about the analytics labs? There's a video walkthrough and the answers are posted, and you're meant to work on it and get as much out of it as you can. So you've got the answers and you got the video walkthrough. So, but you just have a quiz going over it to show that it's literally almost participation. Did you work it? Because if you look through it enough, you can literally just run the answers. I mean, I'm not saying to do this. Oh, I shouldn't say it. You could just basically like knit the document and you'd use like, and please tell me if something's wrong, if you have problems, if something's not working. If you're trying to get something that's not working, because there could be an error, there could be something weird, because I do change things. But does that make sense? What is due tonight? Analytics lab due tonight. And the amount of time this should take you is, let's do an ETA. Estimated time, ETA, estimated time needed, estimated time, 30 through 60 minutes. So 5 through 10. Did you already do it, Andrew? Did you already do it, Andrew, and already get it done? You could probably do it in 5 to 10. I would say I'd say 30 through 60 to practice the code and stuff. But you could maybe do that, Andrew. 20 points right there. Have you already completed it, Andrew? Has anyone already completed it, and how long did it take them? I do want to know, because I want to know maybe if Close was looking at it and it was super easy. Yeah, and the answers are posted, and I literally, Anisha, how long did it take you? Like, how long have you had to estimate? And yeah, 30 through 45. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's meant to be easy. It's gonna take a lot less time than the homeworks and the quizzes. I mean, the homeworks it was around 60 minutes. Yeah, okay, good. So my estimate looks to be somewhat accurate. And the more you like utilize and try to learn from it, the longer it might take. So don't worry, it's meant to be helping, and it's meant to be way easier. They're meant to basically be free grades if you're following along. Basically free grades. Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. We're going to cover some things that are in the analytics lab today. And so these will be things that you will see. The answers are posted once again. And we're going to cover how to clean and prepare data. Yep. Great job, Anisha, right there. 20 points. Let's talk about cleaning and preparing data. So this right here is one of the biggest things we will ever talk about in this class. And we're going to make it sound like it's not that important by going on to data mining, which is the name of the class. But why would validating our data be important? Why would validating your data, which validating basically means making sure it's correct. Why would validating your data be super important? I can't highlight, I can only do this. Why would validating your data be what's most important? Why would that be so important? This should be like an essay. Yep, Andrew, 20 points right there. You're totally right. You put in the wrong data, you get the wrong answers. And we see this all the time with people who run analytics, that they just did it incorrectly. I'm working on something, some data right now, and I feared I had made a mistake on it. And I was like, oh no, I may have just like reversed everything important, and like, oh no. And then I was like, okay, I didn't. I was like, oh, didn't make it all go wrong. But if your data's in the wrong way, everything you do analysis is wrong. So how do we handle data? How do we handle missingness? You'll see a lot of people just putting data in willy-nilly, and it just drives me nuts. So data preparation right here. dplyr is an amazing package right here. Data Camp, where you at, Data Camp? Come on, Data Camp. Hadley Wickham emailed me back yesterday. I emailed him, very short email, but he still emailed me back. Hey, thank you, Hadley. And I was like, do I email him back? I emailed him back a very short email, basically saying thanks. But dplyr is a great package. It's great for data manipulation. Of course, once again, we're saying SQL is very important. And INMT 342 teaches SQL. I've heard this is a very tough class, INMT 342. So I should take these classes. I should try to take like the business analytics undergrad, and then people can just see me in their classes. I mean, it'll probably, I don't know what's going to be that in the world. But I don't know. I've heard, has anyone had INMT 342? I've heard it's really tough. I heard it's a lot of SQL queries. So definitely work hard in that class. Definitely work hard. Take it next semester with me. People like, you're taking it this fall? I've heard it's a lot of SQL queries. So hopefully knowing R will help you out. You enjoyed it? That's awesome. See, I like coding, so I think I'd enjoy it. That's why I think I'm interested in it. Because I'm like, I like coding. Super, Adam, 20 points right there. We like some coding in this class. Take it in the fall. So Adam, you could always be offering people advice. I don't know if they have tutors for that class, but Adam seems to know how to do some INMT 342, and SQL is a very important skill for the workplace. We've already said that many times. I've taken some mathematics classes lately. I took differential equations, and I took linear algebra. And no joke, I've been going through stuff lately. Oh, did I throw it out already? Well, it's not there. I guess I already threw it out. No. I had my math homework, and I literally typed my math homework. I'm that kind of person. My handwriting is so bad. We learned Access. Access is important too. There's, I would say SQL's more important. I don't know. It's all learning, and the more you know, the more systems you know, the more programs you know, the better you get. That's all we can say is learn more and more. And once we get data camp, where you at? Once we get data camp, we will have more access to learning. If you were to learn all of data camp, you'd go into, I've heard about Silicon Valley that they really don't care what your degrees are in. They just care how good you can code. Like a lot of like Google and everything, they're just like, okay, show us how good you can code. Like, show us your code. Show us what you can do. And you're like, well, I have this degree. And they're like, just show us your code. Here, do this. They might even have tests and stuff to see how well you can do things. And they might give you a score because they're probably going to assess how well you can code. And they'll probably just like, yeah, if you can code, we'll hire you, because that's what we want when people can code. And it's hard to assess a lot of times. So all the coding classes that are for sale right now would be a good idea to buy. Well, it all depends. And here's the issue. And let me mention this real briefly. We had a student. Well, one of my students, I think I've told you guys the story, guys and gals from New York, of my students who was learning BAS 320 and BAS 474 over a summer, and then her dad went to hire someone, and the guy had been coding for like 6 months or a year, like way longer than her, whatever the time frame was. He had been coding way longer, and she was way ahead of him. Because the only way I think people really learn these things is, one, if they have a subject matter expert. I'll call myself an expert for once in this world, but I teach these classes. I teach how to code. I'm not an expert on all coding, but I understand how to use R for business analytics, and that's because that's what I do. I don't know C++. I don't know C#. I'm not an expert in all code. I'm an expert in coding in R. And Dr. Petrie's above me. He's the super expert. And then Hadley Wickham's above him. He's the top. He's as high as it gets when it gets to Hadley Wickham. But there's always someone better, and you have respect for those people, and you learn from those people, and you go to those people to learn from them. And right now, I'm the level above people in the class. I hope I am. But I've had some very, very, very intelligent students. I have a student right now that's going to get their PhD in computer science, and I'm sure they know a lot more about coding than I do, because they're going for a PhD in computer science, and I'm very impressed with them. So, I know more than pretty much most students, and that's why I'm paid. But then I've got students going to get a PhD in computer science, and that's like, wow, PhD in computer science. Could you maybe make a video on how we can use R for BAS? Yeah, I should do that, Carly. Email me. I think I've got that on my list. So yeah, there's a class that is like $2,500 for like 40 at the moment. It all depends, Andrew. I'd have to know what it was. Humble Model will be your friend on some books. There you go. You got it. Dennis is doing a great job, and it's just learning. The more you know, knowing each individual thing. So, and I like it when you guys appreciate each other. You guys are awesome. If you know SQL, there's a package in R that runs SQL. And check it out. If you've got an R script open, we're going to go to an R Markdown. I should have said R Markdown. Check this out. We're going to go to the R Markdown file. We're going to go to Insert SQL. You can do SQL inside of R. Yep, Toss, I'll definitely be doing that. You got it. We will be doing bonus points for that. So once it comes through, I'll send out a bonus point sheet for those who aren't in class as much, because I know some people have conflicts. So like few people emailed me about like, I have this conflict, I have this issue. So definitely data camp, and it's very, 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 very good. And hopefully I requested enough licenses. We'll find out the hard way. So SQL can be used inside of R. SQL, very important, great skill. When we look at numeric values for errors, there's a lot of ways to check numeric values for errors, but this is the hardest thing. Whenever we're checking data, we literally have to ask, does this make sense? This is a huge note you should take. When checking data, we have to ask, does this make sense right here? Does this make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So whenever we check data, we have to ask, does this make sense? And so when people report a GPA, we're looking at here at a GPA between 0 through 4. Now, sometimes GPA can be up to 5. It just depends, because maybe it's like a GPA in my high school was like you can get up to a 5.0 because AP classes, I think if you got an A, it was worth 5, and honors classes, an A was worth like 4.5. So there's times GPA might break this scale, but if we saw someone report a GPA of -2, we'd be like, that doesn't make sense. We've got here that gross profit needs to be greater than or equal to net profit, because gross is going to be like before you do business expenses, and then net profit is going to be like after business expenses. But a business could have no business expense if like be a nonprofit, and then they probably have expenses. And then we would have here gross profits right here would probably be equal to it. So it has to be equal to or greater than. But this is the hardest thing. Like, once again, you have to ask, does it make sense? Does it make sense? And what does it mean for it to make sense? That can mean a lot of different things. So whenever we look at something, I think we're going to start visualizing stuff here soon. We can visualize it with tables, with histograms, with box plots, by checking its class. We can use summary, we can use structure. All of this is going to give us information right here on, does it make sense? So here we go. Here's a table of weights. What doesn't make sense? 20 points right now. What doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense of these weights? What doesn't make sense? Does it make sense? It's on the slide. I'd say that is I admit I'm still giving you the 20. I would say, and these are students, the 16. The 472 is very high, but people do weigh as much as, like, adults do weigh as much as 472. Even the smallest adult in the world, I don't think weighs 16 pounds. They've got like the biggest, the tallest person, the smallest person. The smallest person in the world, I don't know, very, very small individuals are like height and weight wise. But we have to ask ourselves, does this make sense? And the thing here that I would say does not make sense. And if you look at the drop off, the absolute smallest weights are 16. Do you guys hear a noise from outside? Do you hear like the cutting of the sounds like a chainsaw for a tree? Do you guys hear that or no? It looks like no. I'm looking at the sound. Awesome. Do you hear while I'm talking in the background? My thing. Good. I can hear it. It's faint. Andrew. That's so hilarious. Yeah. Yay, Fort Life. So here's the histogram right here. So we've got the GPAs of students right here, and it looks to be pretty accurate. So GPAs are pretty good right now. Is that supposed to say incorrectly? Which thing? Where does it say something incorrect? Which thing, Alex? Where am I missing? A value of 16 is clearly invalid for someone's weight. But it looks like this is only one question. It says correctly. Oh, wait. When analyzing self-reported surveys, invalid values are extremely common because people input numbers correctly or... Ooh. Oh, Alex. Alex, you get 100 points. Error in the notes. Alex, but you have to email me. Alex, email me that there's an error in the notes. Please email me, Alex. Never noticed that. Alex, I thought it would say correctly or incorrectly. But Alex, 100 points. And that's on top of your 60 points you can get up to today. Thank you for the error in the notes, Alex. Didn't see that. Yeah, I just looked right over that. I was like, huh? So it should be incorrectly. Good job reading the notes. There you go. Little things that just slide right through the radar. Here we are with a histogram. So questions, and I appreciate it so much. So questions on the test could be like, what graphic can we make to analyze or to validate quantitative variables? What graphic can we make to analyze or validate quantitative variables? And let's hop over to Streamlabs. You ready? The answers are going to be, we still have this poll going. So you're going to see a poll closed, but don't worry. Complete the poll, end the poll. Okay. So the graphics I'm going to suggest we could make could be a bar chart for bar. We could do a box plot for box. Or we could do a pie chart for pie. What graphic can we make to analyze, to validate, which is basically in analyzing it? What graphic can we make to validate? What graphic can we make to validate quantitative data? Bar chart, box plot, or pie? Remember, exclamation mark vote. That's how you vote in it. 20 points for voting in this right here. What graphic can we make to validate quantitative data? Box plot, pie chart, or box plot, pie chart, or bar chart? Ooh, it's kind of 50-50. It's looking better now. We'll go ahead and close the voting. I think we did well. The answer, I shouldn't have closed it because there's so many votes coming in right now. But still, one out. It is box. It is a box plot because pie charts are for quantitative and bar charts. Pie charts are for quantitative and bar charts are for, oh my gosh, I need more coffee. You can make a pie chart of your favorite bars. You can make a bar chart of your favorite pies. But histograms and box plots go together. Write that down if you didn't know it. You can make a bar chart of your favorite pies, a pie chart of your favorite bars. Because think of it, pies is categorical, bars is categorical. A bar chart of your favorite pies, a pie chart of your favorite bars. Did everyone hear that? Once again, you can make a pie chart of your favorite bars or a bar chart of your favorite pies. Histograms and box plots go together. This histogram right here is quantitative, and a box plot is quantitative. Histograms and box plots are quantitative. Bar charts and pie charts are categorical, because it's like, what is your favorite pie is categorical. Adam, 20 points. Bar chart of your favorite pies, a pie chart of your favorite bars, but histogram and box plots go together, and they're quantitative too. They're quantitative, like histograms and box plots are quantitative data. So good review. Definitely throwback to Stat 201. So I always love saying to my Stat 201 students, I'm teaching you 474 material. But don't worry, just practice it because we forget these little nuanced things. So that could be a test question too. Which of these graphics could be used to validate quantitative data? And it would have to be like a histogram or you could make a table. Tables can be made of quantitative data or categorical. We oftentimes think of tables as categorical, and there's your box plot right there. So all of these are techniques to validate quantitative data. Here's a table of how many days a week someone drinks. And one time we asked this question, it was how many days a week do you drink? And someone said like 9. And we're like, you drink 9 days a week? We didn't ask them, but I don't know. They obviously think they drink 9 days a week. Something's odd going on there. But this table right here is validated because there's no numbers that are outside of it. I know it's like, we have people like crazy answers to questions. It's like, when do you want to get married? And the answer like 8. Like, how old do you want to be when you want to get married? I know, Toss, I agree. I mean, it's a survey people are doing at home. So, but the thing is they might have thought like, in how many years do you want to get married? Or maybe like, how did they misread the question? And I don't think a college student would say, I want to get married at 8. One, you're probably older than 8. The youngest people to start college are like 9, 10, 11, 12. And even then, like, it just doesn't make, their answer doesn't make sense. So what's going on? Here we have the year of someone's car. So when we look at this right here, we wouldn't see years after 2011 because this survey was done in 2009. Dun, dun, dun. So the two 2011s are illogical because we shouldn't see that. It was done in survey 09, 11 years ago. All these cars are super old now. Does someone have a 1942 car? Maybe. Maybe they wanted to like show their classic car, be like, check out me in the survey. I got a classic car. I've got a 1942 car. And the 1983 is 37 years old now. That's a pretty old car. 37 years old. Almost as old as me. I got to stop talking about that. Here's a box plot. Box plot showing off the quantitative data. We're looking at married at. So these people probably read it as like, how many years? You got a classic? Oh, it's awesome, Andrew. If you want to say what year your car is or what it is. These are, yeah, they're outliers, but they're also, doesn't make sense. Oh, man. My first car was like I think my first car was a 1989 Buick Skyhawk. I think my first car was a 1989 Buick Skyhawk. So I'd be like, I guess that'd be a classic now. Gosh, classics are not that old. But these people right here seem logical because we do have people in any sort of class who are older or younger. And if you're 38 and you're not married, then you might want to get married at 40 or something. So we see people who want to get married at 40. You wouldn't say, well, that doesn't make sense. Everyone in college is 20 years old. No, we're all different ages in college. So, you know, that's perfectly fine. I've had students I know I've had students in their 50s, and I might have had students in their 60s. So I've had students who range everywhere from just, you name it. You can be any age in college as long as you're old enough to understand and learn in college. You got it. So pretty crazy what's going on here with this survey with 11111111112 for the age you want to get married at. So this one's really interesting because a student who worked in insurance kind of told us how this worked. Because this right here is how much the claim paid out, I believe. So this is some sort of claim that people are paying out for. And a student explained that there's like a maximum they will give for a claim. I got to fix it somehow. No, that's Sarah, 20 points. If, like, going back to this, if we say this doesn't make sense, we might literally go in. You know, I can go to this data now here. Sarah, I'm throwing you max 60 points. Because how we're going to fix this data right here, let me open up a new set of notes for today's class. So let's go to File, New File, R script. If this survey data doesn't make sense, so we got to write library, reg class, even though I've got it loaded up. And then bring this over here. So we're going to say this doesn't make sense right now. And we're going to load data, survey 1009. Does everyone understand what data does? The function data gives us access to data frames that are already loaded inside of R. So the data function gives us access to data frames that are already loaded inside of R. This is not loading a CSV file. This is not loading an Excel file. This is like games that are preloaded on your computer. So the data survey 9 is inside of library reg class, and I know that because I've used it multiple times. So I first had to load reg class, and then you see how it says reg class right here? And then it'll save it to the global environment. Amid, 20 points right there. So excellent. Amid, I'm giving you 40 points also, because I really like it when you guys expand upon it and make it make more sense. It's going to then save this to the global environment. And you can see this happen right here, that when I run it, I'm going to make it so you can see where it says survey name. It'll now save survey 11 to the global environment. So it'll call a data frame that already exists. It has to be one you have local access to, and then it'll store it. And it uses autocomplete, which is awesome. So let the autocomplete do its thing. And now we're going to look at, I don't know why, but reg class isn't loading for me in R. Let me drop a code for you in the chat. Install, probably because you reloaded R this semester, maybe. Drop this. What was the shortcut for the arrow? Amid, do you remember that? I can't remember. I don't use it nearly enough because that one's a shortcut that saves you one arrow press. Yep, Carly, 20 points, Carly. Thank you for that question right there. So alt that. There we go. So it's boom. Oh, wait. Alt. That's not alt. There we go. It saves you one button press, but, you know, it's super alt plus arrow? What's that do? Whoa. I don't know. It's so cool. You can do the arrow just like that. You can just arrows. If people know arrowed, then you're old like me. So and you're fine, Jordan. 220 points. Let's look at the data right here. So here's our data, and now we're gonna want contained in the vector. Let's just do 0 through 5, or you know what? Let's do that. Or I mean, what? Let's do like less than 16. Cool. Okay. So these are the people who said they want to get married before 16. And when is it illogical? That's the problem. When are we going to change it? That's the subjective part of all this. If you forget how to load, you can go to the bottom right where it says file. Yep. Hannah, 20 points right there. Good advice, Hannah. And watch this. I go to these individuals here and I type NA, but before I do this, I'm going to do a summary of it. Summary is another way you can investigate data. There's about 1 billion ways to investigate data. You can also type parts of the variable. You see how it's 1. Oof, what'd I do? Oh, because I'm doing a logical. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I want which. If I could type. I want which, and that's going to give me the positions of these individuals that meet the condition. So that's the position of the individuals. And then I want to go to the vector itself. And I want to go to the positions in those vectors. And now it did it. So there we go. I have now overridden everybody who said they want to get married before 16 as NA. I've removed them. A little bit subjective. I'm just saying I don't understand. I don't think someone's going to logically say, I want to get married at 15. And here's what I do. And this is the hard part about it. But could you imagine someone logically saying, I want to get married at 18? Like a college student saying, I want to get married at 18. Can you imagine someone saying that logically? Like, does that make sense? I'm not saying people should. It doesn't matter. You do you. I can imagine it. One thing we're not being like, yeah, you should do this. It's just like, okay, we can see a college student saying, I want to get married at 18. Can you imagine someone saying, I want to get married at 17? We do have students in college who are 15, 16, 17. So could you imagine someone saying, I want to get married at 17? Sure. Could you imagine someone saying, I want to get married at 16? That's where I'm like, I don't know. And so I know this is less than 16, so we're allowing someone to say 16. It was a moot point because the youngest here is 20. But this is where I start to get iffy, and I'm like, I don't know if that's someone actually answering honestly. And then I went to 15. I was like, 16 is where I get iffy, and 15 is where I'm like, I don't think. Because then when you get to 14, it's like, what the heck's going on here? So you kind of have to make this cutoff. And it's really hard to say, when are we going to start saying it's illogical? Like, when are we going to start saying it? And I could have just went down here to where the data is. It's a moot point because any cutoff in this range right here, I mean, you should not do a cutoff. You're not going to go and say, what's my lowest value? Okay, I'm going to say below 20 is illogical. No, because I promise you there's people who want to get married at 19. So that's ridiculous. Oh, yeah, like, definitely, well, yeah, it's... There's states where you can get married at like 17 with like your parents' permission or stuff. I know so little about this, but you'll be watching some like A&E story or something, and they'll be like, or especially I used to like to watch Teen Mom, my guilty pleasures now, and you'll hear like, we got married when we were 17. So people obviously do it, especially if you have a kid or something. So I mean, there's like, yeah, I don't know. I can only imagine the struggles of getting married. It's tough. I mean, I've had friends, I've worked with people, and I know it's just tougher to be younger and have children, especially if you're like 15, 16 and have a kid maybe. I don't have that life experience. So maybe I'm wrong, but I can imagine. Enough about Brian trying to talk about experience he's not had in life. So could you use the highest, lower outliers? Be careful, because even here, I would almost put no upper bound to it. Yeah, Tosh, you're totally right. And here's the thing: we have to remember that this is data and it tells a story. We always talk about data telling a story, and that's why I'm thinking about this. All the thinking I'm doing here is very important for analytics, because analytics is not solving a math problem; it's solving a just like a puzzle problem. It's not like, yay, the answer is 2. There's like no answer to this. Like, there's probably a person who wants to get married at 15. And so, but then they would have to be in college, they'd have to take our stats 1 survey. So I'm literally saying the probability of this is so low that I would think that this is invalid data. So I'm saying that I'm beyond reasonably certain, to the extent that if we get an answer this low, I'm saying that answers below, and I cut the cutoff at 15, all answers here are now invalid. You're right. I just looked it up and there you go. So you know what? Pretty decent cutoff. And maybe, yep. So, and think, if this was your job and you had to know when an answer is not reasonable, then you're going to try to make some really data-driven. I'm on another 20 points right there, because that is really data-driven right there, to say, here's the state laws. Especially if this was only done in this state, then we could do an answer like that. So it's pretty crazy. It's a lot. Could you imagine? That'd be tough. I mean, you just got like your driver's license. So, but many people I've had friends who've gotten married younger, and friends who getting married older. And I will say this, like, relationships, like, you guys know, this is Brian's life advice. Life advice with Brian. I think they say the number one thing that causes fights in relationship is money. So I'm, once again, a big fan of Dave Ramsey, at least on his financial advice, and trying to get financial peace with you and your spouse, you and your loved ones, and working towards that, which is a hard goal to work towards. So I highly suggest it. What about when you ask to for example, people, what if you ask to generate specific data, for example, people married after 25? So you could do that, Jordan. Like, you could get a subset of people who want to get married after 25. So here, I'll do it real quick. I see another question too. Like, if you went here and you did subset, and you went to survey 9, and I'm going to copy the variable, and we go to married at, and this is when people want to get married, at greater than or equal to 25. This will create a subset of just people who want to get married after 25. So if we go to X, I just called it X, and if we do married at, oh, that worked? Oh, I thought I had an S there. Oh my gosh. What am I doing? I've lost my mind, everyone. There we go. And now it's everyone who wants to get married after 25. You can see from the vector, it's all people who want to get married older. Probably because they are older. When you're trying to determine the limit between cleaning the data and adding bias to data, is there some possibility that that, Caroline, 20 points. This is my answer. This is like the hardest thing in analytics. You need to have good justification. And what does slim possibility mean? That one person in a million could exist? And then outliers are sometimes the most interesting thing in data, so you got to watch out if you're moving outliers. This data right here is actually fine. There was a student who talked about insurance with us, and they were saying there's like a maximum claim you can get unless you do like an override. One person was like, oh, I've worked in insurance, and there's like a limit to which you can give, and then all of these like needed like approval. And so you see like this peak right here is not some sort of wrong thing in the data. It just took knowledge, business domain knowledge. We call that business domain knowledge, that the person in the industry would understand why this happens, because that is something weird in the data. And you're like, wait, why is there a second mode? There's a sharp second spike. And it's not even like a light mode, like for 2 groups. It's like there's something about this number. There's something about this area that just causes a buildup of data. So what's going on right there? They said, at least when we heard from a student, that there's like usually this approval above a certain claim amount. And this is real data right here. Dr. Petrie's data sets are real data sets. So we have right here different logicals that the number of children in a family would have to equal to different genders in the family added up. And so we have here the sales from a company could be like their online and their in-store sales added up. Lots of different things right here. Using logical statements, so many things we can do right here. Might go through this a little bit quickly because I don't think there's too much on this. Oh, working with logicals. So when we do logicals right here, we would check conditions right here just to see if X is greater than Y. And we can do a lot of things right here, but so much you can do with logicals. Like, I just can't even imagine how we can cover it right here. Working with logical statements. Once again, you have to know this. We've mentioned this many times. Put it in the chat for 20 points if you don't have 20 points. 1 equals true, 0 equals false. And you don't have to do equals, but you can just do 1 equals true and 0 equals false. Put it in the chat for 20 points. You need to know this. You need to know this. Because I try to stress this because it took me a while to remember this. Great job, Andrew, right there, and Jordan getting 20 points. But 1 is true and 0 is false. If you're paying attention right now, put that in the chat because you have to know that. You can literally go here, and I love these types of test questions. What is the mean of the vector? Who would like this as a test question? What is the mean of this vector? It says there's a numeric entry on your test, and it says, what is the mean of this vector? Who's got it for 20 points? Who would like this as a test question? And who knows the answer? You got it, Toss, right there. Awesome. And Amit and Andrew. So you got it. And Ishan right there. So what is the sum of this? Oh, wait, what happened? Oh, wait. Did I... Let me go here to concatenate. There we go. Put it as a logic. It should do it now. There we go. I put in a wrong code. I said do the mean. The sum can do the sum of individual things. The mean was treating them as different arguments. So the mean was like, until I concatenated the vector, it was like, take the mean of true, and then the second argument was true, whatever that was by default. The first argument in mean is what do you want to take the mean of? And then it was doing right here, it was mad at it. It was like, what are you trying to do? Because the argument for trim, it was treating one of these as the argument for trim. And it's like, you can't use true as an argument for trim. So once again, I did not do the code properly. That happens every once in a while. And let's go back here. So here we are, column constraints. We have right here EX3 abalone, which is a weird sea creature that we eat apparently and get meat from. And we have right here the hull weight. So there is the shell weight and the meat weight. So think about this. When you take the whole weight of the creature, its shell weight plus its meat weight, you're adding together two weights, two separate weights right here. Its whole weight would have to be greater than these. But what do we notice right here? We notice the mean of 1. What does that tell us about everything we did for a logical check right here? What would that tell us about everything we did for a logical check? And I'll show you something cool with this. What does that tell us about everything we did for a logical check right here? They were all, because the mean of this vector is 1. So what does that mean? Since the mean of the logical vector is 1, everything is all true. Andrew, 20 points right there. You're right. 20-point Tuesdays. And what we could do, we could go right here and we could say if, I'm breaking into a new thing, if this, oh my gosh, we're going to have to go full screen time. Extra credit on the screen. Let's do this. This is extra credit time. If this is equal to 1, then we're going to go here and we're going to say print everything meets. Oh, EX3 abalone not loaded. Boom. So now you're seeing another code which we'll be doing if, and then it runs this. So we saw this, and what does this evaluate to? It evaluates to true. So literally, if you've watched my videos on ifs and elses, there's just a true inside of here. Does everyone see that whole code inside there is just true? It evaluates to this. But if this had been a false, what will this do? If this was a false right here, what would this code do? We're learning advanced things right now. Very important. If this is a false, what will this code do now? What will this code do with a false? Nothing. Toss. 20 points right there. You're right. It'll do absolutely nothing. If you watch my video on this, else. Bran. Now it'll do that. The else will run when the if is false. If the if is false, the else will run. So these are things we'll be learning very shortly here, but I like to show you them as like a peek into the future. But you could use this in your code to see if everything is fine. Like you could put this in your code and just run this on a data set. So you could have logical checks and print a report. And why do things... The biggest thing you'll learn about coding is why do things manually, like over and over and over again, when code can just do it for you. That's the power of coding. Don't do it 1,000 times. Just do it one time and then like let your code do it. For loops. Let's hop back here to lecture screen. 20 Point Tuesdays. Woo! Get hype in the chat. Let's do this. Sometimes I don't know what I say. So we got the bulldozer data set. Another way to check right here. This one's rather interesting because it has to do with the dates. But when we look at the years ago and everything, Andrew, you're cracking me up. So the bulldozer one is a weird data set. And I don't love the example of this one. But when we look at the one row and we investigate it, here we go. So here's the one row that was made after 2010 years ago. And so the years ago is 2013 and it was made in 2008. And so maybe this data set was collected, but yeah, it's made in 2010.13. And so I don't know how big of an error that is. It's like iffy, because if this data set was made in 2010, then we shouldn't have any bulldozers from 2010, but maybe we do. I'm always iffy on this one. I'm like, could we? How do we know we can't? It's iffy. It's like, I don't know. Would I remove that one? Probably not. I'd keep it. It's like the more you think of it, the more you have to think about it, the more you should probably keep it. So someone asked earlier, like, if it's possible, like, if someone's like, could someone possibly own 1,000 horses? And you're like, maybe I'd keep that one. Could someone possibly own 100,000 horses? No, I'm not going to keep that one. So, yep. So, like, could someone own 10 horses? Sure. Could someone own 50 horses? Yeah, 100, sure. 1,000, yeah. 10,000. I mean, you might even contact them and be like, hey, do you own, like, a horse farm or a horse industry? Or, like, are you some big, like, mogul? I mean, you'd be like, tell me about this. I need to know. And they'd be like, oh, no, I put in one horse. You'd be like, no, you put in 10,000. Oh, Toss, you're killing me. 20 points to Toss. If you made me laugh, everyone's going to try and make me laugh now. Oh, it's, oh, man. It's, you know, I think I've got this cognitive dissonance when it comes to, like I feel like I should be a vegetarian, but I've got cognitive dissonance. I think one thing and do another, because I'm like, I see the arguments, and I don't have very good arguments against it, but I've been eating bacon my whole life, and cheeseburgers, and a bacon cheeseburger, and chicken industry's got a lot of problems. Life advice with Brian. But yeah, that's just personal opinions there. But I always say you do you. As long as you're not harming people, don't do that. So a categorical variable has possible abilities called levels. Don't misspell stuff. Inconsistent capitalization, inconsistent notation, missing values not represented by things like NA. This is probably one of the biggest ones here. Is we see things that are represented not as NA. That's a huge problem right there. Huge problem. Things that are not represented as NA, people put a space and just nope, don't do that. So here we had people, we have the election, 2008, 2009 inauguration. And we have people who did not vote, people who voted, and people who yes voted. And I would say we should keep in the not vote, because not vote is different than no or yes. It does make sense. We have here the genders, and this one, and this is real data. I don't want anyone to think that we're just, this is the donor data set. I think it's for like a charity, and it was like a can't remember what it was exactly, but I think it says in the, can we load it up? Is it in the reg class? We might be able to load up we do question mark donor. There we go. And now we can see what it is. If you didn't know, you can do this. Adopted from the KBU dataset, regional donors to National Veteran Organization. So this was donors to a veteran organization. I never want anyone to think that we're purposely coding data to look a certain way. Like we're putting here A and U. Presumably U is unknown. I mean, I don't know what else to assume for U. I mean, you could say maybe it's agender, but I'd want to look at their survey to see what they put. But who was ever coding this data, I mean, this is, once again, this is real data. This is 100%, this is what people put in. This is what we have for their data. It's a real data set that someone made. What did they mean? I don't know. And at this point, I would probably, for A, put NA. I'd probably remove that and put missingness. Or maybe I'd group A and U together into a third group and just call it like unknown. Because if we're going to assume U is unknown, SpongeBob 20 points, Andrew. So F is for fire. U is for uranium, bombs. N is for no survival. Plankton. I love that song. So U is for unspecified. Yeah, we could do that. The number of observations under A is too low to assume anything. Yeah, exactly. So we've got these problems right here that it's not that the group is small. It's just that we have so little info and the group is small. It's a combined factor. And if you can go to this data set, if you can get info on it, if you can find out what's going on right here, then that's what you have to do. But if for some reason the data's lost its context, then you might have to just be like, well, let's put in missingness for this, because imagine someone coming to you and saying, well, what does this mean? You say, I don't know. Well, then maybe you should just remove it. Or maybe you put in unknown for it. This is the how do you handle data? There's so many ways. It's just got to make sense to you somehow. We've got here the period. It looks like that's how they were marking their missingness. So mark the missingness that way. We've got here this one right here. This is in your assignment, and maybe the answer is kind of how to fix it. No, the answer is not here to fix it. I wrote this code though. So I wrote the code in, and this was like at the very end. If you watch the activity tonight, I write the code tonight for how to fix this, where I turn these into like NA, and I turn these into, it's a different one. It's like it's the length, it's the inch length or something of the board or whatever this is, the dozer data set, and I change around a data frame in it. This has so many problems right here with, and I do want to mention this. This is something super weird. Does everyone see this / quote? This is something I did not know for a while. This is not, if you look at what this is, there's not the / there. You're like, well, wait, I see it, Brian. Watch. The / oh, it's there. Let's do this. Let's go paste. Oh, it's there? Let's do in the / quote. I should get it to not do it. Don't do it. There we go. It's not there. If you notice, it's not there. It's because what the / does is it calls a special character. So it's showing us it in the paste, which I wish it did. And I think a lot of times, if you notice, I think I might have done this before, I'll do things like cat and then paste. It's my favorite way to get stuff to print to the screen. So that does that. And so I usually do it that way. So I don't usually see it. What this stands for is this is what I call a superpower. What will a quote do to a string? What does the second quote do to a string? What does the second quote do to a string? I've called it kryptonite too. The second quote, when you start a string, the second quote will what it? When you start a string, the second quote will 20 points, who knows? Close it. Sarah, you're totally right. That'll close it. But I've called this, I like to call it kryptonite sometimes. It's like the anti-superpower. What it does is it says, no, that's not the superpower quote that closes the string. That's just a quote that ends the string. So now when we run this right here, it'll treat this not as the superpower, but it'll depower it. This is the superpower, and this is getting hit with the kryptonite. So this is what I call the superpower, and this is getting hit with kryptonite. It's kryptonite to it. But you might say, well, how can it be a superpower? Watch this. Do you see that right there? And then let's do this. I'm going to give a superpower to N. So what will this do? It puts it on a new line. So this is no longer N right here. It's superpower N, which starts a new line. This gets in a lot to how to deal with strings, which is a huge topic we don't really get into. But this is a superpower right here on this, which actually is its kryptonite. And this is a superpower on N, which makes it start a new line. But I think you can do a backslash. So if you want to do a backslash, you have to do, I'm pretty sure it's just backslash. And that takes the superpower off of backslash. Because if I do backslash, it's going to get mad at me. And you see the code is still running because it never closed this quote. So this depowered this. And you see this is even being treated like a string over here now because it's green. If you can see that's green right there, because this quote is not an end close quote. Now that quote is an end close quote right there. Or I could just depower that. And now that that's depowered, the string is closed on that. But without that, that depowers the quote. And now this depowers the depower. So now it turns it into just the regular old character. Was that complicated? That was pretty crazy right there. That superpower thing took me a while to get how that superpower works. Don't mess with superpowers. Watch out. So pretty fun stuff right there. Pretty interesting. That's just dealing with why this backslash exists. Always ask these questions like, what's the backslash doing there? Don't worry. I'll be like, oh, it means this, because I've asked those questions too. We've got a lot for fit model series right here. Here's the difference between 2 and 2 and -2 and 2. I don't know. Look at what we said right here. Needs domain knowledge. Who's better at pharmacy statistics? Brian, who has his degree in business analytics, or Darren, who's studied some statistics and is a pharmacist? Who's better? Brian, who has his degree in business analytics, or Darren, who's studied some statistics and is a pharmacist? Who's better at pharmacy statistics? Who's better? Darren. 20 points case right there. You're right. Carly and Caroline. Oh, Brian, because I just assumed it. Oh, thank you. I'll have to tell Darren I'm better than him at pharmacy statistics. He'll be like, sure. Here's my data. Tell me what decision I should make. And I'll be like, here's the statistics on it. And he'll be like, well, what should I do? People are going to live or die, Brian. Tell me what I should do. I'm like, no, I'm done. I'll just analyze it for you. So my brother has come to me lots of times to help him analyze data. I help him analyze, and then he makes decisions. I don't make the decisions. I can find the trends and patterns better. Like I just said, yeah, great question, Andrew. Alex, 20 points right there. You need to, do you need to know much about pharmacy stuff to do statistics? Yes, the thing is, like, you don't have to know pharmacy to do statistics, but statistics is very important in pharmacy. Like all of his like drug trials, all of his like utilization of farm techs and stuff like that, like the business side to pharmacy, because there's a business aspect to it too. There's a hospital running aspect. Like he's done lots of statistics on how is the hospital running? Is it running efficiently? All of those things can be analyzed with statistics. So very, very important. Statistics is very necessary for pharmacy. Very necessary. So you need that domain knowledge. This is a huge slide right here. What is domain knowledge? It basically states that, imagine this. Julio, we're giving you a shout out here, Julio Bourbon. So you guys maybe know, Andrew probably knows Julio from the videos, and I've probably mentioned him already to you guys, but Julio works for the New York Yankees. Now, I taught Julio statistics, but who do you think might be better at baseball statistics, Julio or Brian? I taught Julio statistics. I mean, he knew stuff besides me, I'm sure, but I was his Stats 1 teacher. He's Julio. Watch him be in the chat. If he appeared right now, I'd be like, yeah. So, because he'll watch sometimes just to jump in and say, hey, always Brian. He works for the, he is nice, just tried. And it's always so good to see him in here. He works for the New York Yankees. He knows what's going on. He knows his stats, and he's explaining it to people, and he's got that domain knowledge. So when you got that domain knowledge, you're doing a great job. So shout outs to Julio right there. It's good to practice and make a data frame. Cool. Oh, there's no undo. We've already said that 1,000 times. You can't Control Z something in R or Command Z something. Nope, not happening. No undo. You can replace things with NA. That's what we've been doing. Or you could replace with the median or mean. Does not say that here. Replacing with missing values. We've talked a lot about this. You can replace with NAs. So you're seeing code you've seen before, replacing with NAs, especially if you just think it shouldn't exist. Like, I don't like these values. They shouldn't exist. Cool. This NA, yes, I think we've said this a lot. Do not put your NA in quotes. I'm going to copy a note for you guys that we took. If you notice, we were working on it. Let me save this as our June 2nd notes right here. And I got to upload all these notes today. June 2nd, BAS 474, notes from class. And I do upload these. I've got to upload yesterday's. I've got to mark some video stuff. But we did not get that code working. This note we took at the very end of our class is a pretty good note about how these objects look. And this was a very in-depth discussion which we went into yesterday. It's right before our class if you want to watch the discussion on it. But it talks about the difference between NA, which is missingness, null, which means there's nothing there, NaN, which means not a number, which you can easily obtain. Get out of that. With 0 over 0 gets NaN, meaning it couldn't do the mathematical computation. That's what NaN means. It stands for not a number, and it means I can't do this mathematical computation. Like R just says, computer not willing to do 0 divided by 0. It knows not to do that. It's like, you can't trick me. I'm a smart computer. Because everyone knows that's how you trick computers right there. So right here we have integer 0, which means it's an integer with nothing in it. Logical 0, which means it's a logical with nothing in it. So it's a logical object, but the object has nothing in it. So the object exists. It has a class, but the object has nothing in it. And we can view this right here, that if we do x, right here, this is an integer 0, and it should say it's integer. So there exists the object x. X is an integer object, but x has nothing inside of it. So all this, here's square root of -1. It says I can't do that. It says not a number. Here we are with vector with null in it. Now this vector has nothing in it. And the class of this vector is also nothing because the vector is a nothing. But there exists something called vector, which has no class to it and has nothing in it. But now there exists something called x, which is an integer, which has nothing in it. Who thinks they get this? It's a lot. There's a lot to it, what all these different things mean up here. What logical 0 means, what NaN, what null, what all this means. You know, we can probably put that to that. So what these mean, just try to take it in bit by bit. We want you to have the higher level coding understanding to understand how R sees objects. Do not put your NAs in quotes. If you want to learn one thing right now and make sure you know it, do not put your NAs in quotes unless someone has a name NA. If there's the name NA, do that. If it's like if there was a level NA, that would be in quotes. So NA, yep, just NA, capital NA, and it'll change colors. So what do we have right here? We have the recoding of A. We're recoding A into U, and this is the safe way to do it. Excellent stuff right there. Replacing errors, so much going on right here. And if you notice, we're removing certain things right here and just overwriting them. The none are unspecified. The blank right here is going to become none are unspecified. It's very hard to see this, but this blank right here is being changed because that is this. It is very hard to see this. And we could confirm it as that. Let's go grab because it's very hard to see in the table. But we're going to go to the Dozer data set because Dozer is one of those ones we can load. Oh, it's in a different thing. To see it, we'd have to actually go to levels. We don't have it loaded up, so we can't run it. And I don't have that data set currently downloaded. But we'd have to go to levels. And when you report the levels of a variable, it will report them in quotes. So theoretically speaking, like watch this. Survey 10 handedness. They're in quotes. And I was adding some before. I'm going to go to level 4. I'm going to change it to this. And you'll notice what's weird here is if I make a table of it, there's this. It's very hard to tell what this is. Now, that is a bunch of spaces. Look at how you can't tell the difference between my two tables here. Where this was nothing, no space. This is multiple. Oh, well, let me highlight it and this one won't. No, you can highlight it either way. But you can't tell the difference between when it's multiple spaces or no spaces, but you can if you make a summary of it, do levels of it. And now you can see what this is. You might be able to tell with summary also, I believe. Nope, can't tell with summary. Got to go to levels. And then you can see the spaces. Does that make sense to everybody right there? That it's very hard to tell. And when you look at this right here, you can't really tell what this is inside of here, what that stands for. You have to go down and look at the levels of it first. Sneeze off camera into my shoulder. Don't worry. And no one lives with me, so... How are we doing, everybody? How are we doing right now? How's everyone doing? Let's get some hype in the chat for the last 20 minutes of class. We got hype right here. We're going to talk about a few more things right here. Bless you. Thank you so much. We've got right here, we've corrected all this data. Special note about NA. Dealing with all of these things. Converting numbers to factors. So be very, very careful. This was in the previous slides that we have right here. When you go from a factor to a number, you have to do this. This is in the previous slide. So if I go over something quickly, we talked about this a lot yesterday, and I want to talk a tiny bit about dates, and I want to talk a tiny bit about missing data. Or let me go to the dates real quick, and let's talk about dates, and then let's talk about the mice package, which is in tonight's activity. When you deal with dates, it's way easier than you think. Dealing with dates is so easy. I want someone to put a date in the chat. Now, don't put anything important to you like your birthday. Don't put that, because don't put any, like, never put information in the chat that you wouldn't want anyone public out there. Even if you're like, I don't mind, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't put birthdays. February 14th. Watch this. And give me a year with it, too. So we got Feb 14th. There we go. I like this one from Scott right here. So Scott gave me the following date. And nice job. You guys are awesome in the chat. So 20 points putting dates in the chat. I'm going to put this one right here. I hate that it does that. When I copy from you guys, it does that a lot of times. It puts that little... I don't even know what that character is. And I'm going to take this date right here. And I'm going to take another date. And we're going to take this date right here, I think. Yeah, I like this one. Now, I want you to look at these. All of these dates I have on the screen right now are different formats. Does that make sense? Every date right here is a different... like written out a different way, but all of these dates right here have what format? What format does every date I select have for it? Now, the first one you might not be able to tell because it's 2-3. So is it February 3rd or is it March 2nd? And just depending on different countries and different people report dates different ways, perfectly fine. And it's all in month, day, year. You got it. Perfect. Boom. 20 points right there. You know what's going on. Both. Scott, everyone posting those points. I want everyone to get their 20 points today. We're going to call library lubridate. Make sure you have lubridate installed. So you need to install packages lubridate. Let's put that right here just in case. So we're going to install packages, quote. I'm going to put lubridate here, and we're going to hashtag this out. So not $, hashtag, we got this. And so now we call the lubridate library. Lubridate's a word. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to go month, day, year of dates. There you go. We have now converted all of those to dates. Perfect. What if people had reported, like, this is when people arrive to a store? What function do people think I will use now? And you know what? I wonder. I'm going to try something. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try that. It might get mad at that last one. I wonder if that'll work. Watch this. When we type the function, month, day, year, we get something extra. 100 points, secret bonus. Who knows what function I'll use here? And I don't know if the last date will work. I'm interested. You got it, Andrew. And we're going Jordan, Andrew, and one more person. Who's got it? One more person. Who's got it? One more person. Kelsey right there, secret 100 points. You can add that on. That is on addition right there. We're going to do dates. And did I re-up the dates? Cool. Did it work? Did this work and change it to 2 p.m. in the afternoon? Definitely right. Yeah, you just keep track. He's kind of like, be like, just keep a tally mark while you're in class. Be like, yeah, another 20. 60 points is what you can get to, but unless I break the rules, which those people just let me break the rules. Did this work? Was 2 p.m. properly converted where 8 p.m. was converted to 8 a.m. was converted to 8? Yep, it did. Look at this. This is the beauty of Lubridate, is all of these dates here are written differently, and yet all of them converted. And now they're all in the same standard format. We could have had seconds in here also. So we could have said probably, you could have probably said 2 p.m. We'll do that, and 30 minutes. Oof, it's not gonna like the typo. It did it. It did it with the typo. That typo. It said no. What is it? Ishan, I know that. What does UTC stand for? UTC stand for? It's like United. I knew it at one time. What does UT? Was it coordinated universal time? I don't know why the C comes last. It's coordinated universal time. So so I think this is like, must be like the format they use, but it stands for coordinated universal time. Earlier, it took the 24-hour format of a time. Yeah, I think it's by default that. Maybe there's a way to make Lubridate output. It puts it out in like military time or like 24-hour. So yep, Yaochi, 20 points right there. Excellent work. Yep. And yeah, keep asking those questions. Always ask questions. Always be learning. That's what we do in this class. And why do we use Lubridate? It's a Hadley Wickham package. That's why, because he's awesome. Shout outs to Hadley Wickham. Thank you for playing to my email. In my day. Hadley Wickham said hey to me. He didn't say hey. He said cool stuff. Check out these videos. And I was like, okay, cool. Thank you. You're awesome. So we install the packages, and then we've got a data frame right here, and we can load it in. And what do we do first? Write down these steps. When you are converting a date, you must first figure out the format of the date. I want to put that as a test question. If people start putting these things in the test question thing, and I'm going to try tonight to go in and write some more test questions, 50 points for those test questions when I write them out, and I want you guys to put test questions in there too. But when you use Lubridate, the first thing you do is check the format of the date. I can't repeat that enough, because I didn't just choose month, day, year, hour, minute by random. There's so many things. You can do day, month, year. You can do, I don't think you can do year, day, year, month. You can't. It won't, it says that doesn't have year, day, month. You can do year, day, month. Month, day, year. Month, year, day. There's no year, month. Oh, there's none of that. Year, day, month. Year, month, day. Month. Where did that? Day, year, month. Day, month, year. There it goes. I don't know why. I wish they did them all. I don't know why they, I guess no one does those, but you never know. Someone's going to do it. So why not put it in there? Why not just do all the permutations of it? But, yep. First thing you do is check the format. So someone could give you a date like this. Someone could go here and they could do, so, yep, and I have that right. They could say 02 Feb and 1988. So you see this is 02 Feb 1988. And you can just practice and go day, month, year. And that's the format of it. And we run this inside of it. And it converts it. So you see the format of this was day, then month, then year. And you could even have in here like slashes or whatever, like however they reported it. And then when you run it, it'll do it. So there is the same thing. And it worked, right? Yeah, it did. It converted it. That's the conversion format. They could have had backslashes in here. It doesn't matter. And they could have changed this. But if they were to change this, and they could probably keep that backslash there. Lubridate is really smart. If this is the new format, this needs to be month, day, year. And it still converts it. So you have to look at the format of it to convert it. And we'll put the other example in because that's different from the first where it was month, day, year. You have to look at the format. When you use Lubridate, check the format. Caroline, 20 points right there. And Sarah for asking also. Thank you. You have to know that. You have to check the format. You don't just say, oh, we use month, day, year a lot. Well, it's because it's common. I mean, it's just common that people do that. And there's what the format stands for: year, month, day, hour, minute, second. But you can switch it up. It goes in all orders, almost all orders. It's a special thing that has a position X. It's like a special format right here. So it's a special class inside of R. Lubridate is. It's a special class. Only run the function once. I haven't had problems when I've run it twice. Only run it once. Adding time zone information, you can add in additional stuff. There's additional options right here. So you can change it right here. So that last thing right there, you can change it to US Central Time. So you see right here, we've changed the format right here. So all different stuff, because maybe we've got that we want to add that in. And we've added this in right here. We've got Canadian Central, and we've got US Central, and then all this stuff right here. Amazing what you can do with Lubridate. If you've got different time zones and stuff, Lubridate can handle different time zones. This is a crazy package. Here's the different formats you can see. So here's just examples of what we've been looking at. Just year, month, day, year, hour, minute, second. And I think we see how it can handle anything. Look at this right here. Created on at this time. If you had a file that looked this way, you could take this information right here. Imagine if someone gave you data that all of their things were like, it was created on this date, on this time, at this day, at this time. You can turn that into a time object with Lubridate like that. So all of these things right here are, Lubridate handles it. It's awesome. It's so powerful. Amazing package, Hadley. Keep up the good work. Extra data info. This is a really important page right here, because when you look at this, these are all the things you can do. You can get just the hour, just the minute, just the day, just the week. By doing the W day, you can put labels on it. You can do month. You can do week. So when you're watching the activity, you'll see me do this. And I'm getting the hour, the minute, the day, the weekday, the year of the day of the year. Is year day on here? There's no year day, but if you do Y day, it'll do day of the year. So if we go back to our dates, we can go here and go Y day. And we can go of dates. And it'll get us the day of the year. Did I not? Error in string unstable format. Uh-oh. What's going on? It's not like that. What's going on? Oh, we haven't converted them. I did not save them. There we go. There we go. There's the day of the year. You want to know what day of the week those were? You want to know it's third day. So that's a Tuesday. I think we start on Sunday, right? Label equals true Lubridate. Yep, Tuesday. Wait, so no, I think we start on Monday. Lunes, martes, miércoles. That's what I think. I forget what I think sometimes. Because it's called the weekend for a reason. That's my argument. I just remember how Lubridate works. And I prefer Monday to be the first day of the week. It's the week end, not the week start/end. Why do we call it the weekend? Don't get it. Don't get this world sometimes. So you notice what label equals true does. You can use this for month also. And now there's the months that these were in. But does everyone see how easy this is to use? Does this make sense that this package is super powerful? Because from dates, we can make anything instantaneously. We can take the month, we can take the day, we can take the year, we can take the day of the year, we can take the day of the week, we can take the day of the month. What do you think the day of the month is? It's month day. Now, you will get a problem right here if you try to use label equals true, because days of the month don't have a label. But there it is right there. On a 1 to 10, how awesome do you guys think this package is? 20 points for responding in the chat. Get your 20 points. How awesome do you think this package is? I'm just asking for accolades for Hadley right here. I've talked to him 10 times now. 10, I agree. It's 10 out of 10 awesome. We see some visualizations. Descriptive analytics. Cool, cool, cool. These are just the visualizations we can do and all this good stuff. I'm going to come back and talk about transformations tomorrow. We've talked about them a good bit. We've done some log transformations. It's in the video, but I'm going to talk about this just briefly right here before we end class. This graphic, can we change the format of the output in Lubridate? Send me an email about that and expand upon it, because I'm wondering how you want to change it. I bet you can, and I'm wondering how you want to change it. Maybe we'll have to go do some Googling, see if you can change the position, POSX, whatever it's called, the class it is. So there might be a way to change it so that it gives you a different format. That we'll have to look into it. I bet there's a way. It's got to be a way. This right here, I have a really good example that I do in the project, or the activity. I want us to look at this. I'm going to remake it right here. I'm going to make a data frame right here with age equal to this. And then I'm going to make GPA equal to this. And then we're going to make, I didn't put a comma there. We're going to make BBB. Doesn't matter what the variable's called. I just want to kind of look the same. So I'm keeping the numbers the same so you can see where the observations are at. So these are just random vectors in a data frame. And we'll go AAA right here. And because it doesn't matter what they're called. Okay. Does everyone see this data frame right here? I think I found a good way to teach how mice package works. Does everyone see this data frame? I want people to think about the pattern of missingness right here. There are a few patterns. We see right here instances where how many things are missing. Think about like each row. So let's look at it. I think it might be better if we go over here and I want you to look at the data frame and I want you to tell me how many patterns of missingness there are. 100 points bonus right here. It goes on top of your extra credit if you tell me how many patterns of missingness there are. Only one person can get this. How many patterns of missingness are there? Look at the rows. 3, toss. Amazing job, you're right. There are 3 patterns of missingness. Does everyone see the 3 patterns? Pattern number 1, pattern number 2, and pattern 3 is this, where there's only one thing missing. Does that make sense? 20 points, everyone else. Tosh, you got that on top of your bonus right there. So amazing job following along, everyone else. And then let's look at this. Let's go library, mice. And so that loads it up. And then we need to go, what is it? MD pattern. There it is. Missing data pattern. Couldn't think of the, I was like, it's missingness patterns. Couldn't think of what it was called. We're going to look at the missingness pattern of this. It's mad about my figure size. I just want to see this for the moment. Too large? Still? Really? I might have to go full screen. Okay. Oh, it actually worked decently. And we actually see it. There's things I like about this package. It's a very good package. This graphic is always good. You'll see in the video I had problems with this graphic, and then I figured out a way to make something that looked good. So what does this all mean? Here's what you need to know. You need to break down this. You need to break down this right here. Let me hover over it. You need to know what this means, this means, this means, this means, and this means. So you ready? These are the last 5 minutes of class, and here's some big notes. The top thing right here is the name of the variable. That's easy. We've got age, GPA, BBB, and AAA. Those are the names of the variables. Going down this way is how often that variable is missing. When you go down this way, that is how often that variable is missing. How often was age missing in my data set? I might be able to keep it all on the screen right here. How often was age missing in my full data set? We'll go full screen. I think we got this. How often was age age was missing how many times? Go down to here. That's how often age was missing. Age is missing 0. Do you see it? How often is GPA missing? How often is GPA missing? Do you see it? How often is BBB missing? Right there. How often was AAA missing? All 5 times. Now we get into this part right here. This stands for how many rows there are. Like if I was doing this, I would almost print this off and like, I need to go into Word. We'll start class with this tomorrow and I go over it in the assignment. And I might even go a little bit longer on this, but I'm going to say everything within the class limit. And then I'm going to pen this onto the video and we'll be doing office hours afterwards. But this 3 right here stands for how many rows there are. So there are 3 rows that have this pattern of missingness. There are 3 rows that have this pattern of missingness. And do you remember just a moment ago? Here are these 3 rows. These 3 rows are these 3 rows. This right here stands for there are 3 rows that have in it. These 3 rows have, let's look, they have something for AAA. Or no, they don't have anything for AAA, excuse me. AAA is the only thing that is missing in these 3 rows. They have values for age, they have values for GPA, and they have values for BBB. So there are 3 rows that have this, have this, have this, and don't have this. And then the 1 here stands for they are missing one thing. there is one row that has age, has GPA, is missing BBB, and is also missing AAA. That is this row right here. It's talking about that one row. There is one row that has age, does not have GPA, does not have BBB, and does not have AAA. And we're talking about this row right here. There's one row. What does this 3 stand for? This 3 stands for there are 3 missing values here. In these rows, there's 3 missing values. What does this 2 stand for? There's 2 missing values in these rows. It's only one row, but still. And what does the 1 stand for? In these 3 rows, there was 1 missingness. So this 3 right here literally counts up the zeros as this 2 does and this 1 does. It's not how many total there were, but we see this right here. Now, what does the 8 stand for? The 8 at the very bottom should be read along this way, not downward. The 8 on the bottom is the total number of missing values. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total missing values. And that's class time. And if you understand that, the graphic over here is just showing you the same thing, but the squares for the 1s and 0s have been colored blue for has it and red for doesn't. So you can see there are 3 patterns of missingness that have everything but AAA. So they're missing 1 item, and there's one row that has these 2 but does not have these 2, and there's one row that has this one but does not have these 3. Age is missing 0 times from the data set, GPA is missing 1 time from the data set, BBB is missing 2 times from the data set, AAA is missing 5 times from the data set. There's 8 total missing values. This is a perfect test question if I ask you things like, how often is BBB missing from the data set? How many patterns of missingness are there? So there are 3 missingness patterns. So the patterns would go this way. I'll recover this a little bit more tomorrow. It is in the video. And does that make sense? We just hit upon a big topic here at the end. There's not. How are we doing on this? Today was a lot today. I know it. I feel it every day. I'm like, you guys are doing great. It's a lot. How are people doing? It is now office hours. Feel free. Let me take this right here and let's copy this into Word. So if people are still watching. Let's hop over to Word. Cool, good. Oh, so good. Thank you guys and gals so much. So let's go to wrap text. Oh, did you ever find a theme that... no, we need to send out an email about that. Whoa. No, we need to send out an email about that. Let me send out an email and get everyone to agree on a theme because we want... So let's get a theme and I'll have to put a vote out there. I'll do like a Google form. I need to put pictures. I might be able to do it tonight, but I want to get a theme that works for everybody. That's really good for everyone's eyes because some people kind of like everyone. It's really tough and like it's like I just keep getting more blind as I get older. But it'd be hard being red, green, colorblind or colorblind. But man, my eyes. I've been noticing I have to get a lot closer to stuff, and it worries me. Like, oh no, and Andrew, yeah, no, I want to help you out. I want to get a theme that works for everybody. I'm just like, because I know how hard it is for me at times. I'm just like, man, it is tough to see. Like, it's like super important to be able to see things. So, I got you. We're gonna send out a vote on it. So let's do this. Maybe values missing? No, variables missing. So that's the number of rows. Hopefully this makes a little more sense. The variable name, So the amount of variable missing. That's why I don't write, because my handwriting's horrible. Amount of variable missing. Okay. Does this make a little more sense? If I'm looking for values between 50 and 500, would I use... Yeah, is that for the homework, Ben? Let's hop over here. So which one is that, Ben? I like Punch Out a lot. Let me load up alumni. Do I have alumni? Let's load this up. I'm such a nerd. Yes, Jacob, you got it, man. Boom, Jacob, you're a mod. Thanks, Jacob, for reminding me, and thanks for the email. I really appreciate it, because then I know when you come in here and say, hey, can I be a mod? Because a random person did that, I'd be like, who? What? But then Jacob, I'm like, yep, Jacob, you're a mod. You're welcome. I appreciate it. And I want everyone to know that if you're a student, you can be a mod, because, you know, that's what we want. We want the students helping out, and we appreciate it. The alumni data set, that is in the practice data. Where's the alumni? Let me go get alumni data frame. We're going to listen to Mario. Let me load up alumni. Where is alumni? Is it under activity? I think it's 320. You guys are just seeing me like listening to music right now. Dashboard. Mega Man one less time will be done here. Let's turn it down a little bit here. Oh yeah, because 320 has their assignment due tonight. Yes. So 320, what's up, Ben? Let's do this. Let's hop into some R basics here. Okay, I'm downloading the data file. And let me start looking into this. Okay, I didn't have it downloaded. So here we go. We're loading up the file here. And Ben, let's take a look at this. This is question CH? 3H? Which one is it, Ben? It's CH? Is everyone on the Discord right now working together? And now am I loading this up? Is that loading? It says it can't find it. Session, set working directory, choose directory, downloads, open. Now load it. Please, if you're watching this and things are not loading, please tell me immediately. There's so many errors that can occur. There are so many errors that can occur that you have to start early. And when something doesn't work, you have to make sure it's working. I mean, you have to fix it. And please email me. I expect a lot of emails tonight. Don't be like, hey, Brian, I didn't want to email you. No, email me, please. Let's search through here. Let's find it. Cool. How many rows of this have values? Cool. So I think I'm running all codes above because it's loaded now. So this one right here, right? Oh, no, it's H. It's H. Okay. I'm going to put the code right here with insert chunk. One of my favorite things to do. And where am I at? I'm at chunk what? So this is 3H. So I could call this a name so I could come back to it. Now I can search for that chunk if I want for 3H. What fraction of a number of alumni? Oh, you did this right here. Let me grab it. You're welcome, Anisha. So great job. This looks close. This might be right. This might work. I might have a shorter way. Let me do what I would do. What fraction of alumni have values in this, between these values, including these amounts? So I'm going to go here and do this first. I'm going to go to alumni. I'm going to call the vector lifetime gift to UT. That's what it stands for. I'm just going to view it. Numeric vector. I'm going to say that I want it to be greater than or equal to 50 because yours, we might get a different answer here. Because what if someone gave $49.20? So we might get different answers here, Ben. So if you want to change your code just a little bit, I would change your code to the following. You can probably tell what I'm going to do here. I would change it to this, and I would change it to this. And let's see if it changes the answer. What was the answer previously? The answer previously was 152339. Ben, it changed. Uh-oh. Good. This is so someone gave like $500.2 or something. There was a person, we could find that person if we wanted, but there was an individual who gave like 49.2 or something like that. So this is exactly on 50, greater than, and exactly below 500, and it could be equal to or less than. So I'm going to write this condition here, and this condition gives me trues and falses. Then I'm going to write this condition here, and I'm going to do less than or equal to 500, and that's that. I'm then going to join these conditions here with an AND. So now a person must meet both those conditions. And then, Ben, I'm going to add one more thing in front of it. What can I do to a logical vector to find out the percent of trues very quickly? What can I do to a logical vector to find out the percent of trues very quickly? Who knows? 20 points in the chat. These are office bonus points. Office bonus points right here. Who knows in the chat? 20 points for bonus office hours. Mean, Ahmed, you are right. You got it. Great job, Ahmed, right there. So, if you want to, like, Ahmed, yeah, I wish I'd send it to you. You guys got, look at that, Andrew and Ahmed right there, because you guys, we got this. 474 is still in the room right now. 320 might be hopping in, but we got it. And if we look at this answer and this answer, we get the same answer. So we've done it. We've done it two separate ways right here. Either way is fine. It's just longer to get the length of something and divide it by length. Not banging outside. And all this right here. What other questions are there? 320 or 474? Don't be afraid 474 to ask a question, to be like, how do I do this? What is this? How do I do this? I might get some orange juice real quick. You're welcome, Ben. Who has? I need to. Here, wait. I'm gonna grab some orange juice. Watch this. What question shall we do next? Okay, and then I'll be right back. I went and got some green goodness, and it looks like it's like question 4C. It's in a Zelda glass, so the Zelda thing is green. It's clear, even though Zelda should be gold, but it's green. So why is Zelda green? I don't know. Zelda's green. Some green goodness from Bold House right there. Where do I put it that I don't knock it over and destroy my computer? 2 seconds. Okay, I'm back now. Okay, so for question 4G, the code should be this. That looks accurate. 220 assignment, what does 5D? Cool, let's go look at that. Integrity issue would be something that just doesn't make sense. Like the integrity of a data means like, is it logical? And here, I'll talk about the good question, Alex. Let's put, so we first did, was it 4H? Which one, here, we'll put notes on here on which ones we've covered so people can see if they come back to the video. We first did 3H, and then we're doing 4G, and then we're doing 5D. I'll post that really soon here, and I think that'll be due maybe Thursday? I need to look at the schedule. Yeah, let me post that after class. Great question right there. Whew. It's fast, isn't it? Yep. Or I can probably post it right now. Let me do that. So let me do that for you right here. I think it's good to go. I'm going to look at it and then post it. I think it is posted. No, it's not. Okay, cool. It's not due July 7th. So let me get this fixed for 474 real quick. So they can start working on their next assignment here. I think let's put this due on... Let me think. We'll put this due on Thursday. And then I'll debate if we should move it. Because we'll work on it. Okay, it's due on Thursday now. So that gives you Wednesday something's not due. But that is due on Thursday now. Okay. So it is open. Did I open it? Let me make sure it's open. I think I opened it and then moved the date. So it is now available. Check it out. Be looking it over. It is now currently posted on Canvas 474. Oh, really? Mac update? Oh, cool. And so we have in 5D. Okay, let's do 3H here. Let's hop to some 3H and start talking about 3H. 3H. Oh, we already did 3H. Let's talk about 4G. 4G. 5G. And so we're going to go here. We're going to click. And here's the 4s. Wait. Oh, no. Did we do 4H? Oh, okay. Wait. Wow, that was wrong. This is 4H. Sorry, video people. Okay. And then the question here for 4G is... Okay, here it is. Okay. So for this, you have this code right here. And here, we'll check your code. We'll check your answer in a second. I'm going to work through this one and talk through it a little bit. So you guys get to see specific problems work. How many rows in LTG to UT, lifetime gift to UT, that are greater than $500,000 and have area codes that is this? Okay. This is how you work this question. You work this question by writing 2 logical conditions. And I'm looking at your code right there. And your code is working, Ben. And I'm going to show you a quicker way here, Ben. So the code you've written, Ben, and if you could, Ben, delete that one comment. So hit remove comment on it. So don't worry. That way people would have to watch the video and maybe see how it works. And yeah, awesome, Ben. You're awesome. 20 points, Ben, right there. Do we use an A or a comma or an and? Good question. Let's check it out. You ready? So we're going to go right here, and we're going to go to lifetime gift to UT. Oh, we have to go to the alumni vector. Go to alumni data set. And then lifetime gift to UT. And then we want people who have given more than $500,000. Does that make sense? Oh, you're fine, Ben. Don't worry about it, Ben. Don't worry about it. And so we have this right here. And there's going to be answers in this video anyways. It's just, I wouldn't want everyone to just copy from the chat or who knows. And I just wouldn't want people to get in the habit from that. We do put answers in the chat though sometimes. So don't worry. I'll just always ask. You're fine. That wasn't cheating or anything. Don't worry. I don't want you to worry about it. I feel bad. Like I said, do that. I asked people yesterday too. I was like, remove that from the chat. And then, yeah. So now we're going to do a separate logical condition right here, which we already did. We've already done this right here. We're going to go here and do alumni and do area code and equals to 865. Now, one thing you could do is you could future-proof yourself, and you could do percent and percent, and you could do the following. Because now we could find people who are either in Knoxville or Nashville. Does that make sense? That either of these codes is going to work, but if we want to check for multiple area codes, is someone's area code contained in this? We need to do the following. We need to include a percent and percent. Yeah. I think yours is right, Andrew. Andrew, I'm going to ask the craziest thing. Can you post it again? And I'm literally going to show in the video. We're going to check your condition. Post it again. I know. Hey, can you delete that? Hey, can you post it again? Is it in my copy paste? Okay, you can delete it. I'd already copy pasted it. We're going to get the same answer here. I'm sorry, Andrew. Wait. Oh, wait. It was Ben. Sorry, Ben. Yep. And then I think people are getting it now once both these conditions. And now we're going to do this, Ben. Check this out. we're going to go here and we're going to go to the mean of it. And, oh, cool. I like that. NA remove. Am I inside the mean right now? What? What's going on here? Let me take this. What happened? Might do this in 2 steps. What did I do, everybody? What happened to my code? Andrew has officially... Why do I keep saying Andrew? Ben has officially beat me. I'm just going to call this X. And X should be a logical vector. It is. And now I should... The mean of X, there's things that are in A. So right here we get, because it wants to know how many. Oh, it says how many. 13. So, oh, and I did 865 also. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? Sorry. 23. Let me look. We're seeing 2 different things right here. So, let me look at this. 500,000. Your comma here might be an issue. That comma's an issue. Ben, are you still there? The comma here is a big issue. Yeah, your comma's a big issue. Yes. Alex, have you run... Send me an email real quick, Alex. I think we were talking about this last night. Which package are you trying to run? Are you trying to run dplyr? Run this directly in the chat. And you should see this, and you should let it run. If it asks for answers for yes or no, run that. And you should see this. It should pop up with like Windows or ask you yes or no. Is that what you're seeing right there, Alex? And Ben, does this make sense right here, Ben? So, and tell me what happens when you say installed up packages with the dplyr, Alex. And then we can do H next. You got it. What's it say with and then if it says problems with library mice, do that. Run that one in the chat. Run that one down below too. So you should now run this and let it run. Click yes or say yes to whatever it says. Let it restart. And so run that right there. And that should have it run right there. Also, these will be bonus questions on the... so if you don't get it loaded, don't worry, it's bonus. And because a lot of people have been having issues and we didn't quite get to the material yet. So I decided these questions will be bonus. Questions 8 and 9 are bonus on the assignment. Questions 8 and 9 are bonus for 320. So does that... Ben, are you still in the chat? Ben, the issue with your code, Ben, was there was a comma right here. And if you notice your code and my code right now, Ben, and that's a wrong code. This right here, we can do the sum. We have to do NA remove equals true. And we have this right here. And now these are the same. So you were on the right track, Ben. You were super close. Just don't put the comma right here for the 500,000 because it treats this as 2 numbers then. It starts a new argument. The comma is treating that as a new argument inside of the which. It's doing which and checking that condition. And then something's weird's happening because that's a new argument. So we have that right there. How's that going, Alexa, with that? We're going to start working on 4H next. Oh, wait, did we... Wait, and then, here, wait, Alex, do you see this right here? We did 4H. And how do we do 4H again? We're going to go through here, and we're going to do the conditions first. So we're going to do lifetime gift to UT. We're going to go to alumni and lifetime gift to UT. And we want to see things that are greater than or equal to 50. And we also want to see things that are less than or equal to 500. And we want it to meet both conditions. So now what have we done? We've displayed here the people who have given a gift that's at least 50 and a gift that's less than 500, but including that amount. These are all the people right here. And then how do we turn this into a percent? How can I find out the percent of trues? So how would I do this right here, Alex? How would I, or is it Alex? Yep. You can do that. That's one way, But the quickest way is to just go around it and do this. Because if you notice right here, this was a logical vector. And so when you take the mean of a logical vector, if you have trues and falses inside of here, you can get the percent of trues by just putting, I know, right? It's pretty, and then if you notice right here, you can get the percent of trues in a logic vector. Now, if you see me do stuff like this, it won't let you knit for problem 1, and I put in install package deployers and it says I have no package for it. Send me a screenshot directly of this issue. Like if you're on a Mac, use Command-Shift-4. Send me the screenshot saying, like, when you did this install.packages, make sure that this error message is showing up at the bottom. I'm going to grab my laptop real quick, and I'll look at it on my laptop real quick. But Alexa, send me that, and I'll be looking and communicating with you. I'll be right back. Right back. All right. Here we go. Yep, I've got my computer right now. Alexa, just if you send it, my Pearson course has ended. No. IT Weekly. Let's see. It won't. Oh, so Alexa, just send it along right here, and we'll take a look, and we will see what it says. See if anyone has questions for us. Just sent it. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Error in packages loaded from mice. There is no package called dplyr execution halted. So, do this. Run the following code in the bottom console and then show me what it says here. So go down to your bottom console and run this line of code here in your bottom console. dplyr. Good. Run that line of code in your bottom console and send me a screenshot of what that shows when you run that. So run that code as is and then send me the screenshot of what that shows. Because right now it's saying there's no package called dplyr, so it wants us to install dplyr. And then maybe dplyr is having a weird install issue. So send me the screenshot of this issue right here, and then we'll figure out what's going on with that right here. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Let me put up the have questions screen. And we got to go to 5D, talk about integrity stuff right here. Let's go to 5D. So here we have the alumni levels of Greek. And let's go ahead and look at them right here. So we have the alumni levels of Greek right here. We're going to put in a sent awesome. We'll take a look at it here in a second. Question 7, you got it. I can even do the extra credit stuff. We'll do that here in a little bit. If we look at the alumni levels of Greek, because what is it called? Fraternity, sorority. Here, let's make the new column right here. So we're going to make the new column. So we're going to go here to alumni Greek, which does not exist. And we're going to store into it alumni, fraternity, sorority. And now we're looking at the levels. Can anyone interpret and tell me it did it? Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Alexa, 20 points. Great job. It's frustrating, but yeah, that breath of success when it works. Awesome right there. Does anyone see any integrity issues? I know, Alexa. Isn't it so great when it's like it worked? And then you remember these things. You're like, oh, wait, when it has this error, I do this. It's like you just build up this knowledge of how things work. It's so many. Let's see. Awesome stuff. Whoa. It's my... Oh, and I do it this way. How did it sparkle? Oh, there it goes. 7A. Let's do it. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't... Let me put the laptop here. Laptop. Don't want laptop to get damaged. Here, wait. I'm not gonna put it on the ground. Right back. Okay. Does anyone see integrity issues with this data? We asked people what fraternity or sorority they're in. Does anyone see integrity issues with this data when you ask people what fraternity, sorority in? Does anyone see integrity issues with this data when you say what fraternity, sorority you in? No. Anyone see any integrity issues when you say someone a fraternity, sorority you're in? Any like weirdness, like what's going on? I'll let you guys. I wouldn't say that's well, and it's not just that they're in. Well, here's someone who's in 2, but then look at this one. Look at that one. Yeah, there's multiple, and then it's a repeat. So this person reports Phi Gamma Delta, Phi Gamma Delta, Phi Gamma Delta, and this person reports Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma. So what is the difference between Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma, Kappa Sigma? Does that mean like 4 people in your family were in it, or you left it 3 times and came back every time? What is going on? And this is real data. I don't know what it means. That seems kind of weird to me. Yeah, it could be 4 years in it, but then wouldn't we have like people in farmhouse who would have like farmhouse? I mean, like, are all these fraternity and sororities just having people who join for 1 year? Look at how many, like, I don't know, Andrew. It's really weird, right? So I would say this is a pretty big integrity issue when you look at it. It just doesn't make sense. The data's really weird. So that's like what's going on right here. Let's go to 7. Was it question 7A? You got it. 7A. So it's got to be, yeah, Emily, you're right. Emily, 20 points are there. Some sort of error, some sort of weirdness in the data. Doesn't quite make sense. 7A. Oh, I'm hallucinating, everybody. That's 4. Did I mislabel that? Chunk 7. Haha. Here we go. 7. Here's question number 7. Create a subset called sub of alumni who graduated. Of course, I'm going to click a button. Who graduated between 1992 to 1998. Stop. Let's start doing this from scratch. It was up to 60 points. We went crazy a little bit today on these super 20-point Tuesdays. So we're going to create a subset here, but I need your guys' help. What function do I do to do subset? Help me out. What function do I do to use subset? What function do I use to use subset? Help me out, chat. Help me out. Subset, boom, Andrew, 20 points. Yep. The first thing that subset takes is what are we subsetting? So what are we going to subset now? What are we going to subset? 20 points, who knows? What are we going to subset? Who knows? What will we subset? Alumni, Emily, 20 points, you're right. You can get up to another 60 in office hours today. And you guys are just racking up points by staying here and working through this. So what I want us to do now, and Alexa, definitely be working on this. You got this. I'm really proud of you guys because these are tough assignments. Don't worry. If you make an 80, 90 on this, not the end of the world. If you make a 90, be like, tough assignment, knocked out of the way. Probably one of the hardest. Andrew was telling everyone yesterday, this is one of the toughest probably. Andrew, do you remember, if you want to tell your grade on this? I mean, maybe you made 100. You were swinging by office hours and everything, but it was tough. And so I want you to do this. Whenever you write code, what is Brian going to do to check if his code works? Brian wants to know if he's made a mistake right now. What will he do with his code right now to see if his code works? How can I see if I've made a mistake in my... Run it. Boom, Alexa, 20 points. You're right. Run it. Okay, so that didn't really do a subset. It just did everything. It's all right, though. It just printed everything to the screen. Yep. Definitely the hardest. Had to ask for a lot of help. And close to 100. Boom. I like it. Andrew, another 20 points. Now, Brian has put a comma here. He's gone to his next what? By putting a comma, I've said, you take a subset of this, and then I'm giving new instructions. I'm giving it a new argument. You guys might be wondering, what is he doing? Argument. I'm giving it a new argument. So we're going to have a new argument right here, and I like to do this. I like to hit enter right there. I like to then put my conditions here. So let's write our first condition. The first condition is that they need to graduate between 1992 to 1998. And so that is degree 1 grad year. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to put this here, and we're going to put something after it. What is the first thing I will put after this? What is the first thing I will put after this? Any ideas what? I'm going to write one condition right now for it. What is the first thing I'll put after it? I want between 1992 to 1998. Give me one part of it so far. So here, between 1992 to 1998. Between 1992 and 1998. Between these numbers. So 1992, 1998. Including those years. Between those years. Less than or equal to 1998. Yep. So I'm going to do the first one. Great job right there. Casey right there, 20 points. Greater than or equal to 1992. And it needs to be less than, and degree grad year. I'm going to copy paste this. I'm not going to attempt to write that. Degree, please copy paste. Best way to not make a typo. And less than or equal to 1998. So I'm going to run this line of code. And now I'm going to do this. I'm going to store this into sub. And I'm going to take a look at my subset. And I'm going to look at degree grad year 1. And where's degree grad year 1? It's somewhere, I think it's over degree grad date. Wait, degree grad year. Where are you at, degree grad year 1? Oh my gosh, this data set. Real data set from UT Alumni Office. My eyes are going to go mad. Have I lost my mind? Degree. Is there not a degree grad year 1? I might have mistyped a variable. Degree grad date, degree major. Let me double check, because I think I made a mistake here. Including these years who have donated the degree 1 major, degree 1 grad year. Degree 1 grad year. Degree 1 grad year, it's at the very end of it. Oh no, it should double check. We look like we have the same. So we'll look into that here. We'll try to figure out Emily on that. So degree 1 grad year is at the very end of the data frame. And so you see it did subset. I'll explain that in a second here. It should be towards the end of it. And is it not displaying the whole thing? My eyes are so bad. Oh, it's displaying columns 1 through 50. Wow. I think that's a new thing in R, so it doesn't overflow the screen. I swear that's a new thing. If we go back and look at previous versions of R, where's degree grad year 1? It's going to be all the way. So degree grad 1 month, degree 1 grad year. Yeah. Hit the double arrows. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Dennis, 20 points right there. Dennis, actually 50 points. It's at the very right side. Yeah. I think that's a new thing. I'm pretty certain that's new because I've opened big data sets before, I remember. So I really think, I was like, what's going on here? Where's my data? But the column existed, and I did that by looking at the names and seeing degree grad 1 year should be the 73rd, 74th, 75th, 76th. So yeah, it's very near the end of the data set with 80 columns. So yeah, they changed something, and I'm like, what's going on? I swear it's in there. Also, I want to point to something. How do I know the subset made a subset? Look at this. Alumni has 44,000, basically, rows. Mine has 5,000. Does that make sense? That alumni went from 44,000 to 5,000. So we've done a subset. And we've done one condition. How will I add in another condition here? Like if I want to do something, and then I want to do something also. I want it to meet another condition. What will I add in for it to do another condition here? And always be running each one of these. Don't write the full thing. And so Emily, tell me if it's working, Emily, or if it's not working, and we'll work on that. But how do I add in, be careful, Alex. Great, Alex, 20 points right there. We won't do a comma. We'll do an and. So now if you notice it's sub-indented, okay, Emily, we'll take a look at that. And I'm going to write the next condition, then we're going to fix Emily's problem right here. we are going to go and we're going to do, including these years, 2 have donated to UT. So that means they have a lifetime gift that is what? Greater than 0. So we go to lifetime UT gift, greater than 0. And now we've made a smaller subset. Do you notice how my subset got smaller? Emily, do this right here. Double click alumni and hit Control Enter. When you double click alumni and hit Command Enter, maybe on a Mac or Control Enter on a PC, does it do what mine does? When you run alumni, does it print to the screen the full alumni data set like mine's doing, or does it say cannot find alumni? Does it show the full alumni data set, or does it say can't find alumni? Which one of those 2 things happens? It just says alumni, and so I think that's the issue. So it doesn't print alumni to the screen. Go back up here. Okay, so then that's the issue right there, is alumni is not loaded. Go to this line of code on line 44, and I think that'll, let me check. Go to line 44 and run this line of code right here. Go to line 44 and run it, and tell me if alumni appears over here in the global environment. So go to line 44, run it, and tell me if you get an error or if alumni appears in the global environment. So does alumni appear, or do you get an error? Which of those 2 things occur? I'll go back down here. Because if it appears, then you're fine. Remember 8 and 9 are bonus? Oh. So we've got the people who donated now. We want people whose degree majors are contained in. So I put contained in. It is in your global environment. Rerun that thing again. Rerun that thing again, Emily. Rerun that line of code again. It might have been altered. And give that a try. Rerun that line of code and then go back down here to your subset. I tell you what, Emily. Take this, Emily, and run this and see if that runs. That'll ensure you don't have any typos. Tell me when you've copied that code. Try running that code. Because if that code runs, which that's not the full code yet, but if that code runs, yeah, reopening and reloading can fix a lot of small issues. If that code runs right here, then you have it right there. So, Emily, do you have that code? I'll remove it here in a second. But if that code runs, then you should be good to go. Make sure it'll put a dot before it sometimes. Make sure it looks like mine. Because sometimes, like when you copy paste from online or something, you're welcome. Yeah, sometimes it's something so small. And that's why I like you guys coming to office hours, because we're going to get it to work. We will, Emily, you come to office hours, we will make it work. And then look at your codes and maybe trace back to where the error was. So use my code and your code to be like, where was my error? And so if you're in office hours, we will get it working. Look, we got, I'm trying to remember just a moment ago, we got, where's Alexa's, we got her stuff working, we got Emily's stuff working, we got Ben's working, we got Alex's working, we got all this great stuff. We get code working in office hours. That's what we do. Andrew, same thing as when we're in person, but now more people can just hear us and it's recorded to help out. So we want to add in right here. Now I want you to see what I changed this to. I changed it to is contained in. This is going to make it look like there. This is a keyword. Is contained in this. So how do we do this? We add in another condition. And then we want somebody's degree. Nope. We want somebody's degree major is what? What am I going to write? 20 points. 20 points. What am I going to write here? I've got it highlighted above. I've got it highlighted right here. What am I going to write? Is contained in these things right here. Is contained in. Let me start doing my vector here while everyone figures it out. I have to put something that means that does not mean contained in. But I'm getting this ready. I'm going to double click, quote, double click, quote, double click, quote. And now I need something here that means contained in between these. Like somebody's degree 1 grad year, someone's degree 1 major is contained in those. So how am I going to write contained in? That's going to save into. So remember, that's going to save into. There's a. What is screw my chair? Just hurt my leg. No, that means position. Close. Good guesses. Remember, contained in. It's like a logical thing. It's going to be a logical thing that means contained in. And so we need to go back here to logicals. And that's so many notes. Yes, Alex, nice job, and Andrew, you guys got it. Yep, that means contained in. And so there, I realize there's so many things to remember. Like, look, I'm in, like, if we do, there we go. Here it is right here. So we're using the %I and % shortcut for contained in. So that literally means contained in, like, which X is contained in this. So it's doing a which on it, also making it more complicated. What we're going to ask, is somebody's major contained in these things? So we wouldn't want to do equals equals, because equals equals will do, is the first person a stats major, is the second person a finance major, is the third person an accounting major, is the fourth person a statistics major, is the fifth person a finance major. We don't want to do that. We want to do % and %. And I think we've made our subset now. That's a graphical error. Don't worry about it. One of these days I'll figure out how to make it not say that all the time. %% is module. That means if we do 8% 3, we should get 2. It stands for what is the remainder of 8 when you divide it by 3. So that stands for what is the remainder of 8 when you divide it by 3. So this right here, don't put these in your assignment. I'll leave them a second here. This is finds remainder. And this one right here, Andrew, there's another I should show you, this is a piping option. This is a piping option. Piping. Just, it pipes through, it passes something through. So that's a piping option used for like Plotly and stuff. So if you saw when I was doing my, so let's save this. We'll just go back to it. It's assignment. There it is. So when I was doing my Plotly basics and stuff, you'll see piping options right here. That's a pipe. It basically passes the figure through into the layout right there and then saves it into that. A little bit complicated. A lot going on here. I understand. So we'll remove these just so people don't think that's that. But I think we've got our subset now. It says we should have... Oh, and then we have to get certain columns. So the columns we need to get are these right here. We need these columns. So what we're going to do is we're going to put another comma. Good. We're going to put another comma here. And this will bring us to a new what. By putting a comma and hitting enter, I am now inside of a new what. Let's watch it again. I put a comma. And I hit enter, I'm now inside of a new what? 20 points, who knows? Every time we put a comma, we're going into a new blank. Something we should know. Yep, you got it, Andrew and Casey. Yep, new argument. The new argument is select. I hate that it doesn't autocomplete. I'm going to put this inside of here. And it doesn't like these parentheses. These parentheses, it's saying you can't use. It didn't change the color. So those are not strings because they're not colored green. Now they are strings. So we've now turned these into strings. And look as our subset goes from 79 columns to 4. We now have just 4 columns. Alex, 20 points. Great job, Alex. We now have 4 columns because what does the select do? It makes it so we only take those whats. Select is an argument that tells it which whats to take for your subset. Select is an argument that tells it which whats you want to take for your subset. What does select do in the subset function? It says to only take these whats. No, I'm going to be so nice to you guys in the chat. If you're here for office hours, tell me when you got this. Only be in the chat here. Oh, no. Okay, we got to do it in 2 parts. You're going to have to copy paste both parts of this right here. Be careful. There's both parts of it. I'm going to remove that here in a little bit. But that's for you guys in the chat for being here. So be here, be working hard. This is one of the hardest parts of this assignment right here. Everyone else is going to have to like copy paste this down. It's going to be there for about 20, 30 more seconds. But that's in the chat for you guys right there. Clean up the code. You might have to clean it up, make it look a little nicer. But you can check your work along with it. But that's all the key components. About 10 more seconds on that code in the chat. So copy paste that in. You're here during office hours. You're working hard. I know this is a tough assignment. And I want you guys to have as much help as possible and be just talking through this. You just have to keep working on it. We have to be like, I'm going to sit down. I'm going to work on this. I'm going to learn. And then you put it down for a little bit and you say, okay, now I'm going to go back to it. So it's tough. Okay, in 5 seconds, it's going away. You're welcome, Emily. No, thank you guys. I miss seeing everyone in person because I was remembering and I forgot for a moment how hard this first assignment is. And I was like, oh no, I didn't teach 320 for a semester. And I forgot, especially teaching it online, I forgot that the first assignment can break some students. If you've been feeling it, don't worry. You're feeling what everyone feels at this first assignment. And we're not doing it to like wreck grades or anything. We're doing it to, like I said, throw you into the deep end. Not to be mean, but we're like, okay, here you go. Here's the deep end. Let's go. And then as Andrew has said, it gets easier. Andrew, am I telling them the truth that it gets easier? I can predict what Andrew's going to say in the chat. Does it get easier? Here's what I'm predicting he says. I got my prediction. Once he types his, I'm going to predict what he said. Does it get easier, Andrew? Oh, I was going to say that. Way easier. I like what he started there. And shorter assignments, yeah. Yours is saying error? Yep. And then, but wait, also, wait. Send me, wait. There you go. Make sure to send me, oh my gosh. Make sure to send me the correct email title, which a lot of people are really good at. Then send me a picture of your problem and your file. So send me your file too, because sometimes there can be such a small error in here. Like you might, I don't know, it's hard to, when the code's organized, it's easy to see, but sometimes people will send me a screenshot and things will be off the side and stuff. So it can be really hard to, like, this is less organized now. It's harder to read. But if you send me the file, it can be easier. You can use the photo, by the way, to respond to the email. Yep. You can use the photo. Oh, which email? I don't know. Which question do people have right now? Which question do people have right now? Which question? I'm going to go get my green drink. I'll be right back. Music for everybody. I'm back. I didn't get to hear the music. It's not fair. More questions. More questions. No, nothing sounds dumb. Don't worry. So, but for the question that was, where is there an integrity issue? Should we type in the shaded box? Yeah, you can. Yeah. Oh, wait. Good. No, that's an amazing question, Emily. And Andrew's going to help us out with this because this is a good review. You can type in the shaded box, but when there we go. Here it is. So you can type in the shaded box, but I would probably type. Oh, it's there. There's another integrity thing. Okay. What is you see with the integrities of this column? Here's the response right here. Yeah, I would type it right here. I would type your response right here. This is the problem that I see. And I might do, I mean, I wouldn't I wouldn't type this is the problem that I see. I would type what the problem is I see. And especially if you, oh, we recreated it. If you go and you look at a certain level right here, like level 46, or level 37, there. I mean, there's like this repeating what's going on with that. So you could display this level right here, like level 37 shows us, like, how many people are going to write this? My grade will be like, Brian, everyone wrote level 37 shows us that someone reported Kappa Sigma 4 times, which doesn't quite make sense. We could oppose this to, so you could go here and also show, like level 36 if you wanted. I think it throws 36 or 37. So looking at a snapshot of the data, we see Kappa Sigma was reported 3 different ways, where Kappa Sigma was reported as, Kappa Sigma, 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 and we do not know why this is going on. Why in the world did that happen? So verify that your subset has 768 rows and 4 columns by checking the results of dim subset. I'm going to go right here. One of my favorite things to do. Great question, Alex, right there. I like going right here and going to insert our chunk and just dropping this in. This is this button right here, insert chunk. And that'll insert these coding chunks you can use. So you can put it right below the question because I like seeing what I'm doing. Then remove unused levels in the data frame with drop levels. So we're going to go to drop levels, and we should be able to go to sub. And I think this will work. I have another way of doing work. And now let's look at, yeah, it should do it. Then run a summary on this. Degree 1 major. Hey, we did it. We got it. We can also confirm that, cancel. If we didn't do the drop levels, look at this. This is without the drop levels. So the drop levels here just drops levels. And so once again, if you see something, do realize that if you see something like this, you can always look for it in the notes. For formatting, you only have a shaded box for each code, like a box for 5A, 5B, C? It's all right. Don't worry. As long as it looks nice. And if the grader's too rough, just tell me. Please, 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 please look at how it's graded, and please tell me if you think the grader was too rough. I think the grader's great. They've done great work for me, but every once in a while, my grader will get too mean or too nice. Usually too nice does not get reported, but usually I'll figure out if they're too nice. Like I'll be like, whoa, the grades for this assignment were 99, and then I'll look and I'll be like, they didn't really grade this seriously. And I'll be like, hey, I need you to put more comments and take off more points. You guys will be like, don't do that, Brian. Let them grade nice. We'll just take the hundreds. But this grader has repeatedly been on. That's why I requested this grader. They were like, do you want a grader? I was like, yes. And they're like, who do you want? And I was like, there you go, that grader. Because they were the lead TA last semester for Stat 201. So they were the TA, and they did a lot of amazing work. And their internship got canceled due to current world events. And since their internship was canceled, we gave them some work. It's probably not paying as good as their internship, but they can, one of the nice things about grading when you're paid for it is you can kind of sit at home and grade. I could be like, I'm gonna watch TV shows and grade. I mean, I can't like be watching the TV show intently, but I'll like put on Seinfeld or something, or just random show that I've already seen. So that's got 7A. What else? What other questions are there? Questions about grading. How do we grade? I tell my grader to be nice, especially the first one, because it's gonna be a rough assignment for a lot of people. Tell them to. This was 7B. Let's do 7B. What fraction of these alumni in this subset are statistics majors? So you have to have 7A, or you have to have the subset to do it. So this is so essential. You have to have created this. Now, they should be giving some sort of partial credit here. I tell them, give some partial credit, do something nice. We're going to go here, and it's quite all right for the formatting. I mean, I'd probably remove unused boxes. Like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to remove... There's something going on here. Where did it break? That's working. Oh, there's a 4 right there. There it is. That broke it. What just happened there is very important. If you destroy one of these chunk things right here, it destroys the chunk. What's worse is a lot of people will destroy this, and that'll make the chunk never end. You notice the screen is still gray, and then you can see the chunk never ends. You need the back tick there. And if you're afraid and you don't know how to get them out, copy this. That says start the chunk, name it this, or start the chunk, it's an R chunk, name it this. And then this right here ends it. I said that the question that all code must be at the bottom of the question. I don't care. I don't care. I think what it is like people might try to code outside of there. Rules. Who wants to obey? I mean, like, you should obey rules, but who wants to obey, like, it's gotta look this way? Clipped it. What, I don't know what was clipped. What fraction 0 one of the alumni are statistics majors? Sub, $. Okay, what do I want to look at? What do I want to look at here? What variable? Any ideas? What do I want to look at? Major. Boom. Don't worry about typing too much. Once it appears, just click on it, and then you got it. So just click on it right here, and we can go here. Now we want to find the people who are stats majors. How do we find stats majors? Like, I just want to find them first. I just want to find out, is someone a stat major? True or false? Hint, hint. What do I do here to find out if someone is a stat major? What will I put next to find out if their major is What will I put? Yep. Casey, great job, Casey. You got it. And it's got to be in quotes. You're right. Nice job. And it's got to be capital statistics. Now, if you want to be certain, go up to here wherever it said statistics and double-click stats and go here and do that. Just to make sure you got it right. We had it. Oh, we had it right. So I thought there was an error. Now, this will return. Before I run this, I want to think what it'll return. Here's everybody's majors. And there's all the majors. And let's run the drop levels on it. It's just going to make the data look nicer. Here's everyone's majors right here, the accounting, finance, and statistics. And then we're going to do a logical test on these to see if these are equal to statistics. And now we get trues and falses. So how can I find out the percent? It's this fraction. I know, Alex, it is so cool, isn't it? Like when you double click statistics, you can see that it's spelled out like, oh, it's so nice. And then they put in here spell check. And like, that is a new addition to R right there. R did not have spell check before like version 4.0. Like I think Andrew last semester didn't have spell check, right? Like I'm not joking. Like this spell check thing in 2020, present year, is a brand new thing for R. I think R Studio version 4.0 has spell check. And it blew my mind. I was like, why is that word squiggly? There's spell check. I literally, when I saw the red in R, I thought something was wrong with my code. And I was like, that's not code. When it does it, I was like, that's not code. Why is it mad? And it says spell check. And I was like, what? There's spell check. So let's go here. How can I find out the percent? Have the bar by the keyboard that do spell check, which is, what? I'm super excited. I get my computer updated in like 6 months. You got it, Casey. Casey, you're just doing an amazing job right there. Amazing job, Casey. Boom. There's the answer. We did it. We found out the fraction within the subset that are statistics majors. You could change this to accounting right here. Nice and easy. There we go right there. Nice and easy change. And so define a data frame called sort sub. This is how the results of sorting the sub data frame on LTG, largest in the first row, smallest. Ooh, this is a tough one. This is a tough one. The last one I didn't think was too bad, but this one's tough. I mentioned this at the very, very end of class today. So let's see if we go here and we go to the notes and we're like, okay, we want to sort something. So let's go to the notes from class and let's type in sort. And we see here names sorting a table. We don't want to sort a table. It's not a table. Wait, we're in data frames. And see, wait, subsets and sorting. So this is subsets and sorting. We're getting close. Don't worry, I know how to do it, but I'll show you. Just those almost like you didn't know how to do it. You had to look up the code. I'm not looking up the code. So we have to use the order function. The order function is going to order these things, then we're going to order them in the rows. So we want to order people's lifetime gifts. That's in our subset. We want to order lifetime gift there, and we want decreasing equals true. So these are like the numeric orders of it. And then these is a cool way of doing this is to call rows right here. And then we go to our subset, and we want the rows to look like that. Done. But that's tricky because you're nesting this code inside of here. But I like doing it this way nowadays. This is the way I write it. I'll show you it in the notes. And we can kind of use the note format for it too. There's the drop levels we just did. And sorting, here's the order. So here is, and then they're overwriting it, which we can do too. We can overwrite our subset within a subset that's been ordered. We'll just go here and go sub and do that. We're doing it on 2 lines of code, and it can break it apart for you a little bit. So if you look right here, they're going to basically, this is our sub, and then this is the variable we want to do it on. And so this is the exact same thing here, but using this format, because we're going to sort this variable. And then we've got the extra argument of decreasing equals true, order, wait, we missed a comma or something, order this variable, and then we have to close the function. That should do it. We'll do it now. I think we got it. And let's call this sub2 so we don't break it. Uh-oh. Order sub, let me double check. Oh, it's 2-dimensional. What am I doing? 2-dimensional object. And they both have the same. So if you see right here, and they should both be ordered the same way. So this one right here, that's the highest. And this one right here, that's the highest. So we used the notes, which is very, very important. And what am I doing hidden fours? But if you notice this code right here, my code that I wrote, basically wrote all of this right here, right there. It's the same thing. I'm just declaring that this is rows. Like rows is literally this. Does everyone understand how that works? Because rows is literally this. That's what rows is. It's literally this. They're the same exact thing. When I put rows there, it does this. 7C, you got it. Well, is that the one we're doing right here? Does this make sense? And then what does it want? Print to the screen, rows 23 through 28. Cool, we got, okay, I need you guys' help on this last bit of code. And then Alexa, go into more detail if it's not making sense here. Like, be like, I don't understand this part, and we'll go into detail. How can I get only these rows out of here? I only want these rows for the data frame. I only want rows 23 through 28 for the data frame. How do I get only those rows? Only those rows. We don't need this extra code anymore. How do I get only those rows? Oh, cool. So this right here is going to store into sub. So when I put this name right here, when I put like Brian will now become an object in the global environment, and we're going to store into Brian the subset with the rows ordered this way and all the columns. And you'll see Brian appears in the global environment right there. Brian is right there. So this means store this into this. This is like, this right here will be stored into this. And what is this? This is an object that is the subset, which is what we created earlier on. And it has the rows ordered by what we have. So it has the rows of the subset ordered, because we're defining the rows inside of here to have this order. And what do I mean by that? We could look at the longer version of it right here. This right here. So this is the longer version. We'll just look at this version now. And this will overwrite subset. So we're taking subset, we're ordering the rows by the variable lifetime gift to UT, and it's going to be ordered in the descending way from highest to lowest. We're taking all the columns because the column space is blank. This is the column space because it's after the column. And then we're going to store this object we just created right here. This will be created, and then it'll be stored into this. It's weird because we read from left to right. So the first action is not sub and then left arrow. It's create this, and then this will be stored into this. So if you, it's confusing to me at times, especially when I first learned how to code, because I'm like, wait, show me sub, left arrow, no, it would be red, create this object, and then store it into this. And it might help. You could also run this code the following way. This code works too. This is why I like to use arrows. You could say create this object, and then this object will be stored into that. Does that look a little... You can write it this way, Alexa. It wouldn't be common, so I don't know if I'd suggest it because it might confuse other people, but this does work. This code runs just fine. And the arrows just point which way you're storing. After something is created, it'll be like stored into that. The left arrow is the most... It's a very common convention, and it's the same thing as doing equals. So all three lines of these code right here, all three lines of code right here are going to run the exact same way. And it comes down to almost preference. The first and second way are the most common ways. I don't like the equals, personal preference, but all three lines of codes do the exact same thing inside of R. It's just that there's multiple ways to do the same thing. Does that make more sense, Alexa? And then we want to display, from this subset, we want to display rows 23 through 28. I need people's help. I'll write the first part, but I need you guys to fill out the rest of it. What should I put here? We want to display rows. Yes, Alex right there. Great job. Boom. Crushed it. Got it. Done. Question destroyed. Great job. Is it making more sense? Like, okay, we just want to go to the subset and report from the subset these rows. So, yes, Alexa. Great job, Alexa. You just got to keep... I have people who, like... I miss so many students. And I'll be on campus next semester. I should be seeing people. But, like, it means a lot to me when students start out in 320, and then I see them when they're doing, like, their capstone, and I'll be like, I remember when I told you how to make a vector, or I remember when you were like, yeah, I'll have an office and everything. We're going to get it all spiffed up. Yeah, they want me to have a space. And also, we're going to have, like, so Andrew, you should be coming down there a lot. Like, you should come chill, do work there, because it's going to be like a student space. I want my office to be like a space that's open and dedicated to students. We'll just see how the world is. But as long as the world is existing and people are, allowed to come to campus and go to offices, I want, whatever limit we put on my office, because I'm sure we don't want people like, like we don't want, you've seen office hours, which, that's going to be interesting. But Andrew can tell you, can have a key. Hey, you know what? If we might do that, we might say Andrew is one of the people who looks over the office. Like, I would be fine with that. If I'm allowed to give students a key to my office, I would say I'm good with that. We'll see what the department says. The department's like, yeah, you can have students who have a key to your office who help other students out. You see, I think UT wouldn't let us do that because, like, all UT keys are, like, issued from Lock and Key. It's pretty intense. I know, right? I think UT would have a problem. Yeah, Alex, it's an interesting thing. Our class has been very successful, and thank you guys for that. And feel free, we can do another question here. We'll do the next one in a moment if you guys want. And feel free to be like, hey, Brian, do this question. We're just chilling out for a moment, and I have a meeting at 1. So if you have a question, feel free to ask it. Your sub has an error. Emily, try this. Check your code, Emily. Tell me when you got it. Do 70. You got it, Alex. We'll do that next. Emily, grab this code, see if it works. And then look over your code. Use this code. Emily, you're here. You're working along. You're going to get these answers. Yeah, I totally agree, Dennis. I totally agree. And it's just going to get better. In Texas, I'm going to have a 2-camera setup. So I'm going to have a 2-camera setup, and I'm going to try to have a board where I can work problems. So you'll see me cutting between different screens. I'll be like, well, let's go work this on the board, and I'll write out code, and I'll talk to people, and I'm going to try to have my screens in better spots. So, I feel like this is actually a real conversation. Yeah. Oh, you see, that's totally it. Oh, totally, Alex. 100% working for UT from Texas. 110%. UT's been so good to me, and I love UT. Like, I know that's like literally a saying we have, but I really do love UT. So, and that's, I'm wearing my Vol for Life shirt today. We got some VFL right here, and we need VR headsets for a virtual classroom. I totally agree with that. We'll see where things go, but this format has worked really well, and I'm going to try to start up Twitch next semester, Dennis. So, Dennis, we got to get some Twitch going here, because the thing is this, with how many people have Twitch Prime at UT, like, once again, I'm not going to try to benefit from this. I'm not going to it's not that I'm not going to try. I'm not going to benefit from this. Twitch Prime, I think you get like let's say $3. Let's just go high on it. It's like maybe $2, maybe $3 if people give you their Twitch Prime. And so I'm hoping we could get like 1,000 students a month to give us their Twitch Prime, which is a very small amount of students. And if we had 1,000 students a month giving us their Twitch Prime, we'd do $2,000-$3,000 scholarships a month. Not like $2,000-$3,000 scholarships, or $2,000 or $3,000 scholarships a month or something. We would just, you get your free sub via Amazon Prime. So if somehow the word got out, like if we somehow talked to like fraternities, sororities, or like, you got to think about like the movers and the changers. And it wouldn't cost anyone anything. And so we could get on the map being like, hey, come to this Twitch channel, drop your Prime. I want to do it when we can make a big, like, I'm going to try to set the start of it for next semester. We've already got the Twitch channel. I'll send you guys the Twitch channel and the link, and then we'll do the next question here. I've already got a Twitch channel, but there it is. It's not got deleted. Yeah, it's not deleted. It says we're offline. It says so we got here's the Twitch channel in the chat right here. I've done a little bit of work on it, and I want to, when I start it, I want to make a big splash. And then there's also contract stuff, and then I want to make sure we don't have like an exclusive stream with them, because Twitch will oftentimes be like, if you're on Twitch, you have to stream exclusively to Twitch. Lots of channels have like gone from YouTube with that. And also, if you're on Twitch, you can't really control the ads. So if I'm on Twitch and I did class on Twitch, people would join the class, and then there'd be like an ad before the class. And I don't want people to join in the stream and have to wait like for a 30-second video game ad. So there's so many pros and cons to each platform. One time I wanted to like rule Mixer, but okay, let's do 4D right here. But no, and please, you guys know social media and stuff better than me in a lot of ways. I mean, I've got I like Twitch, I like YouTube, stuff like that. But like Dennis just rocked it on the Discord. Thank you, Dennis. And we're just going to keep Dennis. I think it's going really well this summer so far. But Dennis, it's going to be in the fall. That's when we're going to do some awesome stuff, I think, like, because we're going to have like 1,400 students from Stat 201. We're going to have like 200 students in BAS 320. We're going to have like, 140 or 150 in BAS 474. So building this community will be really awesome. And Dennis, thank you to you, because you did something I wanted, and you did it so quickly. It would have taken me, it would have been like a weekend. I'd have been like figuring it out, reading up on it, and you're like, hey, here, it's done. It's like, what? There's one alumni and sub who donated exactly this amount. Okay. So what vector do I want to look at inside of sub? What vector do I want to look at? What vector do I want to look at? What vector do I want to look at inside of sub? There's a big hint on the screen. What vector do I want to look at inside of sub? Any ideas for the vector we want to look at? Who knows the vector? Yeah, you got it. So there's all their donation amounts. How about we find... Well, we want to find their WE. We want to find their WE, Dennis. You're right. So that's the whole goal of this. But let's find the person. How am I going to find somebody who has this amount? How could I find if somebody donated that amount? I'm going to copy-paste it. I'm not writing that. It's too long. How will I find somebody who has this amount? There we go. What will I put between there? To see if the amounts that were donated is this. What will I do to find if the amount that's donated is this? 20 points, Alex and Alexa. Alex, great job, Alex. Great work. So now we get trues and falses. Hint. Which person is this? Where's the true at? Where's the true at? What do I type? Like, which person is this? Where's the true at? I've said the answer a little bit, but, we want to find that true. What will I put this inside of now to find where that true is at? Is it where? Capital where? Someone's going to be like, it doesn't work. It's not capital where. That doesn't work. But now we need another thing. Is it whatever? That doesn't work. Some, man. If I could just type a third letter, autocomplete would kick in and help me out here. It's there now. Got a while loop. Is it a while loop? It's not a while loop. It's which. What does which do? Does everyone see? So it'll be which. It'll be which. What which does, good job, Emily, 20 points. I like the guess right there. Which will look through this and find where the true is at, and it'll report the position of the true. So let's write a code down here. It's position 46. If we were to go here to which, and we were to do something like true, false, false, true, this could be a test question. What will this code report? What will this code report? What will this code report? Yes, Alex. Amazing job, Alex. It'll report, and this will report 1 and 4, because those are the positions of the trues. So you know what you could do? You call this person. And now what you want to do is you want to go to your subset, and that person is in a certain row, and you want to report their WE. There we go. That's the WE for the person we found. You could report everything on the person to confirm they're the right person. There's everything on the person. You could also report just the fourth, and that's their fourth column right here, because in the subset, the fourth column is this right here. So you can also call the column by its name, because columns have names, and you can report that right there. And so we're able to find the person, isolate them, and everything right here is the person. So that's another way right there. Unable to rate mean. Oh, is that one of the levels? Where do you see that? Alex, where do you see that? Where is the unable to rate? Is that in the WE? Oh, wait, was it there? Oh, whoa. Huh. That's interesting. Let's see. Alex, 20 points. Asking something that I don't know. Do we have a help thing on this? No documentation for alumni? Question mark alumni? Oh, because it's like, I don't know. Ours like, I don't know what it means. This is a data set from, okay, so I do know a little bit about this data set. So you might be noticing, I think you noticed, did you notice this right here? These are all the levels that are possible for this individual right here. So these are all the levels. So this is only their level. These are all the levels that are possible for this individual. So these are the levels of the wealth index. This is like a wealth estimate, I think it's called. So these are all the possible levels of the person's possible things. And this is their level of their WE. And so what you could do is you could report all the WEs. And if you notice right here, we're now seeing to the screen every single WE that people have. It's graphical error. And here's all the WEs. So at the very end of your report, after reporting all of them, it'll give the levels of it. And sometimes it doesn't show all of them. It just kind of shows you a like thing. So it's okay that it's also displaying levels. Yeah, and I bet there's a way. Let me think right here. There's got to be a way to make it not display the levels. Like if we go here to person, because I kind of don't want it to not display level. And then it's easier to manipulate object X. Oh, I bet this. No. As.character. Okay. So I bet I don't even know what as.character expression is. I should know everything. There we go. That's how you do it. So I didn't want it to report it as a factor, but because when it reports as a factor, I changed it to a character, and now it just reports this. And I could even put this into a sentence right here. I could say cat paste, and I could say the person had a wealth estimate of, and then that's got that. Change color. Oh, I didn't do this. And then we close this off. And there we go. So, Jonathan, you're killing me, man. Oh, is it hot outside? It looks hot outside. As character. Yeah, it might. Yeah, let me try that. Great job, Alex. Yeah, that looks to work. Because you just took and you had what is X. We'll try it. Alex, 100 points. I mean it. Great job. I like that you gave it a shot and you're like, how do we do this? What is going on here? Will this work? Let me try this. You got it. That's what matters, is when you're trying to figure out new ways of doing it, and you just did. That's the learning right there. That is the learning. When you're like, wait, I know, right? Man, you're getting that feeling you get when I make code work. You're like, oh, it worked. Yes, I got it. I figured it out. And it just, Dr. Petrie kept me at level. He kept me at beginner coding for like 3 or 4 years. It was only about a year and a half to 2 years ago that Dr. Petrie finally told me I'm at like, I don't know, intermediate coding. He hasn't put me to advanced coding yet. I don't know whenever I'll get to advanced coding. You guys will be like, Brian, you're at advanced coding, but Dr. Petrie might not even say he's at advanced coding. I mean, he's way better than me, but he'd always tell me I had more to learn. And he'll test me. He'll be like, Brian, how would you code this? What would you do this? What's this output going to be? If Andrew, were you ever there during office hours when Dr. Petrie would come in and he would test me? I miss it. He'll come in and be like, well, Brian, what if we write this? And I'll be like, oh, it'll do this. And he'll be like, are you sure? I'm like, oh, no. Yes. Yeah, I know, right? I like code is like a video game. I know. Hey, whatever you like, Alex. I like it. Which we got to have a few more here because I've got a meeting at 1. And let's just kind of round off this question. Why not, right? Let's do most of question 7. Which row numbers in sub have values of LTG equal to this? Okay, wait. Oh, look at that. We're changing some wording here, and you can highlight and put that in bold right there. We're cheating. We're changing the words to make it make more sense. Okay, so now this should be really easy. You ready? Okay, let's write. We're going to do the first thing here. We're going to go to sub. So we're calling our sub. We're going to go to the vector inside of it, $sign to get to the vector. And then we have contained in. Okay, if you're watching this video right now, maybe in the future, you need to think about what contained in means. What's contained in 20 points first person? What is contained in? What is contained in? What is contained in? We are 2 steps away. 3. Oh, careful. That is Emily 20 points. Yes, Casey, you got it. This is contained in. And then this is the vector. That vectorizes it. And then we're gonna copy these numbers. And once we put these numbers in, let's see what we get. When I run this code, I'll get blanks and blankses. I'll get blanks and blankses. Because I'm seeing if something on the left is contained on the right. So I'm going to get blanks and blankses. What will I get? What will I get to when I look to see if something on the left is in something on the right? It's going to tell me this or this. It's going to be like, is this contained over here? Is this contained over here? And it's going to say blank or blank. It's doing a something check. I know someone knows it. 20 points first person knows it. And everyone's getting 20 points for those answers right here. Good stuff. This is the way office hours roll. Learning how to do this code. What are we going to get when we run this code? You should think about what you're going to get when you run your code, because it'll help you. If you don't get what you think you're going to get, like, well, my code, what's it doing? Always question your code. What you doing, code? Yes, Casey, another 20 points. Amazing job. That's a graphical error. If someone fixes the do try catch for me because of my small graphical windows, I know that causes it. I get it, I'm making this window too small. You can stop telling me that. So it creates that error, and then you just rerun the code and you don't get the error. I wish it wouldn't make that error. So how will I find the rows that have these people? There's a huge hint. There's a huge, like, you probably see it. It's right there. Now this code will not run because there's a typo. If you are typing something out in R after typing 3 letters, autocomplete will kick in. Now go to it and click it, and even if you type it capitalized by mistake, autocomplete will lowercase it. Functions are in lowercase. I mean, you could make a function with capital case. I wonder if I could. Like, go. Watch this. Fun. And then let's go here, and let's go to which. And let's take X, and let's put which X. And let's go here. Don't do this. This is a dumb idea. And then go here. If you really want... Oh, wait. Yeah, good. If you really want which with a capital, there you go. Now you got it. Now you got your which with a capital. We just made our own custom function, which is capital which. Do not copy this code. This is not what we're trying to do. But if you really wanted which to be capitalized, you could save a function into this, and you're making a custom function down here. So that's my own custom function, which my own custom function. So if you're ever wondering how functions work, my function takes X, and whatever is X will be run through which. And I guess it returns that too. I should put a return around that. That's proper ways to write function. So I should return that. And now there's 12 warnings. Whatever. It worked. Who knows what those warnings are? But this worked right here. Don't do this. This is a horrible idea. But now I've created my own which function. And if you notice, it only runs because I created that custom function. So you can make your own functions. You could have a function do whatever you want. And that's the power of coding. It's like, maybe you have a certain thing you want to run whenever certain things run, and it works. Create a column called this. So what are we going to do? How do we go inside of a data frame? How do I go inside of a data frame? What connects data frames and variables? What is that glue between a data frame and a variable? What sign connects a data frame to a variable? What sign collects a data frame to a variable? Who knows for 20 points in the chat? Getting up to 60 points during these office hours, unless you got some of those crazy mega points. Who knows what connects data frames to variables? Should be like, wait, I want to go inside this data frame. I want to get a variable inside of it. What could we possibly do to find a variable inside the data frame? Not behind. Close, Casey. 20 points right there. So the variables inside of a data frame can be accessed. Right there. Yep, you got it. Now we're looking at the variables. So now we've gone inside the data frame. So the $sign right here goes inside the data frame. And so we want to call a variable that does not exist. So if I start typing log, it does not exist. I'm just going to copy paste the name, but that does not exist. But guess what? If you store into it, watch as my subset, this subset right here goes from 4 variables to 5 variables. Now the only thing inside of there is 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, it just creates a vector of ones. And that's not what we want to do, but it did create it. So it created inside of here a new variable. So it appends onto the data frame a variable because this did not exist. Now it could overwrite things like, you don't want to do that. But you could write to variable names that do exist. We're not going to be using them anymore. Don't do this. This is a bad idea. That's going to overwrite what was in WE with 1. You don't want to do that. If you don't do that, please don't do that. You'll destroy WE. I mean, at this point, you can. Is that an error? This won't create an error. It just creates all ones. That's all it does. Great question, Jonathan, right there, 20 points. Create a column called this that is just the log 10 of this. Who here can tell me in the chat, here's the variable name for you. Just take that and take the log 10 of it. How do we do that? How do we take log 10 of that? Any ideas on the log 10 of that? Any ideas how to log 10 that? Any ideas? How in the world are we going to log 10 that? How in the world are we going to... Yeah, Emily, you got it. 20 points. Right. Just log 10. Here we go. Boom. Done. Got it. And then was it on a histogram, did it say? Find the 75th percentile. This is quantile. I'll just say the answer to this one. So we want the quantile of sub this right here, and we want the 75th. And there it is. Done. We got it. So it's always like, what function will I use? And once again, Control F through the notes is a huge help. But once you see it, it's kind of like, wait a minute. Did anyone ever get this feeling when you see the answers to these? You're like, that's it? We're going to store into something. We're just going to store the log 10 of it in there. Then we're going to take the quantiles of it, and what quantile do we want? So the first argument is here is, what do you want the quantiles of? And then what quantile do you want? If you don't put this in, it'll give you the 5-number summary. So you could technically go here and ask for the 4th number, which is the 75th. That's another way to get the same answer. There's always a million ways to get, millions of ways to do code. If you count spaces, because you can just do infinite spaces. So there's pretty much infinite ways to write code. That's why coding's kind of like a fingerprint, because you'll see people do interesting things. You'll be like, your code's interesting. All this good stuff. We got time for at least one more question. I've got a meeting at 1. Any other last questions? Something people are stuck on or have questions about? Really good help session today. Who are people feeling better about this assignment? Question 7 should be done. So if you watched and worked along, question 7 is completely done now, and hopefully it's kind of helping you with formatting. Remember, 8 and 9 are bonus. 8 and 9 are bonus. 5D, you got it. Let's go do 5D. 5D, where you at? 5D. Oh, wait, we got this. Remember when we're looking at the integrity issues of the columns? We see this. Does this look weird to us? Is something weird? Want to throw frisbee? I don't go outside, Andrew. I can't. The numbers. I'll show you the number. I don't know. You know me. I'm afraid, Andrew. I'm scared of the world. We're about to talk about current world event with the disease, if you know what I'm talking about. Where's my favorite thing? COVID favorite thing. It's numbers. I of course love it. Yesterday was kind of good though. Kind of good. My favorite site is this site right here. We're talking about current world events, so just warning everybody. I'm on the big screen, right? Am I? The big screen? Yeah, I'm on the big screen. This one right here has a 7-day trend moving average. And I think, yeah, auto size is weird. But if you look at the 7-day moving average, Andrew, this is what gets me afraid as of recently. Yeah, it's our studio, Charlie. Good to see you here. Do you have questions about our studio? Yeah, feel free to ask. We're here for just a little bit longer, but we were using our studio just a second ago. We're kind of finishing up, but we were going through doing a practice assignment right here, doing our homework and everything. But feel free to ask questions. Good to see you here, Charlie. And we were talking about current world event for a moment. We've got a 7-day moving average, and you can kind of see they've got the 3-day moving average, which shows a different kind of sinusoidal pattern, like a flowy pattern. And then we see the 7-day moving average, which is, like a weekly average. And we were in a downward trend. It's hard to say what's going on without it being Reddit. You guys kill me. But yeah, we have right here the 7-day moving average, and the 7-day moving average, it's too short of a data set right now to know what's going on. You're a math major, just looking around, dabbling in some programming, mostly Python and Java. Yeah, that's what everyone's talking about in class. But you're free to come in here anytime, Charlie. We're glad to have you. If you keep coming in, hanging out, we'll eventually make you a mod. We've got a few people who come by, say hey, and they're mods. If you want to know more about R, and we promote Python too. I don't do programming in Python, but this is what our studio looks like. And maybe you know about Plotly in Python. Let's go. I just posted a video about how to make, I am so blind, Plotly box plots. So we made some cool graphics here. We'll run all the code. It's going to blink across the screen. That somebody in Chattanooga has made about our local statistics. Oh, awesome. Here we go. We'll take that in a second. But this is also, and this is why learning Python or R is a good option. They're both great options because there is Plotly in Python and Plotly in R. And so you can make these same graphics in Python. I think Python even has more options. A little bit jealous of Python. But this graphic right here, and one of the most recent videos I have is Plotly in R. So you can, if you don't know, do you know about Plotly, Charlie? And then we'll look at, let me open up Andrew's site right here, open a new tab. So here we go, Andrew. Interesting. So this is the, what's the yellow? Active cases, recovered cases, reported deaths. Well, that's good. Oh, good. I mean, then it's not good. But this is a really good, yeah, and it looks like they're doing this in some, I don't know if this is Plotly or something. Vaguely, yeah, there's so much. But you said your mathematics? What packages are you using in Python? Python is great. Python is very, I've used MATLAB and stuff like that. I would suggest people learn Python over MATLAB. I would suggest that. You're welcome, Emily. Great to have you here. And Charlie, so good to have you. Be here for another 5 minutes or so. I've got a meeting at 1. But I don't know what packages you might be using. But we do so little, we don't do a lot of mathematics in R because we're doing business analytics. So we are doing stuff like if we were to do a matrix, I so rarely make a matrix. I so rarely use this function inside of R. So it's like, wait, here we go. Rows data equals NA. Okay, so we're going to put a data here. We're going to put a data. We're going to do a vector of data. Let's go here and just do this. And then it was rows next. So let's leave that. And let's do, we could probably do 2 by 3. Ah, look at that. It went crazy. Put a matrix inside of our matrix. I've done this. Oh, wait, data. I don't think I want data. What am I doing? Let's go here. I'd never make matrices. It's getting mad. Unexpected, comma. That's with that. That close that. There we go. There we go. I don't make matrices much. But the first argument of a matrix is your data. The second argument is how many rows. The third argument is how many columns. So we're making that right there. Probably if we did this, it'd probably repeat it. Yep, it repeated it. So this is repeating the values. But one of the coolest things that I love about R is just, you know, determinant of the matrix. But it's not a square matrix. Yep, exactly. Classic. Got to make your square matrix. Will it allow us to use these numbers even though they're not? Determinant 0 because I made a linearly dependent matrix. Some good old matrix algebra. One of my favorite topics. Yeah, look at that. Look at the linear dependencies right there. That's completely linearly dependent, isn't it? Because 1, 4, 1, 2, 5, 2, 3, 6, 3. Is it? Well, it came back with a determinant of 0. So yeah. It's fun taking a determinant of a 3 by 3, isn't it? Go determinant of this, determinant of that, do a 2 by 2. I'm just having fun. -2. What did the 2 by 2 matrix look like? See, why solve the determinant by hand? So 4 minus 6. There we go. Wait. Yeah, 4 minus 6. Of course, that's -2. So, you know, the good thing about coding is, well, one, you should kind of know how a determinant is done. I don't have to take determinants that much anymore. We should know how a determinant is done and all this good stuff right here. But, so, I just have to worry about all the coding for, like, regression more often now. We'll be doing regression soon. Wish I was using R and finite instead. Yeah, I know. It's so quick and so easy, Alex. It's like, you can be like, what's the determinant of this? What's the this of this? You could take 2 vectors. See, Andrew, so good to have you. Just like if you have a vector of numbers and you want to multiply that vector by 2, it's like, well, boom. I mean, it's obvious what it's going to do. But you could add together vectors. You can do whatever you want. It's just, and it's a programming skill. So I really think we should have more students learning. Python's great. R's great. Java's great. C, C#, C++. All these things are great programming languages. Marketplace right now is a lot of, I would say Python and R. And it just depends on field, though, because, of course, if you're going like computer programming, it's going to be more C, C#, C++, C++. Just depends. Like, you're not going to see computer programmers really using R. So computer science is not going to do R, which is fine. It's not their language. But that's got it. My little rant at the end of here, talking about the greatness of R, the fight between R and Python. But man, let's end off class with looking at those Python Shiny Gallery. If you want to see some really cool graphics, here's our studio. And these are Shiny Galleries that people made. And, well, we already saw some of these. Let's go here. Whoa. It's crazy. It's going to load. One of these didn't load last time or something. Let's connect to there. Oh, it's working. So there's a graphic right here. Never thought I'd enjoy 5 hours straight of working on an assignment. Oh, you're welcome, Alex. Are you a man of Super Smash? Yes. Wait, someone who said that. Where's my Smash Bros stuff at? I got Smash Bros. Wait, where's my... Got just a few minutes left. Be right back. Look at this right here. We got the case. We got the black case right here. We got Smash Bros inside. You know we got some Smash Bros. So like, yeah, no, like Smash is what I'm all about. Last story here. When I was in Appalachian State in 2001, that's when Smash came out for GameCube, and I'm not knocking Smash on N64. I got that too. Smash on N64 is great. I mean, that's where it all started. But then Smash on GameCube, I don't think it's ever gotten better than Smash on GameCube. Like, N64 is good, lots of fun. Hyrule Castle, gotta love Hyrule Castle. And then Smash on GameCube was the end-all be-all of Smash. I don't think it got better. I'm having problems with this Smash with the latency. I know I need to get Animal Crossing. Everyone's telling me. My friend in Australia, Cody, is like, you need to start playing some Animal Crossing. And I'll let everyone go here. But, man, I love some Smash. But come in sometime. Say, hey, where'd you hear that I'm a man of Smash? Charlie, drop that in the chat. I'm going to head off. So I'm going to head off to my office here. Be back later. Hang out here. I'll be right back. Go into my office unless anything crazy happens.
Hey Brian, what's up?
Hey, Adam.
Oh, what's this?
Adam, what are you doing? Adam!
No!